For a millennium, the legendary Ragnar clan stood as the Empire's unbreakable shield in the north. The source of their power was a thing of myth. Dragon's blood was rumored to flow through their veins. Every child of the clan was a prodigy, born with overwhelming magic, inhuman endurance, and a genius for the sword. Well, every child except for Theo, our protagonist. He was the one glaring exception, born with zero talent. He was the family's shame, an outcast treated like absolute garbage, most of all by his own swordmaster. Then, one fateful day, their home was set ablaze by attackers, and Theo was utterly powerless, cut down and left for dead. As his life faded, he saw the face of the orchestrator, Randone. His own master had betrayed them all. The man just laughed. He sneered, saying he watched Theo grind away every morning, knowing all that struggle, all that sweat, was completely meaningless. No matter what Theo did, he was doomed to be a failure. Then, with a casual flick of his wrist, Randone's blade flashed, severing Theo's arm. Blood erupted as Theo collapsed, his screams lost in the chaos. Randone yanked him up by the hair, hissing that all of this carnage was Theo's fault. He forced Theo to witness the Rose Palace burn, snarling that his family was being slaughtered because he was pathetically weak. Then, a soldier dragged his mother's lifeless body over and unceremoniously dropped it at his feet. Randone's voice was ice cold. Her death is on you, too. Shattered, Theo still found the will to fight. He grabbed his sword for one last desperate charge. He never made it. Another blade flew through the air, impaling him straight through the chest. The force launched him backward, slamming him into the dirt. "My apologies," Randone said with a twisted grin. "I got a little lost in the memories." As the world went dark around him, Theo's last thought was a bitter regret for being so weak. It was over. Or so he thought. He rockets back in time, now armed with hidden abilities he never knew he had. Theo's eyes snap open, and standing over him is that same traitorous bastard, Randone. They're on the training grounds, in the middle of a lesson. Randone is yelling at him to focus, but Theo's mind is reeling. He's wondering if this is some messed up, dying hallucination. Of all the faces to see in his final moments, it had to be Randone's punchable one. The universe was playing a sick joke on him. Then, a blue screen materializes in front of his eyes, a system window, and it's giving him a tutorial quest. The objective: punch Randone square in the face. At this point, Theo has absolutely no idea what the hell is happening. He thinks to himself, is this how flashbacks are supposed to work now? He quickly realizes Randone can't see the screen at all. You know what? No complaints here. He lets his training sword clatter to the ground, makes a fist, and with every ounce of rage from his past life, he smashes it right into his master's jaw. As the punch lands, Randone just stares, utterly baffled. He has no idea what this idiot is doing. Our boy, meanwhile, allows himself a tiny smirk. Man, he thinks, this all feels way too realistic. The shock finally wears off, and Randone explodes with fury, countering with a brutal strike. The blow sends Theo stumbling back. The pain is sharp, and he's genuinely annoyed. Seriously? He has to feel pain in a flashback too? But his scumbag master just sighs, explaining that he gets Theo's frustration, especially with the awakening ceremony coming up and him making no progress. But he still can't tolerate a student raising a hand against their teacher. The words awakening ceremony hit Theo like a truck. That event took place almost 10 years before his death. As Randone continues to lecture him before storming off, Theo's mind starts putting the pieces together. The other trainees start snickering, calling him a talentless hack who's blaming everyone but himself. But as the insults rain down on him, Theo finally gets it. He digs his fingers into the training ground, feeling the cool dirt beneath them. He glances at the fresh bruise from Randone's attack, the throbbing sensation achingly real. This isn't a flashback. He really traveled back a full decade. He's 17 years old all over again. As if on cue, the system window pops back up. Tutorial quest complete. The reward: his latent Ragnar talent has been activated. A prompt asks if he wants to claim it. Without a shred of hesitation, he accepts. A warm, arcane energy blooms in his chest. The system confirms the reward is his, and that from now on, all his stats will grow, at a ridiculous rate. Elsewhere in the Rose Palace, we see that same two-faced snake Randone having tea with Theo's mother. He tells her that in all his years, he's never seen a child as completely talentless as her son. Then, he flashes a sickeningly wide grin, adding that this is precisely why he is so motivated. The true teacher, Randone, vows he will do whatever it takes to prepare Theo for the awakening ceremony in 5 months. The lady of the palace, Cecilia Ragnar, replies that she will gladly leave her son in his capable hands. She then passes him a heavy pouch of gold, asking him to pay a little extra attention to Theo. The slimy bastard snatches the gold and reassures her that she has nothing to fear. In response, she says she isn't worried at all, because she has complete and total faith in her Theo. Meanwhile, Randone is strutting down the hallway, clutching a fat sack of cash with a disgusting grin on his face. He's absolutely juiced, because he's getting paid a fortune to teach Theo literally nothing. The man smirks, thinking to himself, what a pair of absolute morons the mother and son are. He isn't just cashing in on training a direct heir of Ragnar. No, he's about to collect an even bigger payday from his other master for leaking all of Theo's secrets and crippling his potential. This is the score of a lifetime. Just then, Theo rockets down the same corridor, a blur of motion as he zips right past Randone. His so-called teacher just sneers and mutters idiotic loser as Theo flies by. But Theo isn't paying attention. He's racing to see his mother. He calls out her name, and as she turns, she finds him completely breathless, gasping for air. Before a word is spoken, Theo pulls her into a desperate hug and just starts sobbing, the raw emotion of seeing her alive finally hitting him. This is the moment it all sinks in. He's actually been thrown 10 years into the past. The agonizing memory explodes in his mind, Randone forcing him to witness his mother's lifeless body. But now, she's here. Seeing her breathing fills him with a warmth he thought he'd lost forever. He makes a vow. If that system is real, he will change this future for her. With the Ragnar talent trait, he knows he can finally become powerful. He'll be strong enough to survive the bloody war for the throne that's coming. More importantly, he's going to get strong enough to erase that piece of trash Randone from existence. The second tutorial quest pops up, commanding Theo to train his body to its absolute limit. The sun isn't even up yet, but Theo is already drenched in sweat, his every move fueled by a burning vision of revenge against Randone. He knows he has to power level himself. And fast. In his first life, he was an agent for an intelligence unit called Blackward, but he was basically relegated to desk duty, never seeing real action, because he had zero combat ability. He never imagined he'd be using all that stockpiled intel as a cheat sheet for his own life. One crucial memory surfaces, a potion that massively boosts the body's power, known as the Bloody Sword Emperor Elixir. Its true value won't even be discovered by the world for years. And on top of that, he remembers a brutal training regimen he'd given up on because he just wasn't talented enough. But that was then. Now he has the Ragnar talent. Now, he's certain he can grind his way to the top. A manic grin spreads across his face as he feels his legs pumping faster than ever, and the system window immediately confirms his progress. Other members of the clan start filing into the training halls, and they just stare, completely baffled to see the useless Theo running like a machine. They're all wondering when the hell he got this stamina. Later, he grabs his sword, and the blade slices through the air, with a speed and ferocity he's never felt before. Fast forward a few days, and we find him still at it, training in the dead of night. This is when we meet the training ground manager, Evelyn Nerville, who is yawning, exhausted just from watching him. She can't believe he's been at it, for days without any sleep, and she starts to question if he's really the talentless fool everyone claims he is. On the flip side, Theo feels like his entire body is about to shatter, but watching that progress bar climb higher and higher is the only fuel he needs. Just last night, he was completely wrecked from the grind. He had just hit 90% progress, but the second he paused to catch his breath, his percentage plunged back down to 89. That's exactly why he's been pushing himself relentlessly, ignoring the screams from his muscles and just focusing on the goal. He's at 98% now. He pours on the speed, knowing he's on the home stretch. After one final, desperate push, he's completely wiped, his lungs on fire, but the bar is still stuck with 1% left. He somehow finds another gear, and finally, all the pain and sweat pay off as he watches the number tick over to the 3 digits he's been dying to see. The system immediately congratulates him on clearing the tutorial quest and reveals his reward, the Dragon Heart. But before he can even read the item description, his vision goes black, and he collapses from pure exhaustion, the system window hovering over him, asking if he wants to claim his prize now. His hand trembles as he struggles to lift a single finger, but he manages to tap the yes button. The instant he accepts, a brilliant blue aura explodes around him, and the hall manager can only stare in disbelief as Theo is bathed in the light of an insane power-up. Sometime later, he wakes up in a different room. As his eyes flutter open, Evelyn is there, reassuring him that he's in the break room of Training Ground 4, and telling him there was no need to push himself to the brink of death. When Theo sees her, he recognizes her instantly, which completely catches her off guard. Surprised he even knows who she is, she formally introduces herself as the manager. She explains that he passed out cold during his insane morning session, so she moved him there to rest. He thanks her for her kindness, and she hands him some water, gently reminding him that inside the Ragnar clan, there's a cardinal rule in this world. Opening your mana hall before the official ceremony is a massive, forbidden no-go. Theo's clueless why she's even bringing this up, but he's like, yeah, I know the rule. That's when she hits him with it. Then do you know why you broke it? He's totally lost, asking her why she's coming at him so hard. And that's when she reminds him. The second he blacked out, a wave of mana erupted from him, a signature that perfectly matched a mana hall being ripped open. With a look that could kill, she demands to know if he did it. Theo is completely baffled. He has no clue what she's on about, until a memory flashes in his mind, the thing that happened right before he lost consciousness. Let's rewind. He scored the dragon heart as a reward, plus a bonus for speedrunning the quest. On top of that, he absorbed the magic power from 10 of his previous lives. The moment he remembers this, he's floored, because getting a dragon heart is basically hitting the life lottery. See, a dragon heart is next level because you can literally install your mana hall inside of it, placing your power core in your heart. Makes it run with insane efficiency. But for humans, unlike for dragons, that's a death sentence. We have to stick our mana halls in our lower abdomen because our hearts would literally explode from the pressure. This is why every single warrior, especially anyone in the legendary Ragnar clan, dreams of getting a dragon heart. It's the ultimate fast track to becoming OP. Without that upgrade, humans are hard capped by the limits of their own biology. But now, Theo's quest reward has put him in a seriously awkward spot. The loot is insane, but it's clear this has landed him in some deep trouble. And to make it worse, he's being interrogated by Evelyn Neville. She's a legendary swordswoman, now retired after losing her left arm, who runs the training grounds. Evelyn used to be the commander of the white armored dragon cavalry, and her skills were so off the charts that even the demon dragon respected her. Known for being a hard ass with principles of steel, she couldn't care less about your status or power. She absolutely despises liars and cowards. She even quit being his personal mentor because she found him too inflexible. In short, if she discovers his secret dragon heart, his head is coming clean off his shoulders. But a tiny smirk plays on his lips. He's got an ace up his sleeve. As long as he doesn't get caught, he's golden. He claps back at her accusations, asking if she's really going to call for his execution based on nothing but a gut feeling. Are you ready to face the consequences if you're wrong? The woman goes dead silent, with no comeback. Theo presses his advantage. Need I remind you, he says coolly, that I am an heir of the Ragnar clan. If word gets out that these suspicions were completely baseless, it wouldn't just be an apology. It would be seen as staining the Ragnar name. She nods, admitting, those are the rules. A shadow crosses his face as he leans in. And do you know the penalty for humiliating an heir? She answers without flinching. Execution. He's glad she gets it, telling her to choose her next words carefully. The lady is absolutely stunned by this new, assertive side of him, wondering if he's even the same person. Still, she knows what she felt. That was definitely a mana wave. So, Ragnar, blood or not, she's digging deeper. A rule is a rule, and she's going to see it through. But when she scans him for his power, she finds nothing. No mana hall. The color drains from her face as she realizes she might have just made a fatal mistake. Theo just looks smug. Find what you were looking for? Following the code, she kneels before him, bowing her head to the floor without a moment's hesitation. Then take my life, she says, her voice steady. I will pay for my sin with this worthless life. And here's the secret. Theo reveals to us that a dragon heart isn't like a regular mana hall. The existence of a dragon heart is basically a user-controlled power core. In other words, he can make his mana completely invisible whenever he wants. On top of that, the fact that humans can even possess a dragon heart is a piece of knowledge that won't be discovered for several more years. So Theo is confident nobody can call him out, and instead of ordering her execution, he puts a hand on her back, telling her to rise. He walks past her, saying she was just doing her job. Not many would risk their neck to challenge an heir for the sake of the truth, he says. I respect that righteousness. But the real tea? Theo isn't killing her because she's a powerhouse. Keeping a top-tier warrior like her alive is a much better strategic move for his future. He then explains that the whole rule about not opening your mana hall early is just to stop rookies from overloading and exploding. I'm glad to see you were worried about a Ragnar bastard like me, he adds. And with that final mic drop, he leaves her kneeling there in silence. Theo walks away feeling like he's on top of the world, remembering that not only is he rocking a dragon heart, but he's also packing 10 years of magic from a past life. A few days later, we see that one annoying dude again, already screaming at Theo, telling him to swing his sword a little more to the right. Theo's playing the weak card, but man, listening to Randon's constant insults is getting seriously old. And Theo's not dumb. He sees how this clown is deliberately trying to teach him some seriously busted sword forms. The suspicion grows stronger. Randon is just a pawn. And Theo is betting his life the real puppet master is the same monster who took him out in his last life. The time for games is over. He needs to find out who's pulling the strings. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he figures out his next move. Meanwhile, Randon won't shut his mouth, and that's the final straw. Theo snaps his training stick in half. He looks the jerk dead in the eye and tells him he's done listening to his garbage lessons. He then lays into the old man, asking how a hack with 0 skills ever clawed his way to the rank of a mid-level swordsman. To really twist the knife, Theo sneers that he'd probably get clapped by a low-level demonic beast. Naturally, Randone swallows the bait whole, his face turning crimson with rage. But Theo doesn't back down an inch. He strides right up to the old geezer and spells it out for him one more time. His skills are pathetic. And here's the genius of Theo's plan. He's trying to provoke Randone into quitting. Because if this goes south, Theo is 100% certain this loser will run straight to his mastermind. The camera pans to the Camellia Palace, where a dude bursts into a pub, beaming from ear to ear. He yells for someone named Axion and broadcasts to the whole room that the Ragnar bastard is set to duel his master next week. But the man he called, Axion, sits there in stony silence, his hand frozen, unable to even lift his glass. The loudmouth keeps yapping, ranting about how Theo was just blaming his own lack of talent on his instructor and confidently predicts Theo will be left a cripple after the fight. The next second, the glass in Axion's hand flies through the air and smashes into the guy's face, knocking him out cold in a single blow. Axion is radiating pure fury, growling that he doesn't give a damn if some random scrub ends up crippled. And why should he? He's a Ragnar, after all. More specifically, he's Axion Ragnar, the dark tiger of the Four Hounds of the North. The man next to him is Remington Narciso, the Silver Lion, another of the Four Hounds. Just then, another figure darkens the doorway. This is the infamous Ed Troy Venn, the Sky Dragon of the Nine Dragons, and he looks seriously worried. He warns them that things could go sideways if they get complacent, but Axion just scoffs. He claims that's only a risk for people with actual talent, dismissing Theo as a brainless nobody not worth their time. But Ed pushes back, pointing out that with the Ragnar clan, even the smallest possibility can explode into something unimaginable. Axion argues it's actually a good thing. Theo is picking a fight with Randone, saying it proves the instructor is more than enough to handle our boy. 1 week later, Training Ground 4 is swarming with people, and it's not just the clan. Some of the biggest names in the kingdom are here to watch. In the center of the arena, Theo stands alone, looking visibly on edge, under the stares of hundreds of spectators. He's cursing himself internally. He just wanted to get this clown fired, not start a whole pay-per-view event, but he's not actually worried. He knew this was coming, and now he's amped up to give Randone the payback he deserves. A system notification chimes, confirming his third tutorial quest: fight Randone and win. We flash back to Theo, confronting Randone, calling out his garbage skills, and telling him he's fired. Randone tries to argue, bringing up the contract, but Theo shuts him down, saying the employer's word is final. He was itching to just punch the guy, but he wasn't totally confident in his own strength yet. Randone, on the other hand, is panicking he can't get fired before finishing his secret mission. As he steps toward Theo to argue, a system window explodes into view right in front of our boy's eyes. Its message clear: you must fight and defeat Randone. He's completely blindsided, and in that exact moment, Evelyn Neville appears, suggesting they settle this the Ragnar way, with a duel. Might makes right, and the sword will be the judge. No need for a formal hearing. The winner's will becomes law. The old bastard immediately sees his opportunity, and enthusiastically agrees, calling it a brilliant solution. This leaves Theo completely trapped, with no way out, as Evelyn keeps insisting it's a fantastic idea. But Theo knows better. He's not ready to take this guy down. But next thing he knows, he's in the arena, facing Randone. The crowd is already smirking and whispering about how pathetic he is. The rumors fly. He doesn't even know how to hold a sword. They're all convinced he's going to be permanently maimed today, because there is zero chance he can beat a mid-rank swordsman. Randone then struts forward, his voice dripping with arrogance. He tells the old man to grovel now, and he'll let it slide, no need to throw away his life over a bruised ego. But Theo's got that main character energy and claps back, telling Randon he's the one who needs to beg for forgiveness. He flat out threatens the old fossil, get lost quietly, or he's about to become a one-armed swordsman for real. A predatory grin spreads across Randon's face. This kid just handed him the perfect excuse. He sees his chance to end Theo's life and write it off as a tragic training accident. As the duel kicks off, Randon taunts our boy, inviting him to take the first swing, a so-called teacher's gift. Theo explodes forward, sword high, and the entire crowd collectively gasps at the sight of this absolute moron, making such a clumsy, reckless lunge. It looks like he's never held a blade before. Randon unleashes a blur of strikes, but somehow Theo's blade flashes, parrying every single one. The old geezer doesn't let up, pressing his relentless assault. Pushing Theo into a corner, he scoffs internally. This was inevitable. After all, Theo isn't even a bottom-tier swordsman. He's nothing but a trainee. and Randon is dead certain that even if Theo's gotten a little better, it's nowhere near enough to matter. He admits that if the kid was on the level of the Four Hounds of the North, that'd be a whole different ballgame. But in his mind, there's zero chance this clown from the Ragnar family could ever touch him. And just like that, we flash back a few days, where Theo confronts Evelyn. He demands to know what was going through her head, suggesting this duel. Her answer is simple. She was setting him up for a win. She lays it out. If he wants to get rid of Randon for good, he can't just fire him. He has to play it smart because she's convinced. Randon has powerful allies in the shadows, so a simple dismissal won't cut it. Theo, stunned, asks how she figured all this out, to which she smirks. It was painfully obvious, since Randon was feeding him a bizarre, ineffective sword style, so she had him investigated on the down low. This just blows Theo's mind. In his previous timeline, Evelyn never lifted a finger to expose this fraud. But now, just because he made a splash at the Monahall incident, she's going all out to bring him down. He's on her radar. She continues, revealing her spies traced all of Randon's connections straight back to the Camellia Palace. To Theo, this is no shocker. What really grinds his gears is knowing all this drama is just a symptom of the petty, backstabbing war for the crown. Shaking off his frustration, he admits he's impressed she pieced it all together. He confesses that with his current skill set, he's not confident he can actually dismantle Randon, so he asks her what the game plan is now. Evelyn just stares him down, telling him he absolutely can win, and that he needs to stop sleeping on his own glow-up. Back in the arena, Randon is desperately unleashing a furious storm of attacks, but Theo is deflecting every single one, like he's swatting away flies. Randon is completely shook. What the hell happened to this kid? This is not the pathetic Theo Ragnar he's been scamming. The script has been flipped entirely, and now Randon is the one on the ropes, gasping for breath. The entire stadium is dead silent, the tension suffocating. We catch a glimpse of that dude in the hoodie, Remington, and even he's sweating bullets, from a shadowy corner of the stands, if that's even him. Meanwhile, Evelyn is sitting back, absolutely living for this drama, watching the duel unfold with a look of pure pride. And with that, we're yanked back into the past once more. The bombshell drops. For the past week, she was the one who personally hammered his training into shape. She even confessed it was totally against the rules. But hey, since Randon is such a scumbag, he never deserved the title of teacher in the first place. Hearing this, a wicked grin curls Theo's lips. He's buzzing with a cocktail of adrenaline and exhilaration, convinced that putting Evelyn in his debt was the best move he ever made. Still, one question is nagging at him. He has to know what her real endgame is. Why go to all this trouble for him? He asks if it's payback for last time, and she admits that's part of it. But she also drops a hint about a certain acquaintance of hers, a guy who has a serious obsession with recruiting exceptional talent. Snapping back to the present, the duel is at its peak. Randon's attacks are getting sloppy, desperate. A horrifying thought begins to creep into his mind. Has this kid been playing the fool this entire time? Hiding his true power on purpose? Right in the heat of their exchange, our boy casually asks him who's pulling his strings. This triggers the old geezer, who snarls back, demanding to know what he's talking about. But Theo just cuts him off, stating he knows all about the garbage tier lessons he was fed on purpose. Then he drops the hammer, and flat out asks if he's a pawn for the Camellia Palace. The accusation leaves the old snake absolutely floored for a second, and that flicker of shock in his eyes is all the confirmation Theo needs. The truth is out. In the very next instant, Theo's sword arcs through the air. It slices clean through the old man's wrist. The severed hand sails through the air as the entire crowd is struck dumb with shock. The fraud of a teacher howls in agony, spewing curses from the ground. With cold purpose, Theo advances on the pathetic excuse for a man feeling, for the first time, a surge of raw, undeniable strength. And he reminds this broken old fossil of the exact words he once spat at him in another lifetime. This was all his fault, the result of a past life where he was nothing but a weak, talentless scrub. With one last, brutal swing of his blade, Theo hurls those exact words back at the old man, spitting facts that he's the weakest one in this arena. He sneers, telling the old geezer that, for someone who preaches about the strong ruling the weak, a pathetic fossil like him had no business showing up here. Then, with a final, definitive arc, the sword flashes down, and the bastard's head goes flying, painting the ground in a sickening spray of red. A system window instantly materializes, flashing a massive "Congratulations" for crushing Tutorial Quest 3. Not only did he smoke the objective, he absolutely obliterated it, earning him some juicy bonus rewards. The system prompts him, "Claim rewards now?" You already know that's a yes. The entire crowd, meanwhile, is collectively browning their trousers. It's just not every day you see an apprentice swordsman absolutely body a mid-tier pro like it was nothing. Our boy, on the other hand, is just feeling underwhelmed. This old fart was pathetically weak. He's actually cringing at the memory of ever struggling against a loser like this in his past life. But hey, this timeline is built different. The system announces his reward. The observation ability has been unlocked. And for the cherry on top, he's just been gifted 1 year's worth of magic power. Suddenly, a figure plummets from the heavens, cratering the ground like a human meteor. Before Theo can even process what's happening, the man, grinning like a madman, bellows his name. This absolute unit is none other than Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon himself, commander of the legendary white-armored dragon cavalry. Theo's mind is completely blown. He's just staring, thinking no way it's actually him. A cold dread creeps in as he wonders just how long the commander was watching. The crowd absolutely loses it. We're talking full-on panic mode, because the commander of the white-armored dragon cavalry is here. Everyone's freaking out, trying to figure out what a top-tier legend like him is doing in a place like this. I'm pretty sure this is the dude Evelyn mentioned, the one with a thing for scooping up new talent. And speak of the devil, there's Evelyn, looking utterly heartbroken that the commander just wrecked her beautiful flooring with his epic landing. Julius, however, radiates an aura of pure, untamed power. His terrifying presence has Theo sweating bullets, frozen with no clue what to do. But all that tension shatters when the man lets out a booming laugh, his face splitting into a wide, toothy grin. He looks like a way more ripped version of Bluto from the Popeye cartoons. He starts patting Theo on the back, and let's just say his gentle pats could probably shatter bone. Still chuckling, he roars that he's shocked to find someone with this much raw potential. He then casually adds that, yeah, it was a tad disrespectful to off his instructor, but he immediately follows up by saying Randon totally had it coming. He erupts in laughter again, clapping Theo on the shoulder before dropping a bombshell. An invitation to join the white-armored dragon cavalry. Evelyn saw this coming a mile away, but the rest of the crowd looks like their brains just blue-screened. They just can't compute the fact that the infamous Julius Ragnar is trying to recruit some rando apprentice into the most elite knight order in the world. And there in the crowd is Remington, his eyes narrowed. He turns to a guy next to him and asks if he's ever heard of an apprentice swordsman, one who hasn't even had his awakening ceremony, getting scouted. The guy just shakes his head, totally baffled, and stammers that he's never heard of anything like it. Of course he hasn't. It's a first in the entire history of this world. Back in our hero's head, the gears are turning. He knows it's basically impossible to see someone's true potential before their mana hole is even opened. You could be a god with a sword, but your magic could be straight up trash. So even for a legend like Julius Ragnar, there's no way he can be 100% certain about Theo's future. Still, a part of him has to wonder if the demon dragon can somehow see the insane potential lurking within him. But Theo shuts it all down and declines the offer. Just like that. A flat-out no, without a single flicker of hesitation on his face. Julius is left, with a look like he just swallowed a whole bag of warheads. The crowd is just as stunned, their jaws on the floor, at the sheer audacity of Theo icing a man of his stature. The entire hall falls into a dead, awkward silence, as everyone tries to process what they just saw. By the end of the day, the story has spread like wildfire through the entire clan. Everyone is buzzing about how the young master Theo, once considered a total joke, absolutely demolished his teacher. And when the demon dragon himself tried to recruit him for the white-armored dragon cavalry, he just straight up said no. People are now debating whether the kid is incredibly humble or just unbelievably arrogant. The scene cuts to Carmelia Palace, where a woman is radiating pure fury over the news that Randon was killed, and her entire plan has been completely derailed. This is the lady of the palace herself, Emil Ragnar. A man casually strolls in, telling her not to sweat it, reminding her that Randon was a third-rate scrub who was only assigned to Theo because he was so terrible. She waves it off, admitting his death is basically irrelevant. The man talking down to her is her brother, the Sky Dragon, Ed Troy Venn, the same guy we saw back at the pub. The real issue, she explains, is that the demon dragon personally went to scout Theo. But the real kicker is the rumor flying around that Evelyn herself greenlit the whole thing. This means their hands are completely tied. They can't just stick Theo with a new master anymore. If Theo starts getting any real attention, their whole plot to seize control of the Rose Palace could go up in smoke. Just then, Axion saunters onto the scene, casually wondering why they're so stressed. He reassures them, saying there's zero chance the clan head will ever get involved in this mess, so their scheme can move forward without a hitch. Emil snaps back, asking if he even gets that. The only path to conquering the Rose Palace, without angering the clan leader, hinges on Theo staying completely useless. Her son just scoffs, claiming he's already figured that out and is dead certain Theo is still a total weakling. I mean, how much could a nobody like him have possibly leveled up? He assumes that Evelyn and the demon dragon have always had a weird soft spot for lost causes, so there's no reason to freak out. But Ed Troy Venn, is not buying his nephew's cocky attitude and warns him not to underestimate the situation. That's when Axion whips out a letter, and flashing a wicked grin, he suggests that since his mom and uncle are so worried, he'll just go play with Theo for a bit and put him back in his place. The scene then cuts to the training yard, where Evelyn is giving Theo major props after a solid practice run. He throws the thanks right back, admitting it's a whole different world, learning from an actual pro like her. She then casually mentions it's a shame he didn't join the white-armored dragon cavalry, and she's a little curious why he passed on the opportunity. Theo takes a beat, a storm of calculations running through his mind. He admits to himself it'd be a flat-out lie to say he didn't ache for that incredible offer, since it was his lifelong dream in his past life. But a smirk creeps across his face. Joining them now would be a massive setback. There's no way he's going to cap his own potential this early in the game, not when he thinks about the insane privileges that are waiting for him at the very top after the awakening ceremony. Getting into the white-armored dragon cavalry doesn't even come close. So, he just smiles and says he wasn't looking for any special treatment, and that he still feels unworthy, totally content to just train with her until the big ceremony. Evelyn then points out that the commander is probably pretty gutted after being shot down like that. In that exact moment, Theo decides to pop his observation skill for the very first time. He scans all her stats, and yep, no doubt about it, she is a top-tier sword master. He discovers that she deeply respects his humble nature and feels a powerful surge of purpose while teaching him, a feeling she hasn't experienced in years. The skill also reveals that she desperately misses the white-armored dragon cavalry. Theo is absolutely buzzing, realizing just how OP this new skill really is. He squints, zeroing in on that final line about her missing the cavalry, which is a seriously unexpected plot twist. Out of nowhere, a guy steps into frame, introducing himself as Sybil Drea. He says he's from the Southern Inspection Post and that he has some business to discuss with Theo. Theo immediately gets an intimidating vibe from this dude and has no idea what this could possibly be about. He instantly decides to fire up his observation skill one more time and learns Sybil has an overwhelming urge to spar with him. The info dump sends a wave of anxiety through him, and he's completely terrified by the idea of brawling with someone who has such an intense look on his face. Right on cue, a system notification pops onto his screen, displaying the 4th tutorial quest. His main objective is to finally ditch the title of the Imbecile of Ragnar, and he's already clocked in at almost 28% progress. Sybil Drea was refreshingly direct with his proposal. He proclaimed that he wanted to serve the young master, Theo. He even came clean and admitted that he used to be one of the many who totally dismissed the seemingly talentless Ragnar. He once thought the nickname Ragnar's Imbecile was a perfect fit. Theo had to respect the honesty, but he couldn't help but feel a little ticked off. The guy was low-key dissing him without even realizing what he was saying. Sybil's entire opinion flipped when he discovered that the young master was out there every single dawn, grinding harder than anyone else. More than that, he was blessed to witness the incredible results of that grind. In the smackdown against that fraud, Rendon Harvey, Sybil still gets chills, thinking about the sight of that instructor's head, soaring through the sky. He was floored to see Theo's miraculous glow-up firsthand. The image of the demon dragon, Julius Ragnar, personally scouting the young master for the white-armored dragon cavalry, was seared into his brain. Sybil declared that Theo instantly became his hero from that moment on. He was about to give up on his own dreams after being labeled the idiot of the Southern Inspection Office. But that all changed when Theo showed him what was possible. All he wanted was the honor of crossing swords with his idol. The young man's raw honesty was actually shocking. Normally, Theo would be sussing out anyone's true motives, but his observation skill confirmed the kid's real nature. Sybil Drea held an immense amount of respect for Theo, and his only desire was to have a friendly match. Everything about him screamed that he was legit. It was totally unexpected. After dropping Randone, Theo was riding a high, especially as the buzz about Lord Julius taking notice started to spread like wildfire. He fully expected a line of salty haters with an inferiority complex to come and test him. He never saw this coming. People were actually looking up to him, ready to follow his lead. It meant one thing. The old pride of Ragnar still pumped through some people's veins. This was perfect, since Theo desperately needed a crew he could trust. You can't exactly aim to lead the Ragnar clan without some seriously capable allies backing you up. Besides, he could leverage this whole situation to finally clear that last tutorial quest and erase his imbecile title. It was a label that had haunted him his entire previous life. With the fresh start the system was offering, he was absolutely determined to bury that shameful name for good. Theo glanced over at Evelyn, asking for the green light to spar, and his new master was all for it, urging him to put on a show with his blade. With a formal salute, he introduced himself, Theo Ragnar, apprentice swordsman of the Rose Palace, awaiting his awakening ceremony, under the tutelage of Master Evelyn Naravel. The one-armed swordmaster offered a smile of pure approval. Sibel Drea fumbled through a salute back, identifying himself as an apprentice from the Southern Inspection Post and a wielder of the Kurai clan's swordsmanship, a style all about blinding speed. Then, the match ignited. Sibel rocketed off the ground. He charged forward like an absolute madman, going for the kill from the very first second. Theo deflected the initial strike, their blades screaming and sparking on impact. The so-called idiot from the Southern Inspection Post was undeniably fast. His velocity was the one thing he was supremely confident in. From that single exchange, Sibel could already tell that the young master's power was the real deal. Theo, on the other hand, was baffled as to why this kid was ever labeled an idiot. If he'd run into this guy in his past life, he would have been lucky to survive a few exchanges. But of course, he was on a completely different level now. Theo switched to the offensive, his blade whistling through the air, and launching Sibel backward like a ragdoll, his sword clattering away. For the current Theo, this was barely a warm-up. Poor Sibel felt his organs do a flip from the raw power that slammed into his solar plexus. He finally crashed hard against the stands of the training area. Luckily, he wasn't critically injured. Sibel fought his way back to his feet and with total awe, praised young Master Theo's absolute mastery. He immediately conceded, thanking him for the match. Theo remained cool in victory and saluted the young man, telling him it was a solid fight. While holding his sword in the salute, he saw his own reflection in the shimmering steel. An idea sparked. Could he use the observation skill on himself? He triggered it, and bingo, it worked. His talents popped up: observation, player, Ragnar, plus a ton of others that were currently locked. He was a level 1 swordsman with well-rounded stats and a freakishly high 190 points in magic power. Now that he could finally perceive his stat points, they'd be displayed with actual numbers. Under his talents, his abilities were on full display. Judging by the locked slots, he could keep grinding quests and unlock at least 4 more, being able to check his own stats. Whenever he felt like it was a massive discovery, Theo chalked up his insane magic power to his past life's experience, and the dragon heart now beating in his chest. What he did not like was the negative 49 points in his luck. He seriously wondered if he was cursed with such garbage luck. Maybe, just maybe, all the tragedy he endured in his past life was a direct result of this abysmal stat. He absolutely had to figure out a way to pump up his luck, and fast. Theo had been so hyper-focused on the spar and analyzing his own status that he didn't even see the huge crowd of young men that had swarmed the arena. They had formed a massive circle around him, their motives a total mystery. He had to admit, no matter how pathetic and trash his former instructor was, that loser was still a mid-rank swordsman. So, after he decapitated the fraud Randone and got the nod from a legendary commander, it was only natural for these young guns to appear. With Ragnar's survival of the fittest creed, people could only react in one of 2 ways. They would either be consumed by envy, or Theo would become the object of their fierce admiration. And, as for the ones gathered here, Evelyn could read them like an open book. They were definitely in the latter group. They were completely blown away, realizing the insane rumors about the young master were actually true. You could practically see the respect and approval shining in their eyes. Every single one of them was imagining trading places with Sibel, and every one of them doubted they could even block a single one of Theo's strikes. This thought only ignited their urge to clash swords with the young master even more. One of these hopefuls was a young man named Ede Nolan. Theo's eyes swept over the crowd, a grin of satisfaction touching his lips. He picked out Ede Nolan from the sea of faces, completely stunning the young man. The young master gestures him over, calling for a duel. With unwavering resolve, Ede Nolan snaps a salute and formally announces himself. As the third heir of Viscount Nolan, a master of the double ascension swordsmanship, Theo acknowledges the gesture with a nod of his own. He wastes no time on pleasantries, cutting straight to the point, with a simple wish for a worthy battle. They take their stances, and the clash begins. With every sharp ring of their colliding blades, Theo's mastery of fundamental sword skills visibly sharpens. But Ede isn't some random scrub. He's lightning fast, clever, and manages to slip in a vicious slash that looks absolutely impossible to block. In that split second, it's as if the world grinds to a halt. Theo fluidly adjusts the grip on his hilt. He intercepts the blow with an impossibly perfect parry, a move so precise it sends Ede's blade spinning out of his grasp. That single, game-changing block skyrockets Theo's proficiency in the changing heart sword style. Ede stands there, disarmed. It was an undeniable, crushing defeat delivered by the young master. The swordsman concedes his loss completely and offers Theo his unwavering respect. But here's the kicker: earning Ede's admiration actually boosts Theo's luck stat. Wait a minute, is luck connected to his reputation? If so, he might have just discovered a cheat code to fix his garbage tier luck. He could literally fight his way to a better fortune. Up next on the roster was Benat Ramiro. That was a very easy victory. Another fighter's respect earned, and his luck ticks up by another point. Then Eric Moran stepped up, putting up a decent fight. But in the end, it was a losing battle for him. Manfred Nonbert's approval was next in line. Without even pausing for a breath, he absolutely demolished Manuel Noir. The brute-looking Vero Perenc barely even survived a full minute. Before long, Theo was lost in the rhythm of combat, continuing his rampage against Daniel Ryman. By the time he'd worked his way through most of the rookie swordsmen, he was just getting warmed up. He calls for the next opponent, but this time, nobody moves a muscle. He's pushed himself to the brink of collapse, but when he checks his quest to finally ditch the imbecile title, the progress bar had only crawled up by 1%. Maybe it's because these guys already had a decent opinion of him. He's gonna have to hunt down more powerful opponents or flex his skills in front of the haters who still doubt him. No matter what, the current grind wasn't cutting it. Just then, a figure emerges from the crowd, pointing out how gassed Theo looks. Theo shoots back that he'll rest when he's down, declaring he's still got plenty of fight left in him. The armored warrior, known to all as the Silver Lion, Remington Narciso, formally requests a match. Theo and every swordsman in the arena were completely stunned that a legend like him would even be here. Remington is one of the Four Hounds of the North, a title that carries serious weight. The Four Hounds of the North are an elite squad: Holkus, Lika, Ray Ragnar, Remington, Narciso, and of course, Camellia Palace's own Axion Ragnar. They're known as the four most dominant warriors to come out of their awakening ceremony generation, all under the banner of the Ragnar clan. Remington explains he arrived early to scope out the young lord's swordsmanship ahead of the awakening ceremony. With a grin, Remington salutes, thanking Theo for accepting his challenge. The Silver Lion is a certified genius with a blade, blessed with sharp instincts and a legendary work ethic, and right now, he's just plain shocked to find such an unexpected rival in Theo Ragnar. This time, Theo returns the salute with a newfound sense of pride. He introduces himself as the 31st son of the great guardian of the North, Kyle Ragnar. He never dreamed he'd get to meet, let alone trade blows with the sword prodigy Remington. In his past life, this man was one of his heroes. When he says, "It's an honor to cross blades with the renowned young deputy head of the Narciso clan," he means every single word. Caught up in the sheer adrenaline of this non-stop gauntlet, all Theo wants is to show Remington what he's made of. You can feel it in the air, both men are craving a legendary duel. Theo watches in awe as the Silver Lion's aura explodes with terrifying power, and a single doubt enters his mind. Can he actually take on Remington as he is right now? In the next instant, they both lunge, their swords meeting in a blinding shower of sparks. Just how powerful is one of the Four Hounds of the North? Each impact of their blades sends shockwaves across the entire stage. Theo's eyes are locked on his opponent, as fragments of shattered steel rain down around them. A confident smirk plays on Remington's lips. Then, one of the fighter's swords is sheared clean in half. After taking an incredible amount of punishment, Evelyn watches, her gaze fixed, not daring to blink. The young swordsmen, who had all fallen to Theo, now stand frozen, completely speechless in the now deathly quiet arena. The clang of the broken blade hitting the floor echoes like a gunshot. It was Theo's sword. In a single, overwhelming clash of raw power, Remington had sliced right through his weapon, his follow-through stopping just inches from taking Theo's head clean off. For every single person watching, the outcome was brutally clear. Young Master Theo had lost. Sybil couldn't process it, that his new idol could be defeated so decisively. But the evidence was right there. They all had to accept the harsh reality. No matter how much stronger Theo had become, he was still leagues away from being able to defeat one of the Four Hounds. There was a damn good reason they were hailed as the strongest of their generation, and Sybil couldn't deny that the sheer fighting spirit Theo unleashed was worthy of immense admiration. But then, in a move that blindsided every single onlooker, the White Lion declared the duel his loss. He offered Theo a flawless, respectful salute, humbly thanking the young lord for the clash. Remington laid out the facts. Theo's sword was already on its last legs before they even began, and that wasn't even factoring in the crushing exhaustion he had to be feeling after a string of intense battles. But Theo shot that down, arguing that on a real battlefield, no one gives you a handicap. He considered it his defeat the instant his weapon shattered. A knowing smile spread across Remington's face as he understood. The White Lion and the so-called imbecile shook hands. In that moment, a deeper, more powerful respect ignited between the unlikely pair. Remington expressed his genuine hope for a proper rematch in a better setting, a sentiment Theo wholeheartedly shared. The entire crowd stared, stunned, as Theo earned the acknowledgement of one of the Four Hounds, all of them thinking the young master was just built on a different level. The confrontation with Remington rocketed his quest progress all the way to 35%, a staggering leap by any measure. Watching from the edge of the arena, Evelyn let out a long, shaky sigh of relief. The outcome couldn't have been more perfect. Thanks to Remington's incredible show of force, Theo now had a true benchmark for just how monstrous the hounds really were. By snagging new talents and secret manuals from his quests, Theo had grown leagues stronger than his past self. But the second his blade met the White Lions, he tasted what true power felt like. It was a harsh wake-up call that he was still seriously lacking in so many areas, and it was a total bummer their duel ended prematurely because of his condition. Still, the brief exchange netted him some serious gains. His luck stat jumped by 10, and his reputation absolutely skyrocketed. Regarding the main quest, he was a long way from a quick victory, which meant he'd have to start actively hunting for other opportunities. He needed to create a stage to earn more approval, and just then, Remington revealed he hadn't shown up just for a fight. He was actually there to deliver a critical letter to Theo, a formal invitation to the legendary Scaled Dragon Society. The very name of the Scaled Dragon Society sent a jolt of electricity through every young swordsman present. We're talking about a high-tier social circle with a notoriously brutal selection process, and Remington himself was extending the invite. For any rising talent, being invited to the Scaled Dragon Society was the ultimate badge of honor. Theo played it humble, asking if he was truly a good fit for such a group, but the White Lion immediately shot that down, assuring him he was beyond qualified. Besides, Remington insisted, the group wasn't as stuffy and serious as its reputation suggested. He claimed most of the big-name members just see it as a networking spot for peers, as they wait for the approaching awakening ceremony. Theo couldn't tell if Remington had a hidden agenda, but he was fully aware that the Scaled Dragon Society was currently the domain of his half-brother, Axion. It was a viper's nest, crawling with snakes who viewed him with nothing but scorn and ridicule, which, ironically, made it the absolute perfect arena for Theo to make progress on his quest. On top of that, it was the perfect chance to run some reconnaissance on Axion and the entire Camellia Palace. Seeing absolutely no downside, Theo accepted the letter of invitation, formally thanking Remington for the personal delivery. He gave his word that he would be there, ready to step into the den of his enemies. Beaming, Remington shook his hand, clearly stoked to have recruited another top-tier talent. He also told Theo to hit him up if he needed anything, leaving him with a final warning. The meeting was in 2 weeks, giving him precious little time to get ready. Evelyn took a slow drag from her cigarette, her expression clouded with worry for her new student. In no time at all, the news of Theo's invitation blazed through the Rose Palace. Theo's mother, Cecilia, blew into his room like a hurricane, her face lit up with a massive, ecstatic smile. He'd been on his way to tell her the news himself, but clearly, the palace gossip mill had beaten him to it. Cecilia had already mobilized the palace's entire grooming team and brought them straight to his quarters. This was the first time her son had been invited to anything of real importance, and she was practically vibrating with excitement. This was the club with Axion, the son of that scheming snake Emil, and other brilliant prodigies like Remington. These kids were so high profile, they were even on the council's radar. Cecilia knew every move Theo made, from his fashion choices to his posture, would be put under a microscope. She whipped out a tape measure and immediately began taking Theo's measurements. Cecilia had no doubt her boy's etiquette would be flawless, but his attire and overall presence were an entirely different battleground. Fortunately, this was an area of high society, where Cecilia could be his secret weapon. She was a celebrated actress in her past life, after all. She was just overjoyed to be useful, to finally lend her expertise to her beloved son. Theo understood that his mother had always been crushed by the weight of having an illegitimate child. As a commoner concubine, Cecilia shouldered the immense guilt of saddling her son with such a shameful title, even though none of it was ever her fault. In the cutthroat Ragnar clan, where strength is the only currency, he couldn't fathom the crushing weight she must have carried, birthing a son so frail. In his past life, Cecilia may have put on a brave, cheerful face, but underneath it all, she was a mother terrified for her son's future, and that was her entire world. She pulled Theo into a fierce hug, promising him that she would always be in his corner, that he was destined for greatness. The pure warmth of her embrace began to thaw the ice packed around Theo's heart. He hugged her back, pouring all his love into it. This time, he swears he's going to grind until he bleeds, just so his mom never has to waste another second worrying about him. And while she was hyped about him potentially joining the Scaled Dragon Society, Theo was laser-focused on one thing, tearing that entire Viper's den to the ground. 2 weeks flash by, and the night of the Society's banquet is finally here. Remington himself rolls up to the Rose Palace in a ridiculously decked-out carriage to escort Theo. The second he lays eyes on the kid, he does a double take. Theo had swapped his rugged training gear for some seriously exquisite drip, courtesy of his mom and the palace crew. He went from looking like a brawler to a straight-up noble. Remington cracks a comment on his new fit, and Theo just brushes it off like a joke. But the White Lion was dead serious. He was genuinely blown away by the young master's complete transformation. Even Theo had to admit, his body had gone through a monumental upgrade. He'd shot up in height, his muscles were perfectly sculpted, and get this, all of this was the payoff from just 2 weeks of relentless training. During that time, Remington had shockingly swung by to train with him every single day, and the two had actually become pretty tight. Now, he'd also managed to assemble a decent crew, with Sybil and the rest of the squad. Evelyn found herself stuck training a whole platoon of Theo stands, when she'd only signed up to mentor the young master for a hot minute. It was a chaotic 2 weeks of non-stop action, to put it mildly. Even now, Theo was still decompressing from being around so many high-energy people. Tonight, he's stepping into his first ever formal party. Remington tells him there's no reason to be on edge, but the White Lion hits him with one crucial warning. He mentions that his buddy, Axion, can be a real menace. Apparently, it was Axion who personally requested Theo's presence, claiming he wanted to meet the clan's new rising star. Better yet, this entire banquet was thrown specifically for Theo. Knowing all this definitely flips the script, but not in a bad way. For Theo, this was perfect. He was actually buzzing with anticipation, ready to be dissed and disrespected by everyone in that hall. The Dark Tiger, Axion Ragnar, was already getting started on the expensive liquor. He couldn't wait to turn the idiot of Ragnar into his brand new plaything. The carriage glided to a halt before a massive, opulent palace, announcing they'd reached their destination. Remington and Theo stepped out. The young lord's eyes immediately swept across the area. He was about to set foot inside the Camellia Palace, the home base of the trash who sicked reined in on him to sabotage his growth in the last timeline. Those vipers devoured him, his mother, and everyone in the Rose Palace, without a shred of mercy. His burning desire for payback was cut short by Remington urging him to head inside. The ever-energetic Remington had gotten word that Axion himself was coming out for a personal greeting and should be waiting for them at the entrance. The reason that scumbag, Axion invited him was painfully obvious. The moron probably figured that since the Ragnar reject was suddenly making moves, it was his job to shut Theo's momentum down for good. But the young master didn't just walk willingly into the lion's den, without a game plan. He was about to give Axion a very rude awakening about who he was really messing with. As they neared the palace entrance, Theo froze, catching a flicker of something out of the corner of his eye. High up on the second floor of the Camellia Palace, the eerie blue glow of a system quest was calling out to him. He was so zoned in on the potential quest, popping up inside the palace, that he failed to notice an object plummeting straight for him. Remington lunged to shield him from whatever it was, but it had already burst in a cloud of white smoke before he could even get close. In a panic, Remington frantically shouted Theo's name. Luckily, he was completely unharmed. It was nothing more than a sack of white flour chucked at him from one of the upper floors. Remington was absolutely seething over the childish prank. Theo knew he would never have dodged that in time, and the slick outfit his mom had worked so hard on would have been totally wrecked if this were his past self. He half expected Remington to be in on the gag, but that clearly wasn't the case. The White Lion was just baffled and furious at the ambush. A flower bomb. That was seriously the best welcome those clowns upstairs could come up with. The only ones lame enough to pull a stunt that immature had to be the smug-faced nobles peering down from the windows. A familiar voice cut through the crowd of nobles, brushing it all off as a simple hello between pals. Just some basic courtesy, you know? Remington wasn't buying it for a second, though. He was genuinely pissed. That's when Axion finally revealed his arrogant smirk, doubling down on the claim, claiming it was just a playful greeting for his brother, Theo. But our boy's eyes were already scanning, running a full diagnostic on this dark tiger. His skill set? Pure madness, a touch of psychopathy, and off-the-charts swordsmanship. Right now, he was practically vibrating with excitement over his new plaything. Theo just cracked a smile and said, "Thanks," completely throwing his psycho brother for a loop. He added that with a welcome this warm from Axion, he felt truly grateful and was hyped for the party. Axion's confusion instantly morphed into pure delight. Damn, his little brother had gotten way more interesting since their last encounter. At last, Remington and Theo stepped into the grand banquet hall, a gathering of the most promising young nobles. This was a seriously exclusive event. Only a hand-picked elite were invited to sip wine, feast, and mingle with their equally talented peers. And tonight, all eyes were on the special guest. Nobody could figure out why Axion would invite such a deadbeat, even if Theo was technically direct Ragnar blood. The guy's reputation as the Ragnar imbecile preceded him. Having that kind of trash infiltrate the Scaled Dragon Society was seriously killing the vibe for everyone, but they had to admit, the fit was clean. Still, most of the nobles were in on the joke. Axion was just messing with his new toy. Hearing these trashy nobles not even trying to whisper, Remington leaned in and apologized to Theo. He swore that these parties weren't usually this much of a clown show. Theo, however, just let them run their mouths. Let them talk. In fact, the more they dissed him, the better it would be. It would just make crushing them later that much more satisfying. Plus, his senses pinged the blue quest light. It was close. He had a gut feeling it was important, but he didn't have a smooth way to check it out just yet. Axion, the man of the hour, descended the grand staircase, gliding over to his brother to ask if he was enjoying himself. Theo took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay cool and stick to the game plan he'd meticulously crafted. He flashed a smile and thanked Axion for the invitation. Axion, dripping with sarcasm, apologized again for the flower incident just moments ago. He playfully confessed that he might have gotten a little carried away. Then, in a flash, he closed the distance between them. His hands clamped down on Theo's shoulders, a steel grip pressing him to accept the apology in front of the entire crowd. Remington tensed, ready to step in, but Theo cut him off, stating that Axion had zero to apologize for. He threw Axion's own words right back at him. It was just a greeting between brothers, right? The psycho was speechless. Theo was an unbreakable wall of calm, impossible to rattle. Axion burst out laughing, clapping Theo on the back like a proud older brother. He never realized the kid had this much backbone. He was a completely different person from the weakling he remembered from childhood. Against all odds, Axion was actually starting to like him. The onlooking nobles watched Theo smiling and playing along, sneering that he was nothing more than Axion's little bitch. They started running their mouths about Theo's bloodline, calling him illegitimate compared to the pure noble blood of Troyvan. Yeah, they were half-brothers, but everyone knew Theo and Axion were on completely different levels, even if they both carried the Ragnar name. The Troyvan clan was the undisputed swordsmanship powerhouse of the East. Meanwhile, Theo's mom was just some random chick. From the middle of nowhere, Theo just kept that smile plastered on his face, absorbing every single insult they hurled his way. Each word was just more fuel for the fire raging inside him. The one thing that did confuse the nobles, however, was Remington's loyalty to the so-called imbecile. So, they aimed their venom at Remington next, calling him an illegitimate stain on the Narciso family, the Great White Lions. He'd been on a knife's edge since the moment they arrived. Hearing these idiots bring up a forbidden subject nearly made him lose it right then and there. Theo could feel it. In a few more seconds, Remington was going to explode and steal his thunder. He wanted to sit back and soak in a few more insults, but that plan was officially dead. Just as Axion was about to lead him away, he stopped dead in his tracks. Since he was the new guy, Theo announced he should probably go say hi to his new friends, and began stalking toward the banquet table. A pack of snickering nobles were gathered there, every single eye locked onto the Ragnar family's disgrace. Theo calmly lifted a bottle of wine from the table. He zeroed in on the noble who'd been loudest about Remington's family, and made a show of offering to pour him a glass. The noble just smirked, smugly asking if he'd said something out of line. Theo's grip on the wine bottle tightened, and in one fluid motion, he brought it crashing down on Blondie's head. No mercy. Both Remington and the genuinely unhinged Axion were completely floored by the sudden explosion of violence. Blondie clutched his skull, screaming as blood gushed into his ugly yellow hair. Theo stood over him, the jagged, bloody neck of the bottle still in his hand. The fool actually tried to sit up, cursing at Theo for showing him up in front of everyone. But before he could launch into the typical, arrogant, noble tirade, Theo's foot shot out, a vicious kick that shattered the bastard's jaw. Phase 1 of Theo's very direct plan had officially begun. His eyes went ice cold, a flicker of madness in them. He deadpanned that he was just offering Blondie a friendly little greeting, only to get such a rude response. The other nobles froze, a wave of fear and confusion washing over them as they stared at the scene. All the while, Theo's quest progress was steadily climbing, hitting 43%. Remington had spent 2 weeks training alongside the young lord, and he knew this wasn't the work of some hot-headed thug. He pieced it together. Theo was putting on this entire show for his sake. As the blonde noble continued to bleed out on the palace floor, Theo declared this was just his special welcome, greeting. He stepped over the dude's arm, dragged his limp body onto a platform, and began applying slow, deliberate pressure. Now that we've said our hellos, he announced, it's time for goodbyes. Blondie screamed, desperately begging him to wait, to stop what he was doing, but it was useless. Theo brought his heel down hard, completely shattering the man's arm bones. A sickening crack echoed through the entire banquet hall. The nobles who had been running their mouths just moments before were now frozen, absolutely speechless at the ruthless, public punishment. That little bone-snapping performance rocketed Theo's quest progress to 58%. Overwhelmed by shock and agony, Blondie passed out, drool soaking into the palace carpets. Tossing the unconscious body aside like yesterday's trash, Theo scanned the room. Anybody else want to say hello? The sheer intimidation from that one line pushed his quest progress to 66%. In that moment, knights who were lurking in the shadows burst into the open, surrounding Theo from every angle. They drew their swords, their eyes locked on, neutralizing the threat. 4 blades were pointed at him, trapping him in a cage of steel. The knights were furious, demanding payback for the crime of harming their young master. They proclaimed that for a sin this vile, the only punishment was death. A slow smile spread across Theo's face. His plan was falling into place perfectly. He casually asked the knights, "So, who is this guy I just trashed?" They proudly announced that Blondie was the 3rd young master of the Hanavi clan, the esteemed young master Ian Hanavi. Theo was practically giddy. The Hanavi clan, one of the 6 major snow clans, that pledged loyalty to Ragnar. He knew the bodyguards of these spoiled brats could never just stand by and watch. They're so used to looking down on the Ragnar imbecile whenever he acts out. So, Theo posed a simple question. "What's the problem? If I rough up your young master a little?" Then, with a deep, commanding pride they'd never heard from him, he dropped the bomb. "Do the dogs of one of Ragnar's bannerman clans truly dare to demand my death? Are you ready to take responsibility for threatening Kyle Ragnar's own bloodline?" He let that sink in. "Because I, for one, do not tolerate disrespect." The knights' grips on their swords immediately loosened. The righteous anger they felt for their master was instantly snuffed out by the primal fear the name Ragnar instilled. And on top of that, an oppressive, suffocating aura was rolling off the young man in waves. This was not the pathetic imbecile they all knew, and openly mocked. Now that they were actually thinking about it, Theo held a direct right of succession to the throne, as a pureblood of Ragnar. Furthermore, Ragnar is the undisputed Lord of the North, the supreme ruler over all 6 snow clans. To call for the death of a dragon's blood isn't something any sane person would ever do. It's a sin so great that the complete annihilation of an entire, insignificant snow clan would be considered a reasonable punishment. That level of protection and prestige hadn't really applied to the useless Theo for a long time, so people forgot. But that wasn't going to fly anymore. All 4 knights realized they had just made a colossal, career-ending blunder and opened their mouths to beg for mercy, but Theo had already issued a silent kill order to a presence lurking in the shadows. A blade glinted, moving faster than sight. Before anyone could even process what happened, 4 severed heads were sent flying through the air, and the knight's blood painted the palace floor a fresh coat of crimson. Theo remained perfectly calm, the eye of a storm of his own creation. The mysterious assassin he'd summoned landed gracefully on the carpet, not a single drop of blood on her. It was none other than his own master, Evelyn Narival. With even more blood spilled across the hall, the arrogant nobles finally understood the mortal danger they were in. This wasn't some joke anymore. Theo's quest to escape the imbecile of Ragnar title shot up to 70% completion. All Axion could do was watch helplessly, as his grand banquet devolved into Theo's personal stage for a show of force and dominance. Evelyn glanced at her disciple. "When did you figure out I was following you?" she asked. Honestly, it was a given. He didn't know exactly why. She had tailed him all the way to Camellia Palace, but thanks to her, Theo could now completely turn the tables on these morons, without a single worry. As the crowd stood frozen in stunned silence, they waited for his next move. The night before the banquet, Commander Julius had paid Evelyn a secret visit. He was there to rag on her for swearing off new disciples, only to be found diligently training her new student every single day. Evelyn seemed utterly unfazed, clearly used to this brute sneaking into her quarters, like he owned the place. Lately, it seemed Julius's only joy in life was tormenting his former comrade. That, and raiding her expensive wine stash for his own pleasure. But tonight, Commander Julius was insistent. He really wanted to hear her out, and that's when Evelyn understood what Julius saw in the boy. She knew getting that wine bottle out of the commander's hand was a complete lost cause at this point. Evelyn shot back that Theo wasn't just good, he was on another level entirely. When you looked at his sheer drive to perfect his skills and his insane talent, he was easily one of the most gifted students she'd ever mentored. And that's a massive claim, especially since the golden boy Axion was one of her former students. But Evelyn wasn't pulling any punches when it came to Theo's potential. She could declare with absolute certainty that his ceiling was far higher than even young Master Axion's. She swore she wasn't just gassing him up with empty praise. Besides, Julius always trusted her eye for talent. She had 2 of them, while he was working with just 1. Julius figured that no one just transforms into a prodigy overnight, which meant the only logical answer for Theo's sudden glow-up was that he'd been hiding his true power. For some reason, he had been sandbagging his strength this entire time. To be fair, it was a wild theory to even consider. To lay low for that long, only to suddenly pop off and start flexing now? It didn't add up. As a master trainer, Evelyn knew that anyone who rushed their training was bound to stumble. But what she witnessed in Theo felt different. It felt less like ambition and more like he was being relentlessly hunted by something unseen, driving himself forward out of pure terror. That was the real reason his absence had her so on edge. Over at the Scaled Dragon Society, Julius drained the last of the wine, confirming that the Axion brat was definitely someone to watch out for. He was the one who told Evelyn she should probably just tail the kid to make sure nothing went sideways. Commander Julius had a gut feeling that something big was about to go down at the banquet, and it probably wasn't what Evelyn was stressing about. But something was coming. He was a Ragnar after all. He knew firsthand that when a pack of bloodthirsty wolf cubs gathers in one place, they always fight to establish a pecking order. The commander tossed a uniform onto the table and told Evelyn to give it one more shot, try to lure Theo into joining his unit. And it wasn't just about the kid. Julius was dead set on getting Evelyn back into the white-armored dragon cavalry. He refused to let her just walk away. The fact that she couldn't ride a dragon anymore was a garbage excuse for retirement. She needed to return and finish what she started. With that, Julius stormed out of Evelyn's quarters. He thanked her for the incredible wine on his way out. She might be down one very expensive bottle, but she had just found a new sense of purpose. Flashing forward to the present, inside the chaos of the Camellia Palace, all the puzzle pieces started clicking into place for Evelyn. She realized Theo must have known she was there. He knew she was following him, and used that to engineer this entire disaster. Maybe joining the Scaled Dragon Society was all a part of his master plan. If this was his endgame all along, then she never needed to worry in the first place. She just wondered, at what point did he finally clock her? On the ride over to the palace, Theo had already sensed his master shadowing him from a distance. The instant he was in the carriage with his dragon heart, he could unleash his perception of the energy all around him. It was basically a sixth sense, but none of that mattered now. The stage was perfectly set for his revenge. Theo turned his head to face Evelyn. He explained that almost every noble in the banquet hall had openly disrespected a candidate for the succession of the Ragnar clan. He then asked a simple question. What is the official punishment for such a grievous crime? The guilty nobles looked like they were about to pass out. They knew exactly what the punishment was. Evelyn, always a slave to the rules, stated that according to clan law, the immediate execution of all guilty parties was on the table. Theo smirked. He had set the stage, and Evelyn just delivered the finishing blow. Playing the part of a merciful leader, Theo announced that the offenders were merely children who hadn't even had their awakening yet. So, he would be satisfied if they simply forfeited an arm each to atone for their sin. That's all Evelyn needed to hear. In an instant, she became a blur of vengeful steel. Her first targets were the bratty, terrified nobles of the Scaled Dragon Society. The second son of the Byron clan desperately tried to scramble out of the way. A split second later, his right arm was flying through the air. The first son of the red and white mercenary corps shrieked in agony as blood erupted from the fresh stump. The fourth daughter of the Sari's Merchant Guild wasn't spared either, her delicate arm hitting the marble floor. The third son of the Clark clan tried to bolt, but trying to outrun Evelyn was a fool's errand. After the first daughter of the Howard clan was relieved of her arm, a notification pinged in Theo's mind. Quest completion at 79%. One of the pathetic nobles dragged himself across the floor to Axion Axe, to his inner circle, and begged for help. Axe just repeated his brother's own words back at him, claiming he couldn't possibly get involved in this unique form of greeting. The crawling noble saw a glint of metal in his peripheral vision, and then his other arm was sliced clean off, the spray of blood barely missing Axion's pristine clothes. As the first son of the parent family writhed on the floor in torment, Axe looked up and met the eyes of his former teacher. Evelyn met his gaze coolly and gave him a slight nod. Axe never imagined he would have a reunion with his old trainer in the middle of such a gruesome bloodbath. Evelyn offered a slight salute with her blood-soaked blade. Axion scanned the carnage in the hall and realized she was only targeting the ones who had explicitly insulted the Ragnar bloodline. Theo had orchestrated this so perfectly that even as another successor candidate, Axion had zero authority to stop the slaughter. For Evelyn, the entire bloody ordeal took only a few minutes to sever the right arms of 14 men on Theo's command. And their status? Sure, they can rush those limbs to a priest and get them stitched back on, but their careers as swordsmen are toast. Everything had unfolded precisely according to his script. Axion was way more fixated on how Theo managed to flip both Remington and Evelyn to his side. Theo Ragnar, once the laughingstock of the Rose Palace, had morphed into an absolute monster. And Axion, the psycho, was absolutely thrilled. He desperately wanted to grind this new version of his brother under his heel. With the dirty work done, Theo signaled for Evelyn and Remington to bounce. They coolly navigated their way out of the palace. The terrified gazes of the remaining nobles locked onto Theo. The two brothers locked eyes, a silent war passing between them. No words were necessary, but just before leaving, Theo shot his hand out and grabbed Axion's arm. He squeezed, hard, so hard it crumpled the fabric of his brother's expensive suit. A second later, Theo released his grip and gave a casual wave, telling Axion that he had an absolute blast at this blood-soaked banquet. The final tutorial quest, Escape the Imbecile of Ragnar title, was officially cleared. Axion was seething, wanting to lunge right then and there, but he knew it was a bad play. The psycho unleashed his fury by storming out of his own damn mansion and bellowing Theo's name into the night sky. With all the starter quests in the bag, nobody would ever have the guts to call Theo the family's joke again. The tutorial might be over, but his real revenge plot was just getting started. His reward for pulling off this epic PR stunt was an experience elixir, a tonic that grants an instant 5-level boost to anyone under level 30. Word of the carnage spread like wildfire to the other palaces. The shock was universal. Axion's legendary scaled dragon society had been systematically and brutally dismantled, in every sense of the word. Riding the high from his epic flex on those nobles, Theo's crew hauls him to a pub for a victory lap. The entire squad showed up to toast his flashy and blood-soaked debut into high society. Even Evelyn dropped in to throw back a few drinks. He couldn't help but smirk, imagining how the scaled dragon society was coping after getting bodied by the very man they loved to call an idiot, right inside their precious Camellia Palace. Meanwhile, Emil Ragnar is absolutely reeling, learning that they not only handed our MC a perfect excuse for his actions, but that he also hacked off everyone's arms right in front of Axion. When Axion confirms it, she's practically vibrating with frustration. None of this is adding up for her. She remembers specifically warning Axion not to sleep on this situation. She's fuming that they didn't just fail to pressure him into submission, they basically gave our boy a hall pass to go completely wild. Axion desperately tries to justify himself, claiming that once Theo gets any more recognition, conquering the Rose Palace will be next to impossible. Telling her not to sweat it, she completely shuts him down, ordering him to go reflect on his. She absolutely tears into him, pointing out the mistakes that nearly sent their entire grand design up in flames. Taking the hint, Axion just bows out. Emil grumbles, wondering who the hell Axion gets his obnoxious attitude from. Ed Troyven casually remarks that Axion is a carbon copy of her back in the day. She is so not in the mood to play games, so he immediately switches gears, apologizing and assuring her this little hiccup isn't the disaster she thinks it is. He breaks it down for her. The Rose Palace has always been part of the clan head's personal harem, which makes getting ownership next to impossible. And even though the clan leader has pretty much ignored it since it became a den for degenerates, it's still technically under his official protection. He reveals his ace in the hole. All they ever needed was a legitimate reason to strike. And wouldn't you know it, our boy Theo went and stirred up a massive storm at the Scaled Dragon Society meeting, and now he's basically becoming the face of the Rose Palace. By weaponizing that very incident as their pretext, they can legally crush the MC using the system itself. Emil is left completely floored by the sheer audacity of the plan, and it hits her the real reason she was so scared of Theo getting stronger wasn't just about his power. It was the fear that his influence would explode if the clan leader ever started paying attention to the Rose Palace again. But now, she sees how they can use Theo's own rise to fame against him. The Camellia Palace can bring him down through official channels, and the Rose Palace will have no option but to bend the knee to the Troyvons. A spark of hope ignites within her. This might actually work. She asks Ed how long the preparations will take. The guy just smiles, telling her everything is already set in motion. And when she wakes up tomorrow, she'll be greeted with some amazing news. He tells her to go unwind, enjoy a nice bath, and sleep without a care in the world tonight. He even casually mentions he got her a special aromatic candle, imported all the way from the South Akron volcanic region. Emil puts her faith in her older brother and expresses her thanks. Meanwhile, across town in a rowdy tavern, Remington is still processing the shock of the day. He slurs that he had no idea Theo had his back like that. Our boy is completely lost, thinking it's hilarious to see his friend acting this drunk. After downing nothing but orange juice, Remington emotionally rambles that despite all the crap Theo has to endure himself. The moment they started talking trash about Remington, Theo didn't hesitate for a single beat before jumping to his defense. He feels a hot flush of shame, regretting that he didn't do a single thing. Remington looks at the MC with newfound awe. He's thinking about how Theo has weathered years of everyone treating him like a worthless, untalented nobody. But through it all, he refused to give up, grinding relentlessly to get stronger, even against opponents he had no business fighting. He showed an iron will to win against the Camellia Palace, the one faction that nobody dares to cross. Remington finally gets it. Theo has the kind of courage to draw his sword without an ounce of fear, and in his mind, Theo did all of that just for him. His friend's eyes start welling up with tears, and it suddenly clicks for Theo that Remington has this situation completely twisted. The guy scrambles to his feet and declares that to hell with his clan's orders, he's following a new banner now. He announces to the whole room that he wants to follow Theo. The crowd around them absolutely erupts, cheering for the epic display of loyalty. Theo scrambles to correct the insane misunderstanding, but Evelyn's voice suddenly cuts through his thoughts, telling him to just let it ride. He spots her across the room, and she explains that this isn't a bad thing at all. Everyone here probably genuinely wants to be on his side. A small smile touches his lips at the thought, But he knows the truth, he's not special. Every ounce of his power is a gift from the status window. He pulls up his own stats, a quiet reminder. Everything he's accomplished is because of the system. He remembers his first theory. He thought it was just a manifestation of his own regrets. But looking at how ridiculously detailed it is, he knows the status window is something else entirely. A flicker of déjà vu washes over him, but he shoves it aside. Who cares what it is, as long as it's powering him up? After the dust settled from the Scaled Dragon Society showdown, the MC's level just kept climbing with every successful encounter. The system floods him with points, a raw currency he can use to pump up his stats. Theo finally gets it. He can mold his power any way he wants, and the terrifyingly brilliant future he can now carve out for himself is almost overwhelming. Evelyn catches the shadow of a wicked grin on his face, and a knot of worry tightens in her stomach. Theo pivots, deciding his first move is to prep for the Camellia Palace's inevitable clapback. He turns to Remington, asking if his boy is down to help him with something. His friend doesn't hesitate, telling him to ask for anything, though he's a little thrown by the casual Remy. Theo pulls out an item, and as he hands it to Remy, he drops the bombshell. The war for the throne between him and Axion is about to ignite, and he needs help gearing up for the moment it all goes down. A chilling silence falls over Remy as a memory flashes. In his past life, Remington became the master of the Narciso clan, forging a power strong enough to go toe-to-toe with the Ragnars. Theo knows this is a golden opportunity to lock Remy onto his side for good. He hands over a piece of paper, and his friend promises him that, since he's already sworn loyalty, he'll throw everything he's got into helping him. Theo nods his thanks. But just then, the tavern door smashes open as someone screams his name. Everyone's head whips around. Knights storm the building, their voices booming. By the sword of law, Theo is under arrest for assault, threat, and intimidation. Evelyn immediately calls it out as complete bull, but our boy just tells her to chill and steps forward to check out the arrest warrant. He glances at it, it's legit, all right, and the ink is practically still wet. A clear sign his enemies rushed this move. He doesn't put up a fight. They slap the cuffs on him and start hauling him away. He flashes a confident smirk back at his friends. He trusts them completely to handle things while he's gone. Remington and Evelyn are just frozen in disbelief. Remy's gaze drops to the mysterious paper Theo just gave him. Word of the arrest rips through the Rose Palace. And when Theo's mother, Cecilia, hears her son is being dragged to the tribunal, her strength gives out, and she collapses to her knees in pure shock. Her servant rushes to her side, but she insists she's fine, demanding to know why her son was taken. The reason is a gut punch. It was the Scaled Dragon Society. Her son is being accused of trying to start a rebellion. Cecilia is stunned, asking if he's actually being put on trial. Her servant admits that since Theo utterly annihilated the Scaled Dragon Society, he won't be getting out of this mess easily. Cecilia never dreamed that one invitation could spiral into such a catastrophe, but she holds on to her faith that her son will definitely find a way through this, because that's just the kind of man he is. She prays for his safe return. Meanwhile, inside a rattling carriage, our main character is transported to the tribunal, and they finally arrive. He looks around, thinking it's been a while since he last saw this place. Since Theo completely wiped the Scaled Dragon Society off the map, he knows a simple punishment is off the table. A trial is inevitable. He gets what they're doing by pinning these actions on him, the successor of Ragnar. They plan to attack his very qualification to lead. The knights order him out of the carriage. As he walks, he can feel the weight of his enemy's plan. They want to utterly crush him, but a smile spreads across his face, because everything is unfolding exactly as he orchestrated. The knights announce that the prisoner, Theo, has been delivered, and they get the green light to bring him in. Our boy thinks to himself, if he's going to unleash the master stroke he's been preparing, it might as well be on a stage of this magnitude. He stands before some absolute titans. Even he feels a jolt of anxiety seeing them all gathered in one room. He spots the demon dragon, captain of the white-armored dragon cavalry, Julius Ragnar, alongside 4 of the 9 dragons who guard the Ragnar name, including the legendary sky dragon, Ed Troyven. Our main character has to admit, in his previous life, this lineup would have completely overwhelmed him. His eyes pan across the room, landing on the sword dragon, the lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, Osa Ragnar, and the elder dragon, head counselor Wolfgang Ragnar. Wolfgang's gaze locks onto our boy, and the MC recalls it's been a long time. He definitely wasn't expecting to see Wolfgang here of all places. Our boy knows Wolfgang is obsessed with pure bloodlines, so to him, a half-blooded, illegitimate child like Theo must be completely disgusting, and the old man makes zero effort to hide his contempt. The man's voice drips with venom. Are you aware that you were summoned to answer for your crimes? He continues, spitting that the Byron clan, the Saris Merchant Guild, the Red and White Mercenary Corps, and even the Hanavi clan are all severing ties with the main family, all because of his idiotic moves. Wolfgang's face contorts with rage as he calls him a bastard, roaring about whether he can possibly shoulder the catastrophic damage he's caused. He makes it crystal clear that our boy will be held accountable for dragging Ragnar's honor through the absolute filth. Theo meets his gaze and calmly agrees. You're right, I was far too careless. No, he should have taken their heads, not just their limbs. The entire room goes dead silent, but our hero just keeps going, schooling them on the facts. Every other clan exists as a subject to House Ragnar. He spells it out. The Lord grants them land and honor, and in return, the subjects must offer unwavering loyalty and their very lives. That is the code of chivalry, a code they knowingly spat on when they defied their lord. Our MC's voice drips with contempt, saying if he had any idea they would be so insolent, he would have chopped off their heads from the start. He locks eyes with Wolfgang, declaring they must be punished to restore the very principles of their knighthood. He proclaims he could not just stand by and let Ragnar's honor, built over centuries, get stomped into the dirt. The hall is speechless, while Julius just smirks, thinking the kid is impressive and will probably just get a slap on the wrist. After that mic drop justification, Wolfgang is seething, thinking our guy is just mocking them with clever wordplay, but then Osa Ragnar herself admits that Theo's logic is sound. Wolfgang is absolutely floored to see her take the boy's side. Osa explains that while Ragnar is powerful, it isn't truly great, and for that, they must listen to the voices of their own vassals and knights. If they don't, she warns, the clan is doomed to collapse, believing that you can't rule the world with brute strength alone. Wolfgang gets it and decides to take her wisdom to heart. Our hero clocks that the clan head's first wife, the deadliest swordswoman in the entire north, is somehow on his team and isn't coming at him with hostility. He's thrown by her actions, trying to figure out her angle. Osa just hopes our boy realizes that whatever punishment he gets is completely justified. When he asks what it is, Wolfgang delivers the sentence, 3 months of probation. But Theo, ever the Chad, requests to participate in the ceremony, which makes Wolfgang's blood boil, thinking the kid is talking back. Osa, however, actually considers his words and grants him permission to participate in the awakening ceremony next year. Ed, watching from the sidelines, knows the kids Theo beat down were already slated for next year's event. But because of the demon dragon Osa's interference, our boy got off way too easy. Still, Ed is thrilled with how his plan is unfolding. He knows the ceremony's delay heaps shame upon the Ragnar name, and with the MC repping the Rose Palace, all that dishonor sticks to him, giving the Camellia Palace the perfect opening to slide in and take over. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he realizes his scheme is officially in motion. Our boy can't do a thing about it. He has zero choice but to accept this fat L. Ed knows that if Theo is dumb enough to appeal, he'll be signing his own death warrant, but surely, he's not that foolish. Our MC then announces to the entire hall that he wishes to appeal, stunning not just Ed, but literally everyone in the room. Ed has to physically stop himself from laughing, calling the MC a monumental fool. The kid's arrogance is seriously off the charts. Ed is practically giddy that things are becoming this easy for him. Julius has to ask, dude, are you even aware of what an appeal means? Theo nods grimly. Oh, he knows it's not something you resolve. With a measly 3 months of probation, the demon dragon Osa definitely pulled some strings for him, but he's sticking to his game plan and declares that in the proud and powerful House Ragnar, an appeal means one thing, war. Theo has no intention of even accepting a slap on the wrist, and spits that in the end, only the strong have the right to speak the truth. He thinks he deserves a reward for what he did, which leaves everyone absolutely staggered. Meanwhile, at a hidden northern base for the Sirius Merchant Guild, flames are consuming everything, and Evelyn is finishing off the last enemy standing. Remington sees the carnage and realizes this was their secret hideout, just as the MC predicted. Amid the ruins, Remy and Evelyn find what they were looking for. Back at the trial, Ed's eyes are glowing with sick delight as he watches the chaos unfold. The Rose Palace is toast. As our MC stands before the clan's most powerful figures, Wolfgang demands to know if he really wants to escalate an issue that could be solved by just waiting 3 months into a full-blown war. Wolfgang calls it insane arrogance and challenges him, asking if he's really confident enough to face the combined might of 15 clans all alone. Theo fires back that this is something he has to see through, especially since the difference in power is just that huge. He claims appeals through proxy battles are a totally normal thing. The MC gets it. An appeal means settling who's right and who's wrong through combat. However, if the war is basically unwinnable because of a massive power gap, each side can send out a single representative, and the winner is decided in a one-on-one duel to the death. That's the proxy battle system, which means our boy will be representing himself, while there's a crazy high chance that the plaintiff's champion is going to be the monster known as Axiom. Julius realizes that if this goes down, it's a guaranteed loss for the MC. He presses Theo, asking if he has some master plan, and warns him that if he thinks someone is just going to step up to be his champion, he is sadly mistaken. Theo coolly requests to hold the proxy battle in 1 week, exactly as the rules state. Ed thinks he's cracked the code, convinced our boy is scheming to get Julius, or Evelyn, to fight for him. But he knows nobody is going to sign up for that suicide mission, meaning Theo will be forced to fight all by himself. To put our boy in his place for good, Ed unleashes his chosen champion, Axiom, with a single, brutal objective: finish him. But just as Ed is about to make the grand announcement, a new voice cuts through the chamber, and the entire room is stunned into silence. A figure emerges, complimenting Theo's slick maneuvering and remarking on how much our hero has leveled up since they last crossed paths. It's the clan head himself, Kyle Ragnar. The second he strides into the trial room, every single person drops to their knees in a show of absolute respect. Our MC hits the floor too, greeting the living incarnation of the great dragon god. And right on cue, a system window flashes to life, issuing a brand new quest. Take over the Camellia Palace and unearth every last one of its hidden secrets. He clocks that this is his first official quest post-tutorial and immediately questions if it's connected to that strange blue light he witnessed earlier. With all the recent chaos, our boy realizes he'd completely pushed it from his mind, but he knows for a fact there was something significant there. He shoves the thought aside to focus on the immediate crisis. He's now standing face to face with his own father. He has to defuse this situation first. The king's personal appearance is a massive wild card that could completely torch his entire plan. The MC demands to know why his father has come. In response, Kyle simply tells him to rise. He says he's been briefed on the entire mess and understands his son is trying to launch an appeal via a proxy battle. Theo confirms it, and his father concedes that it would be a tall order for his son to step into the ring himself. He then cuts to the chase, demanding to know who Theo intends to name as his champion for this proxy war. Our boy instantly recognizes this as a test and declares that there's no one worthy of standing in his place. Therefore, he's planning to step up and represent himself in this appeal. His father flatly states that his son is going to lose, but Theo fires back, saying he shouldn't jump to conclusions without giving him a chance. The MC's resolve hardens. He's done bending to anyone's will. After hearing this defiant speech, the king throws his head back and lets out a booming laugh. He asks the other members of the trial if they're hearing the sheer nerve his son is displaying. The king is genuinely impressed by our boy, who refuses to lower his head for anyone, recognizing that this unyielding spirit is the very definition of a Ragnar. The king commends his son for such an incredible attitude. Our boy feels a surge of gratitude, a small smile playing on his lips as he realizes everything is falling into place. He reminds himself the proxy battle is just bait. Since he doesn't actually have to fight, he feels incredible letting those bold words fly without restraint. He thinks back to the job he tasked his friends Remy and Evelyn with, and knows that soon he'll possess the evidence of Camellia Palace's treacherous conspiracy, which will hand him an absolute victory without ever throwing a single punch. The king decides to grant his son a chance, and as the undisputed master of Ragnar, Kyle makes a new offer. He announces his desire to test our boy with a single strike. Theo is floored as his father tells him to forget the trial entirely. He proclaims that if the MC can withstand one single blow, he will personally wipe the slate clean, clearing all charges with zero punishment. The king then commands Theo to come outside, but Ed erupts, screaming his objections. He knows that testing our boy with a strike is a sign of the king's approval. This means if by some insane miracle Theo actually endures it, he'll officially have the backing of the clan head himself. Ed is positive the MC can't survive the hit, but just in case he pulls off the impossible, Ed objects, trying to prevent him from gaining any favor in the king's eyes. He questions how mere vassals and bannermen dare to pass judgment on the clan leader's own blood, and drones on about the proxy battle rules. But Kyle Ragnar silences him with a sharp shut up. He makes it painfully clear that if a vassal dares to talk back to a Ragnar, they should simply be eliminated. Ed has no option but to fall in line. Kyle then turns to Julius, asking what's so amusing since he's been giggling this whole time. The demon dragon simply states he's shocked to see the king showing a personal interest in anything after so long. Kyle ignores him and gets back to business. He asks his son directly if he's willing to accept the challenge. Our boy understands the game has just changed dramatically, and even though this was never part of the plan, a grin spreads across his face as he decides to accept. The MC speaks up, telling the clan leader that the terms are a little too lopsided for him. He lays it out. It's absurd to equate a single attack from the clan leader himself with a proxy war against some lowly vassals and bannermen. The king asks if he's trying to chicken out, but our MC immediately shoots that down, saying he only wants a fair trade. Since the trial just became infinitely more difficult, He demands that the reward should be scaled up to match. With a sly grin, Kyle Ragnar asks him to name his price, and the MC pivots to look directly at Ed. He says he wants something, like the Camellia Palace. Hearing this, Ed is left utterly speechless. Ed is practically vibrating with fury, and Wolfgang calls it absolute insanity to propose such a bargain with the clan leader. He thinks he needs to put this bastard in his place, screaming that deals are based on the premise that both sides have equal footing. Wolfgang is certain the MC is about to fail, because of his own monumental arrogance. But to his astonishment, the clan leader actually agrees with our boy. Kyle believes that if the MC is aiming to be the successor, this is exactly the kind of move he should be making. This is the kind of raw courage he needs to show. The clan leader turns, asking if the Sky Dragon dares to voice any objections, but the man just bows his head, assuring him that everything belongs to his lord, Kyle, so how could he ever question his master's will? This response earns a satisfied smirk from the lord. He barks an order to set the stage immediately. He wants to test his son's mettle with his own two hands. Theo freezes, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face, but after a tense moment, he steps forward, confronting his father, Kyle Ragnar, head-on. The other vassals shrink to the sidelines, watching the drama unfold. Ed, however, is absolutely seething. The very trap he laid to crush our MC has just transformed into a spotlight for his comeback. Ed forces himself to calm down, trying to rationalize the situation. He scoffs internally, thinking that even if Theo got some random power-up, there's zero chance he can survive a single, casual strike from the mighty clan leader. That's a feat that even elite, high-ranking swordsmen can't pull off. In Ed's mind, Theo is already a dead man, but our boy sees right through that petty scheme. He's not worried about dying, not with the ace he has up his sleeve from that tutorial reward. The king's eyes narrow. He senses something fundamentally different about his son, and wonders if the boy somehow chugged an elixir when no one was looking. But even an elixir couldn't explain this radical a transformation. Still, the king just shrugs it off, deciding he couldn't care less. It doesn't matter how the MC got this strong. Our boy is stunned. His own father saw through him instantly, something even the legendary 9 dragons completely missed. The king's voice cuts through the tension, asking if he's warmed up. Theo gives a firm nod, and his father lets out a booming laugh, saying he normally wields his greatsword. But since our boy is still a noob who can't even use mana, his old man is going to take it easy on him, using nothing more than a rusty old steel sword. The clan leader asks if he's got a problem with that. Theo just shakes his head, and in that instant, his father's playful expression hardens. The fight is on. A crushing pressure explodes from the clan leader as he takes a single step forward, and our boy feels a surge of genuine dread. Theo is in awe of the sheer force his father is projecting with his fighting spirit alone. The clan leader actually praises him, shocked that his son is even able to remain on his feet. But Theo's confidence doesn't waver, because his strength stat has practically tripled. This is all thanks to the insane reward he got for clearing the tutorial, something called the Experience Elixir. Popping that elixir instantly shot him up 5 levels, and he dumped every single one of those stat points into strength. With this much power, he can taste true freedom. He has officially left the realm of the weaklings and stepped into a world of the extraordinary. Our MC is dead certain he can survive. He just needs to endure one attack from his father. As the clan leader unleashes his strike, the entire audience is struck completely silent. And while Ed is practically praying for the MC to get obliterated, our boy channels all of his focus into defense, his eyes tracking the attack as it screams toward him. A colossal beam of red energy slams into the ground, completely vaporizing the stage. When the smoke finally clears, a wide grin spreads across the clan leader's face. He finally has a son worthy of his name, as our MC is still standing there, defiant. Everyone is just floored. Through sheer will and unshakable determination, Theo has proven his innocence by surviving the impossible. The trial is over. A system notification flashes, announcing that the sudden quest, Single Strike from Kyle Ragnar, has been successfully cleared. As a reward for his insane achievement, Theo gets an inventory and a mysterious blue key. Sometime later, our boy's eyes flutter open as he groggily wonders where he is. His mother, Cecilia, lights up when she sees him awake, telling him he actually passed out while still on his feet. Tears of relief stream down her face as she clutches his hand. She confesses how terrified she was when she heard the clan leader himself was going to test our boy. Cecilia's expression shifts to one of deep concern. She asks if he has any other injuries, promising to summon a physician immediately if he has any broken bones or dislocations. Theo reassures her that he's fine, but admits he has no idea what this place is. Just then, Julius walks in to explain. On the clan leader's direct orders, the Lady of Camellia Palace, Axion, and the Director of Intelligence have all been kicked out. A slow smile spreads across Theo's face as he realizes they're now inside the legendary Camellia Palace. The system chimes in with an update, showing that his next objective is to uncover a secret hidden somewhere in the Camellia Palace's garden. Elsewhere, Emil is throwing an absolute tantrum, screaming about why she's being kicked out of her own property. Her servants desperately try to calm her down, begging her not to make a scene. Watching all of this from the shadows, Ed gives a cold order to Axion: kill Theo Ragnar. Axion starts rambling about a plan for the awakening ceremony, but Ed cuts him off, demanding Theo's head. He wants him eliminated, once and for all. Axion looks into Ed's eyes and sees them blazing with a terrifying, vengeful fire. After things finally quiet down at his new palace, our boy realizes that even though nothing went according to his original plan, the outcome was way better than he could have ever imagined. He actually managed to secure the Camellia Palace, and he didn't even have to use his trump card. On top of that, he's gained even more power. He activates his new inventory skill and pulls a crisp apple right out of thin air. The MC takes a bite, completely baffled as to how this is even possible, but he knows it's an insanely useful ability. Next, Theo pulls out the mysterious blue key he recently acquired. He has a gut feeling that this thing is tied to something seriously important. As he focuses his gaze on a nearby door, the keyhole suddenly begins to glow. Theo cracks the door open, and his jaw drops as he stares into a gaping, dark tunnel. A system alert flashes. He's just discovered a dungeon, for the very first time. As a bonus, all experience points gained inside will be doubled. Finding a hidden cave right inside the Camellia Palace, he figures it's got to be some kind of secret quest and decides to dive in. He's not about to miss out on that sweet XP. But right before he steps in, he stops himself, remembering he shouldn't rush into a dungeon unprepared. A little while later, he returns fully kitted out, his inventory stacked with weapons, and steps into the darkness. As he ventures deeper, he spots a massive wolf just staring him down. Instantly recognizing its sheer size means it's a demonic beast. The monstrous wolf lunges at him, but our boy throws his shield up just in time to block the attack. He feels the raw power behind the hit, but he shoves it back with everything he's got, refusing to lose a battle of pure strength as he stares the beast down. It lets out a ferocious howl and charges. He swings his sword in a wide arc, but the blade just scrapes off its hide without leaving a scratch. He immediately realizes its skin is like armor, and the wolf is way too fast. He's not going to win this. With half-baked attacks, the MC knows this is no ordinary wolf. It might be as powerful as a full-fledged demonic beast. He admits this fight won't be easy, and in that instant, the monster rushes him again, claws extended and ready to shred. He desperately wishes he could recreate that blinding flash of light from his father's single strike. He remembers how insane it was, and tries to summon that same pure white energy against the wolf, but it fizzles out. He accepts it's not going to be that simple. He finally gets it. A single strike is basically a one-shot kill, a guaranteed death blow. The key to pulling off his father's move is to pour every last ounce of his strength into one perfect slash. He tosses his shield aside, focusing on leveling up his swordsmanship and recalling the secret, speed-based sword arts Evelyn taught him. He blitzes towards the wolf and drives his sword straight into its eye. The monster shrieks in agony and stumbles back. Our boy knows his gambit is paying off, and lunges again, now certain he can take this thing down. Flash forward 2 months later at the training ground. Eot points out how packed the place has become lately. Sibel totally agrees, thinking they're going to need a bigger training area soon. A rumor has been spreading like wildfire that the clan leader personally taught young Master Theo a devastating single strike, so now everyone wants a piece of him. As Sibel is hyping up our boy, someone sneaks up behind him and calls him a lackey. It's Henry Morris from the Plum Blossom Palace. He sarcastically asks when their so-called incredible young master is going to show his face, since it's already been 2 months. Morris scoffs, saying he thought the young master was supposed to be a training freak who never missed a day. He straight up calls the MC a coward, thinking he's hiding because his own fake story got too big to handle. Sibel starts seeing red, but Henry keeps going. He suggests the whole rumor is probably just cap. Since there were no witnesses, he claims our boy just gassed himself up. Henry then says the story about the Sacred Dragon Society getting wiped out must be fake too, and that's the last straw for Sibel. He winds up and lands a brutal punch right in Henry's face, absolutely shattering it. Another dude from Plum Palace gets furious and calls Sibel a dropout, but the entire training ground turns and glares at him with pure menace. Sibel calls the guy a moron, making it crystal clear that nobody, and he means nobody, compares to their young master. Eot is shocked to see his friend looking so intense while calling someone out. Sibel admits that he was already 10, getting sick of the Plum Palace crew constantly showing up to start drama, and he makes it known that he will not tolerate anyone disrespecting young Master Theo. In a flash, Sibel and his friends draw their swords, declaring war on the Plum Palace guys. The Plum Palace crew gets ready to put the dropout losers in their place, but just as they're about to clash, a figure appears between them and instantly freezes all their weapons solid. Everyone is stunned, and Cybele recognizes the newcomer, Ray Ragnar, from the infamous Four Hounds. Then another voice joins the chaos, laughing. It's Hulkus Lanka, also from the Four Hounds. Cybele can't believe two members of the Four Hounds just showed up out of nowhere, and Hulkus immediately notices someone important is missing. Hulkus turns to one of the Plum Palace guys and asks where the Luster Tiger is, leaving him completely confused. Hulkus's temper flares. He screams, asking if they're all deaf, because he's looking for the master of this training ground. Hulkus bellows that he's here for one reason, to challenge our MC, Theo Ragnar. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Theo has hit his absolute limit, and his sword finally shatters into pieces. The system dings. He's leveled up. Suddenly, his vision is flooded with system windows, showing his stats skyrocketing as it confirms he has successfully hunted 170 demonic beasts. Our boy slumps down on a literal mountain of monster corpses he's piled up, and the system shows that only one target remains. Theo chugs a healing potion to get some stamina back, thinking about how he nearly died countless times, only for the potions to save him at the last second. At first, taking down these monsters was a brutal struggle, but as he kept leveling up, the grind slowly became more manageable. He's shocked at how fast time has warped by. He's already been grinding inside this dungeon for 2 entire months. The system alerts him. Only one demonic beast remains. His eyes lock onto a staircase leading down. It can only be one thing: a boss monster. The MC forges ahead, stepping down onto the 5th floor. He glances at his sword. It's completely shattered. Knowing it's useless, he opens his inventory to pull out a replacement. His heart sinks. There's only one sword left. It's his last resort. Our boy is hit by a sudden memory. This sword was a birthday present from his mother. He's thrown back to his past life, remembering all the friction between them right before his awakening. Ceremony. How he'd angrily tossed the sword into a corner of his room and left it there to rot. He inspects the ceremonial blade now, and he's stunned to find it's a masterpiece, forged from brilliant white snow steel. A heavy silence falls over Theo as the painful memories return. His mother, bursting into his room, her face alight with joy, wishing him a happy birthday and admitting she'd stayed up waiting for the clock to strike midnight, to lavish him with gifts. But he just blew up at her, insisting he couldn't be bothered with birthday junk. With the ceremony right around the corner, he was hoping for more from his mother, making it painfully clear that no amount of fancy gear could ever fix his cursed bloodline. He recalls pushing his mother away, but he vows he won't make the same mistakes he did in his past life. Our guy discovers the boss room, and the system pings him with a warning. Be ready, because a seriously powerful demonic beast is about to spawn. Inside, Theo finds a dragon just chilling, taking a nap. He breathes a sigh of relief when he realizes it's just a lesser Drake. Still, Theo has to wonder why the final boss of this whole quest is a draconic type. It's said the Ragnars are actual descendants of dragons. Our hero wonders if it's just a wild coincidence, but shelves the thought to focus on the monster. After all, there's no leaving this dungeon until it's dead. The system displays the quest scenario, ticking down the number of monsters left. A flicker of doubt crosses his mind. Can he actually win this? I mean, it's still a dragon, even if it's a lesser one. The MC centers himself, his mind set on executing a single, perfect flash. He remembers grinding out the move against those wolves, and even if it's not on the same god-tier level as his father's legendary dragon flash, he surges toward the beast, believing that, if he pushes his dragon heart to its absolute limit, he can land a devastating blow. He drives his sword straight through the monster's eye, and scores a critical hit. As the beast roars in agony, it whips its tail around in a blind rage, but he sidesteps it effortlessly, a little bummed that his strike wasn't strong enough to scramble its brains. The Drake lets out a terrifying shriek, ready to obliterate our hero, but he can see the lines of possibility, and he charges in again, a surge of confidence telling him he can totally take this thing down. The MC lands a flurry of strikes, trying to distract the beast with basic attacks while he scans for its vital point. Out of nowhere, the lesser Drake unleashes another scream, and a wave of pure terror floods the battlefield. Theo's body locks up, completely paralyzed by fear. He sees an attack coming right for him, but he can't move to dodge. He can only throw up his sword in a desperate block. The impact sends him flying into a rock wall, the sheer power of the boss monster rattling his bones. He knows he can't take many more hits like that. He scrambles to his feet to face the charging beast, praying he can hit its weak points, and end this quickly. Our boy already knows a dragon's ultimate weakness is its reverse scale, and he leaps onto the lesser Drake's back, weaving through its frantic attacks. He finds the spot and plunges his sword into the reverse scale. Blood immediately erupts from the wound. He relentlessly hammers that one spot as the beast thrashes and screams. Our hero thinks his gambit paid off, but the lesser Drake refuses to go down, shocking Theo. Meanwhile, back at the training grounds, Hulkus is fuming at Ray, demanding that he gets the first shot at fighting the young master. She just calls him a loser and tells him to butt out, but he fires back, arguing that he lost 3 years ago. He's been grinding every single day to level up his skills. 3 years is more than enough time to close the power gap. Ray isn't hearing any of it and just calls him a loser again, which only makes Holkus see red. He challenges her to a duel on the spot, declaring that the winner gets to fight Theo Ragnar. He swings at her with a massive weapon, but she casually blocks the attack without even flinching. Sybil and Henry have no clue what's going on, but they're terrified watching 2 of the 4 hounds about to throw down. As they both lunge to attack, Remington materializes between them, ordering them to take it somewhere else. This is the young master Theo's domain. He states flatly that he won't tolerate anyone causing trouble for his master. Holkus's face lights up when he sees Remington, boasting that he wants a piece of him too. But Remington just tells him to listen for once. Suddenly, an immense pressure crushes down on all of them, and Remington wonders where this suffocating killing intent is coming from. They all spin around to see the MC stepping onto the training grounds. Remington is floored, feeling that overwhelming pressure radiate from him. He can't help but wonder what the hell happened. During Theo's private training, Ray and Holkus are just hyped, seeing their young master has finally returned. Theo has made his entrance. Our MC completely dominates the entire area with his new skill, Lesser Drake's Fear. Flashback to the dungeon. After the MC stabbed through its reverse scale, the Lesser Drake finally collapsed and died. The system chimed, congratulating our boy on his successful hunt. The moment he touched that scale, the monster had gone absolutely berserk. Our boy was sure he was a goner, but the beast just burned itself out after a few minutes. That scale was definitely the off switch. The system notified him that he'd scored a Lesser Drake's Tooth and Claw. The tooth could be used as an enhancement material for weapons. The claw, meanwhile, could boost a weapon's sharpness. He immediately decided to use the loot to repair the sword he was carrying. He wasn't about to lose a gift from his mother. The MC also unlocked a new skill called Lesser Drake's Fear, which totally blew his mind. He skimmed the stats and saw it could inflict terror on any target weaker than him. He was shook. He thought, only a handful of chosen warriors could ever use a skill like that. He's pumped to get a chance to test it out, and as he's stashing everything in his inventory, he wonders just how useful this new power will be. With Ragnar already crawling with absolute monsters, it was only a matter of time before the Camellia Palace dungeon got steamrolled, and our guy finally emerges, having cracked the palace's deepest secrets to conquer Scenario Quest 1. His reward is a slick-looking nest compass. Only problem? He has no clue what it does and is seriously questioning if this thing is even going to be useful later on. Theo just shrugs, tosses it into his inventory, and makes a beeline for his room. Dude's running on fumes and desperately needs to crash. But of course, peace is not an option. A maid comes barreling towards him, looking panicked, and announces an urgent crisis he needs to handle. Her eyes lock on to the fresh battle scars covering his body, but he just waves it off. Spit it out. What's the emergency? Turns out, a massive brawl has erupted in Training Ground 4. That's all he needs to hear before storming onto the scene. He unleashes his brand new skill, Lesser Drake's Fear, and the entire vibe shifts. With pure rage in his voice, he roars for everyone to get lost. He just wants to sleep, and his crushing aura is literally knocking dudes out cold. But Holkus? This guy gets hyped, absolutely buzzing from the raw killing intent. Without a moment's hesitation, he charges, ready to clash with this new powerhouse. Holkus swings his massive blade, aiming to prove he's the top dog, but our MC meets him with a single, effortless swing that completely overpowers the attack, leaving the entire crowd speechless. Holkus stumbles back, his mind reeling. How was his signature strike just swatted away? Even Theo is low-key shocked by his own glow-up from the dungeon grind, but Holkus isn't the type to quit. He has always been considered the runt of the 4 hounds of the north, mainly because he's a bit dense and never bothered to learn anything beyond brute force. So Holkus roars and lunges at Theo again, screaming that even if he's the weakest, he'll still smash through him. In his entire life, Holkus has never been beaten in a contest of pure, raw power. So you can imagine Theo's own surprise when he realizes that. He's not just keeping up, he's matching him. Then, with one clean counterslash, he shatters Holkus's stance and ends the fight. The power coursing through him from his level-ups feels absolutely insane. Across from him, Holkus coughs up blood, his eyes roll back, and he collapses. Theo winces, realizing he went way too hard and should have pulled his punch. Still, he's kind of relieved it was Holkus he was fighting. The guy is basically a walking tank, famous for his insane durability. A quick check confirms it. Holkus is just out cold. Sibel's jaw is on the floor, and suddenly the entire training ground erupts in cheers for their young master, who just one-shot the Black Bear, a freaking member of the 4 hounds. Theo quickly has to shout over the noise that Holkus is totally fine. Then, a loud crack echoes through the arena. His sword shatters. Our guy's face falls. That was a gift from his mom. But the crowd just keeps going wild, actually hyping him up for breaking his own weapon with the sheer force of his attack. He's just standing there, completely baffled. Meanwhile, watching from the sidelines, Rei gets hit with a flashback to when she was just a little girl. She remembers a day when Theo found her shivering in the brutal cold, asking why she was wandering around all by herself. Dressed in rags, Theo wrapped his own scarf around her neck, though he could see she was still absolutely freezing. So he simply invited her back to his place, promising he'd take her home as soon as the blizzard let up. Snapping back to the present, a rare, genuine smile graces her lips as she turns and walks away. Remington, who's nearby, is stunned he hasn't seen her smile like that in forever. Back at the Camellia Palace, our guy is beet red with embarrassment as the maids swarm him, congratulating him on his new nickname, the Luster Tiger. One of the maids is beaming, thrilled to see his hard work finally getting noticed. She tells him to ride this wave of momentum all the way to the awakening ceremony. She's got total faith in him. Just then, his mother materializes out of nowhere and starts aggressively feeding him a new abalone dish. He tries to protest, but she just shoves more food into his mouth, completely ignoring his muffled pleas to stop. Then, a flash of his past life hits him, and he's suddenly overwhelmed with gratitude. He tells his mom the food is amazing, right as she spots his shattered sword. Her face drops, and our MC breaks into a cold sweat. He quickly explains it snapped during training and starts apologizing profusely, since it was a super important birthday gift from her. But instead of getting mad at him, Theo's mom gets furious with the person, who swore that the blade, forged from white snow steel and ebony steelwood, was absolutely unbreakable. Wait, you mean steelwood? From the southern jungle? He presses. She confirms, explaining that it's an incredibly rare and precious material, but her pride dissolves into disappointment. It was all a scam. If that smith was legit, she thinks, there's no way that sword would have shattered so easily. The sheer value of the materials finally hits our MC, and he's floored. He had no idea he was swinging around a small fortune. He's left wondering how his mom even scored a blade like that. She, on the other hand, decides she's marching back to that blacksmith to demand answers and force him to forge a superior weapon this time, one that is absolutely perfect for her treasured son. He tries to calm her down, assuring her it's fine and that any old sword will do, but she immediately shuts that down, telling him that people are finally recognizing his true power, which means he has to be more cautious than ever. With the awakening ceremony just around the corner, she declares she will not allow him to show up wielding some shoddy, broken weapon. Theo can't help but smile, touched by how fiercely his mother protects him. With the debate settled, Cecilia announces it's time to head out. Our MC is totally lost. She then drops the bombshell. They're headed to the single greatest workshop in Wintara, the legendary Basque Workshop. Basque Workshop isn't just famous. It's one of the top 3 manufacturing giants in all of Wintara, known for its colossal size. That could honestly rival a factory. But the most insane thing about the place is its master. She is a figure, who is classified as special rank by the kingdom's intelligence agency, and a blacksmith bearing the title of Master Craftsman, an honor only 2 other artisans in the entire nation of Ragnar hold. Our MC is stunned to see the elven embodiment of capitalism, the demon craftsman Kersen. He never imagined he'd meet such an industrial titan, and is left questioning how on earth his mother is connected to this legendary figure. Cecilia's voice cuts through his shock, laced with anger. "Are you still smoking, mother?" Hearing her call Kersen mother, our boy's brain completely short-circuits. Kersen coolly tells Cecilia not to dare call her that, stating their relationship as parent and child ended the day Cecilia decided to run away. Theo had always been told his mother was an orphan with no family on this earth, but he's stunned to see the truth. She is the daughter of the high elf Kersen. It suddenly all makes sense. The reason he's so ridiculously good-looking is because he's a quarter elf. Kersen demands to know why Cecilia made this unexpected visit. In response, Theo's mom simply tosses the broken sword onto the table. "It's a defective product," she states. Kersen can't believe it, her anger flaring at her own daughter, calling a blade she personally forged defective. She snatches the sword from its scabbard and sees that it's snapped in half. Cecilia just raises an eyebrow as if to say, "You were saying?" Kersen is rendered completely speechless. The high elf's eyes narrow. "Who was the wielder?" Cecilia tells her. "Theo was the one using the sword." "That kid behind you?" Kersen scoffs. Cecilia immediately tells her mother to watch her mouth, because her son is a prodigy, who is destined to one day rule over all of Ragnar. At this point, Theo steps forward, introduces himself to the high elf, and expresses his gratitude for the chance to meet the renowned master of the Basque Workshop. Kersen's eyes flash with recognition. She then praises Cecilia for raising such a fine young man. She asks if he was the only person to use the sword, and our MC confirms that he was. Cecilia is still convinced the blade was simply flawed, but Kersen looks utterly intrigued, realizing this conversation is about to get deep. So, she invites them further inside. As they walk, our MC whispers, "Wait, so you're actually related to the demon craftsman?" She confirms he's right, and his curiosity piques. "Is Curson your actual mother?" Cecilia explains that he wouldn't know, since she rarely spoke of it, but for a brief time, Curson had taken her in as a foster mother. Cecilia reveals that her mother is obsessed with all things beautiful, from music and jewels to theater, and even people. She says that was the entire reason Curson adopted her in the first place. Curson cuts them off, telling them to stop talking about the past, calling the whole topic pointless. Cecilia clearly thinks she's lying, and her son asks how she managed to get away from this place. Curson reveals that Cecilia bolted because she was desperate to marry the leader of the Ragnar clan. The High Elf never thought her daughter would willingly run off to such a wretched place, and is frankly shocked she's lasted this long. But Cecilia fires back, saying she couldn't resist the manliness and smoldering good looks of the clan leader, who loved her with all his heart. Curson is just disappointed that after running away, she had the nerve to come crawling back last year, begging Curson to forge a sword for Theo's gift. The audacity, Curson mutters. But Cecilia gets heated, telling her not to say things like that in front of her son. They immediately start bickering, and our MC just smiles. He's never witnessed his mother acting like this before. It dawns on him that in his previous life, he never bothered to learn a single thing about her. He had been an incredibly ungrateful son. He wonders if he was just too fixated on the clan, and he notices that Curson clearly cares a lot about his mother, as well. It makes him question why she never intervened in his past life. They finally arrive at their destination, and Curson announces that this is her private living quarters. Cecilia demands to know why they were brought so deep inside, and insists she make the best possible sword for Theo, to atone for the last one. But Curson suddenly tells Cecilia to wait outside, as she grabs Theo by the arm and quickly slams the door shut, locking Cecilia out. Inside, Curson completely tunes out Cecilia's furious shouts and gets right down to business. She asks if our MC is in possession of the relic of the primordial dragon. Our boy is completely baffled and can only question what she means. When she brings up the clan's ancestral guardian dragon, he admits he's familiar with the legend. That treasure was scattered across Winterra for the Ragnar descendants, but she drops a bomb. This is no myth. She presses him, questioning if he seriously doesn't have a relic. Kerson's eyes well up, her frustration boiling over as she wonders how he could have possibly shattered her masterpiece. She poured her entire soul into forging that blade. It's impossible for it to break against anything other than a true relic. She demands to know if he has any idea how priceless that sword was. All he can do is stammer out an apology. His mind flashes back to the fight. With the lesser Drake, that's when the sword was damaged. But this whole relic business? He's completely in the dark. Fed up, she decides words are useless and opts to just show him, hoping he'll finally get it. She reveals a casket. It's completely bound in chains, and she asks if he can perceive anything. That's when our MC spots it. A faint, ethereal blue glow. His eyes widen in recognition. It's the exact same aura from the dungeon door in the palace. Is this a quest? He breathes. Curson admits she sees nothing, but judging by his reaction, she knows he definitely saw something she couldn't. She starts hauling the heavy chest, explaining that she has tried countless times to break the seal and claim the item within, only to fail every single time. She drops the sealed casket with a thud and speaks of the primordial dragon's relic. Curson recounts the tale of the primordial dragon, which ripped out one of its own fangs and forged it into a legendary blade, a weapon known as the monster sword, the white moonlight blade. She then presents him with a challenge. If he can shatter the seal on the casket and succeed, she will give him the legendary white moonlight blade. Our hero just stares back, utterly bewildered. But there's a deadly catch. If he fails, the attempt will almost certainly claim his life. She asks if he's still willing to risk it all. A grin of pure excitement spreads across the MC's face. He declares that the sword is as good as his. The system panel immediately flares to life. The next quest objective appears. Be chosen by the primordial dragon's relic, the white moonlight blade. The white moonlight blade is the personal weapon of the Black Dragon, the leader of Black Snow, and one of the 9 supreme dragons. The sword's existence is a deeply guarded secret, mainly because anyone who has ever witnessed it or spoken its name has either died or vanished without a trace. Our hero recalls a chilling encounter with a mysterious man who was stunned Theo could even perceive him. It was then, by a complete fluke, that the MC saw the blade's true form. It was a sheer coincidence, and he still doesn't understand for the life of him why the Black Dragon allowed him to live. He's in total shock to discover that the Black Dragon's legendary white moonlight sword is right here, and it's a genuine relic from the primordial dragon itself. His mind flashes back 4 years to his run-in with the Black Dragon, and a realization dawns. Curson possessed this sword that entire time. She asks if he's ready to open it, and the MC's smile is brimming with confidence. His resolve hardens. He will obtain that sword, no matter what. It's already mine, he states, studying the casket. He realizes its design is uncannily similar to the Camellia Palace. Acting on a hunch, he uses the blue key, and Kirsten can only watch, stunned, as he unlocks the casket. An eerie light erupts from within. Suddenly, Kirsten's expression turns to one of pure panic as our hero gets violently yanked inside. A mysterious black fog coils around him. He struggles to break free, but its grip is absolute, dragging him into an unknown abyss. He forces his eyes open, completely disoriented. He recognizes this place, the Rose Palace, completely consumed by an inferno. As he's forced to watch his past trauma unfold, he's hit with a crushing truth. He had completely forgotten how pathetically weak he used to be. This only fuels his ambition. He needs more power, enough to obliterate Randone and crush the Camellia Palace. Just then, a griffin begins to invade his mind. The beast lunges, ready to devour him, but our MC snaps back to reality, catching its beak midair and stunning it. He finally understands. This monster is trying to corrupt his mind, using his own thirst for power as a weapon against him. The MC finally gets it. This must be why they call it a monster sword. The spectral griffin hisses, calling him insolent as it thrashes against his grip. But the boy just smirks, telling it that he conquered the despair it's showing him a long, long time ago. He scoffs, wondering if the monster really thought he would be tempted by such a pathetic power-up when he's already cleared countless quests. The griffin seems legitimately confused, and our MC notices it looks much different from the one in his memories. The creature struggles to escape, but our hero's grip is like iron. He remembers the original was at least 10 meters tall, but right now, this one is about the same height as him. He taunts it, asking if being sealed for so long made it shrink. He decides he doesn't care either way, and makes it clear that the Moonlight Sword is now his property, as he winds up a punch, a menacing look on his face. The creature abruptly tries to negotiate with him. Meanwhile, back in Kirsten's room, Cecilia lets out a blood-curdling scream. She saw her son collapsed on the floor, completely unconscious. She desperately tries to wake him, but nothing works, and Cecilia breaks down in tears. She demands to know from her mother why her son is in this state. Faced with Cecilia's grief, Kirsten is rendered completely speechless. Cecilia sobs that she never asked for any of this. She just wanted a simple sword for her son. At that moment, Kirsten senses a sinister, monstrous energy flooding the room. Tethered to Theo's own bloodstream, a terrifying sight she'd never encountered or even read about. All she could do was pray he'd pull through, because if anything happened to her boy, Cecilia tells her mother straight up, she would hold Kirsten personally responsible for this disaster. Suddenly, our hero's hand snaps to the Moonlight Sword as an otherworldly glow erupts from his chest. Alarmed, Cecilia scrambles to rouse him. Just then, Theo's eyes flutter open. She pulls her son into a desperate hug, tears streaming down her face. She chokes out how terrified she was, but he just tells her to chill, insisting he's totally fine. The system pings, congratulating him for slaying the griffin and clearing the quest. His grand prize, official ownership of the White Moonlight Sword. The MC realizes he only scraped by thanks to some insane luck. The griffin was basically a pushover because it had just broken its seal, and thankfully, any mental attacks it tried were completely useless against him. A new notification pops up. He's absorbed the monster energy from the sword, causing his magic power to skyrocket. His stats blast past the 200 mark, and his whole body starts to radiate an intense light. Our boy discovers his magical energy is now infused with divinity, having leveled up to the tier of a high-ranking swordsman. But there's a catch. He's bummed to find out he can't tap into this new power just yet. He's got to keep it locked down until the awakening ceremony. Kirsten, completely stunned, congratulates him on his wild success. He looks her dead in the eye and asks if she's going to keep her word, and she promises him that elves never break a promise. He feels the blade vibrating with defiance, and wonders if the sword still refuses to accept him as its rightful owner. A flash of anxiety hits him, but the elf reassures him, explaining the sword is just throwing a tantrum after being sealed for 400 years. She explains that, now that it's finally free, the sword is just desperate to blow off some serious steam. Kirsten casually suggests he try taking a full-power swing at the workshop wall. He's like, "Are you serious? Is that safe?" But she just starts clowning on him, saying he's worrying over nothing. I mean, even if it's a legendary weapon, what kind of damage could a pre-awakening brat with zero experience possibly do to the legendary Basque workshop? Her goading gets under his skin, and he decides to call her bluff. Our boy knows he can conceal his dragon heart at will, so this is the perfect chance to test drive his brand new, legendary tier sword. He strolls over to the wall, channeling every last drop of his magic. The MC mutters a quick apology, and then unsheathes the legendary Moonlight Sword. As he braces for the swing, Kirsten watches him, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. She lunges forward, shouting for him to stop, but it's too late. He unleashes an attack called Single Flash, utterly obliterating the workshop wall. Cecilia's jaw hits the floor, while Kursen's eyes well up with panicked, expensive-looking tears as she stares at the carnage. So much for her theory. My guy didn't just damage the wall. He literally split the building in half with one swing, and he wasn't even trying to. Kursen spirals into despair, staring at another massive bill courtesy of our boy, coming right after he shattered that other priceless sword. Even Theo admits this was major overkill, and now he's completely gassed, because that one move drained every ounce of magic he had. In a flash, Kursen is right beside him, feeding him some of her own mana. She moved so fast he didn't even see her coming. It dawns on her with a shock that he truly has zero control over his own power. But still, staring at the massive chasm, carved into the 10-foot thick wall, she knows one thing for sure. This kid is an absolute prodigy. A flicker of pride sparks within her, proud to have a grandson this powerful. And you can practically see the dollar signs lighting up in her eyes, her greedy brain, already scheming up ways to cash in on our boy. She places a hand on his shoulder, declaring that she'll be his sponsor from this day forward. All he needs to do is soar and show the world what he can do. And there it is. She's basically turning him into a living advertisement for her workshop. And Theo sees the ambition shining in her gaze. He calls her out on it, deadpan, saying he can see those dollar signs reflecting right back at him. As the night wraps up, Theo and his mom get ready to head out from the Basque workshop. After one last goodbye, they go their separate ways. We see Kursen clutching the fangs, which Theo apparently gave her to cover the wall's repair costs. She's absolutely ecstatic to have a rare drop from a drake, figuring he must have nabbed it when he found the relic. She also feels a surge of pride for her own daughter, impressed at how she raised such a phenomenal son. Just then, a visitor arrives, greeting her by her infamous title, Demon Craftsman. Kursen instantly goes rigid, recognizing that chillingly familiar voice. She spins around, demanding to know what he's doing here, but the mysterious figure, one of Robert Ragnar's crows, just stares back, his eyes glowing with a sinister red light, leaving us on a massive cliffhanger. 5 days fly by, and the morning of the awakening ceremony is finally here. We find Evelyn and Theo, as usual, locked in a fierce sparring match. As their blades clash, she realizes something has changed. His swordsmanship has become undeniably sharper, stronger, and a whole lot faster. A massive grin splits his face, and he admits he's genuinely hyped to hear that, confessing he never thought someone of Evelyn's caliber would ever give him props. The spectators, as always, are practically melting, feeling like total side characters next to Theo's main character energy. Look, it's only been 6 months since Theo started his transformation, and Evelyn is completely stunned. He's already become so formidable he can force her onto the defensive. If this dude awakens his magic today, a literal monster will be born. After they go a few rounds, the lady commends him, saying his form was impeccable and that he could seriously aim for the top spot at the awakening ceremony. She tells him she's rooting for him. In response, Theo shoots a confident smirk right back at her, appreciating the vote of confidence. He declares that if he does become valedictorian, he'll give her a special mention during his speech. In front of literally everyone, he clarifies. Evelyn just gives him this exhausted sigh, questioning if that's really necessary. As his friends swarm him, excitedly demanding he mention their names as well, Theo can't help but feel a surge of pride. He's thinking to himself that being this popular is such a pain, while Evelyn shoots him a look that screams, he's getting way too arrogant. The scene cuts to the central headquarters, where Theo makes his grand arrival. He announces himself to the guards as Theo Ragnar of the Camellia Palace. The moment he steps inside, he's struck by the massive crowd that has gathered. Since the awakening ceremony is the single most crucial annual event for the Ragnar clan, every last participant is desperate for a phenomenal result. And for the swordsmen of Ragnar, this is their first real opportunity to be recognized and celebrated with the entire clan watching their every move. With the clan head, Kyle Ragnar, in attendance, the pressure is astronomical. There are even heavy hitters present, like the 9 dragons, and the former clan head from 2 generations prior, Hilda Ragnar. The more Theo studies Hilda, the less she resembles someone who is 150 years old. In any case, he's relieved she decided to attend again. The announcer then smashes a drum, commanding the attention of the entire hall. This man is Vanna Ragnar, the arbiter for the ceremony, and a Dragon Gate swordsman. He barks for their attention and declares it's time to commence the preliminary examination. The prelim requires them to take a sword from the ground and successfully scar the steel wall. He reveals that the platform's wall is forged from a blend of white snow steel, making it impossible for ordinary blades to even scratch its surface. That all changes, however, if they infuse their attacks with magical power. To facilitate this, he's handing out Soma to everyone. A single one of these Soma pills grants the user the power of 10 years' worth of magic. It's a potent elixir crafted to force open their mana channels. He orders them to ingest the Soma and focus everything on opening the mana hall within their Dantian. Only by doing so Will they have any hope of slicing through the white snow steel wall with their blades? The depth of the gash they leave will dictate their final score. Vanna bellows that from this point on, participants whose names are called must come forward. They are to take a soma and ascend the platform. The first participant called is Theo Ragnar. He is summoned to the front. Naturally, our boy steps forward without hesitation, and as he downs the pill, he remembers his past life, how Axion was crowned the valedictorian. He then snatches a sword and starts walking toward the white wall. He is absolutely determined that this timeline will be different. As he moves, a system window materializes, displaying Scenario Quest 3. To complete the quest, he must emerge as the valedictorian of the awakening ceremony. The view then snaps to the 150-year-old Hilda. She inquires if this is the boy Kyle had mentioned previously. Kyle confirms it, asking if the young man has captured her interest as well. Hilda confesses she's incredibly intrigued after all the rumors she's heard and wants to witness his abilities firsthand. She wants to see exactly how skilled her descendant truly is. Our protagonist rolls his shoulders, though he can't completely shake the feeling of nervousness. The judge, Vanna, suddenly appears, prompting him to swallow the soma. Theo immediately tosses the pill into his mouth. He recalls how in his previous life, he took the soma, but was completely unable to manage the overwhelming mana. He wound up severely damaging his dantian, but a disaster like that is not happening on his watch. The second he consumes the pill, a colossal surge of power erupts, and raw mana begins to violently disperse into the air. Vanna is utterly stunned by this kid. To generate a mana shockwave of this scale, he frets that Theo has no chance of reining it in. You have to understand, when one consumes soma, they must handle the power with extreme finesse so the mana haul can stabilize in the dantian. The more gifted Ragnars, who possess immense mana reserves, must be exceptionally careful. If they fail, they risk being permanently disabled. Vanna is utterly convinced this kid is finished, but in a jaw-dropping twist, our guy swiftly brings the chaotic energy under his control. Theo is flooded with a rush of pure euphoria, realizing he now possesses both a dragon heart and a fully formed mana haul. It's almost hilariously easy this time around, a stark contrast to his past life failure. But regardless, from this moment on, he can officially use mana. He no longer has to suppress the vast power contained within his dragon heart. He braces himself, then catapults into the air, and just lets it all rip. A dragon forged from pure mana erupts into existence, blasting straight towards the wall. It smashes into the barrier in a blinding flash, a spiderweb of fractures exploding across the stone. Vanna is left completely floored, and he announces with absolute certainty that Theo Ragnar has officially passed. The entire crowd is losing their minds, absolutely shook by this insane flex of power. A system window instantly materializes in front of Theo, declaring that the god-awful curse of bad luck he's been saddled with has finally been broken, and his name is starting to echo across the world. A look of pure, unfiltered joy spreads across our boy's face, because he's finally on the same starting line as everybody else. The system then reveals that a whole lot of people are now paying attention to his jaw-dropping performance. Osa Ragnar Plunus wants to take him on as a student, while Julius Ragnar is getting salty about all the hype he's generating. Meanwhile, Robert Ragnar is watching him cautiously, and to top it off, Hilda Ragnar is showing interest, too. My guy is absolutely buzzing that not only are the Black Dragon and the Sword Dragon watching him, but the fact that he's also on Hilda's radar makes him seriously hyped. After all, she's the one with the heart of Garuda, he thinks to himself. Just imagine what he could do if he got his hands on that. The rest of the contestants take their shot at the white wall. One of them barely etches a scratch thinner than a strand of hair. He cries out, realizing he has an impossibly long way to go to even get close to Master Theo's level. Ray Ragnar gives it a go, and so do Hulkus Lanka and Remington Necrio. They all pour everything they have into it, but not a single one comes anywhere near the massive chasm our boy carved into that wall. This one poor guy looks absolutely crushed, realizing all four Hounds of the North put up monstrous numbers, yet not one of them even came close to making a mark as deep as young Master Theo's. Finally, it's Axion Ragnar's turn, and as he stalks forward, a hush falls over the crowd. Some whisper that this is now a straight-up showdown between the Luster Tiger and the Dark Tiger, but others doubt even Axion can reach that kind of power. Hearing people put Theo on his level makes Axion see red. He marches to the wall, sword gripped tight, and throws back a soma pill. He's practically glowing. Mana crackles violently around him before exploding into a colossal red dragon that tears directly into the wall. The raw, untamed power leaves Vanna speechless yet again. He's never been this mind-blown so many times in a single day. The crack left behind is enormous, and Vanna quickly confirms that Axion Ragnar has passed as well. The stadium absolutely erupts, because Axion's strike left a fissure just as huge as Theo's. Now everyone is on the edge of their seats. The final decision will come down to the precision grading to declare the true winner. As twilight begins to fall, Vana announces that with this, the first stage of the awakening ceremony is officially a wrap. He's particularly impressed this year to see so many competitors drastically level up their scores. He tells everyone who made the cut to prepare for the second stage of the awakening ceremony, which kicks off in 4 days. And then, the moment everyone's been holding their breath for, the final rankings and the name of the valedictorian for stage 1. Every single person in the arena went dead silent, waiting in anticipation as the name of the valedictorian. For the first stage was about to be revealed. The clear frontrunners, Axion and Theo, were locked in a tense stare-down, as both of them desperately hoped to hear their own name called. In the end, Theo Ragnar manages to clutch the victory. He's in shock, but the entire stadium explodes in a roar of cheers. A pleased Vanna Ragnar announces that his performance earned him a perfect 10 out of 10 from the judges across the board. From technique, to magic, to pure power, control, speed, every single metric was flawless. While his new fans were going absolutely wild, most of the other candidates were in total disbelief that the Flash Tiger had actually taken the top spot over Axion. But as it turned out, the depth of his sword mark came dangerously close to shattering the all-time record held by young Master Thorkel. That little detail sent the crowd into an even greater frenzy. Thorquil Ragnar is a living legend. He's one of the 5 major candidates of the Ragnar family, and it's whispered that he's the one closest to inheriting everything. The second place spot, Salutatorian, went to Axion Ragnar, and he looked absolutely furious. He also landed a perfect 10 out of 10 score, but he got bumped to second place because his sword mark was a mere fraction of an inch shorter than Theo's. That tiny detail was enough to make his blood boil. Remington Narciso snagged third place, Ray Ragnar took fourth, and Holkus Lanka rounded out the top 5. The Hounds of the North had completely locked down the leaderboard. Meanwhile, that clown from the Southern Inspection Post and Theo's #1 fanboy, Sybil Drea, just barely squeaked by, grabbing the very last spot at 87th place. The second stage of the awakening ceremony is set to begin in 4 days. In the treacherous Winter Mountains, all 87 examinees who passed are warned to get ready for what's coming. With that final word, they're dismissed. And the first day of the ceremony ends with a massive upset that no one saw coming. That night, Theo's crew descended on the local tavern to celebrate, and the whole place absolutely erupted. First and second place. It was a total vindication, proving to everyone that Training Ground 4 was the real deal. The ale flowed freely, but the praise for Sir Theo and Sir Remington flowed even faster. Theo soaked in the hype, thanking his crew for their support, but deep down, he knew the real battle hadn't even started. His mission? Getting every single one of them through the second stage. No one left behind. He grabbed his boy Remington, pulling him into a side hug, and declared to the roaring crowd that they were coming for the top 2 spots in the entire class. Even Evelyn was caught up in the victory vibe, a genuine smile on her face. She had zero doubt they could actually do it. Amid the chaos, Remington pulled his friend aside, personally congratulating the young master for that insane show of strength earlier. Watching Theo's grind finally pay off made him incredibly proud, but a bitter feeling crept in. Remy couldn't shake the shame of being so completely outclassed by his best friend. Theo just shot him a reassuring smile, telling Remy he basically just got lucky this round. Besides, since when did ranks and scores mean anything between them? For real. Those words cut right through Remington's self-doubt. They clinked their glasses of orange juice in a toast. A promise hung in the air. They'd both go all out in the next stage. A little while later, we find Theo wandering the desolate, snow-covered mountains. Finally, some space to breathe. He let the reality sink in. He'd actually snagged the #1 spot in the awakening ceremony. In his previous life, an achievement like this was pure fantasy. It wasn't a deathmatch, sure, but he still beat Axion, fair and square. The sheer speed of his progress was unreal. He clenched his fists, a surge of power and anticipation coursing through him. Theo declared to the biting wind that this was just page 1. Taking out that two-faced snake, Randone wasn't even close to being enough. That dude was just a goon for the real shot callers. Theo's true targets are the unhinged psycho, Axion, and the cunning sky dragon pulling his strings. Theo was ready to burn it all down to get what he wanted. His ultimate revenge would have to wait. Right now, a more pressing issue demanded his attention. That nest compass he won? The mysterious artifact was pointing directly towards the Winter Mountains, which just so happens to be the location for the next trial. The second stage was his chance to uncover its secrets, to see what this compass was really leading him to. But as he got lost in thought, a prickle of danger ran up his spine. Something was off. His combat instincts flared to life, his body tensing for a fight. He wasn't alone. Someone was shadowing his every move. And if there's one thing Theo can't stand, it's being watched. The cloaked figure blinked in shock as his target just disappeared. The next thing he felt was the icy kiss of steel against his throat. A voice from the shadows demanded an identity. The guy frantically tried to explain he wasn't with Zeus, introducing himself as Gatsby. Gatsby Yoten, a member of the legendary Gale Sword Platoon. He swore his captain sent him personally after witnessing Theo's jaw-dropping performance, the one from the first trial. Theo's expression was a complete blank slate as he stared holes through the man. Looks like the recruitment offers were starting to roll in way earlier than Gatsby spelled it out. Their captain was offering Theo a shot at an admittance qualification test. The offer was a straight-up insult. He was offended that the Gale Sword Platoon wanted him to jump through hoops with some pointless test, instead of extending a proper invitation. Gatsby started flexing about his platoon's insane reputation, claiming that even a chance to test was a rare honor. But before the dude could spout any more crap, a fiery voice cut him dead, calling the Gale Sword Platoon a pack of clowns. A woman with a massive greatsword strapped to her back hailed Theo as young master and laid down a far superior deal than whatever those morons were offering. This powerhouse is Ayan Sosoli, aka the Fire Goblin, and she's the vice commander of the Black Iron Cavalry. She came personally to hand-deliver a direct invitation for Theo to join their squad. Gatsby practically choked on his words, the second he realized who had just crashed the party. Anyone who's heard of the Fire Goblin knows you don't get on her bad side. But before Ayan could even get close to Theo, scouts from a dozen other factions exploded out of their hiding spots. Terrified that this prime recruit might get snapped up before they could make their pitch, they all stampeded forward, screaming their ridiculous proposals. The Black Sword Platoon was ready to make him a squad leader within 3 years. The Swords of Law and the Security Bureau also threw their desperate offers into the ring. Annoyed at the absolute feeding frenzy unfolding, the Fire Goblin finally snapped. These scouts were supposed to be impressing the young master with promises of support and a killer career, not brawling like idiots among themselves. Theo just watched from the sidelines as the clowns cursed and took jabs at each other. He figured he should probably just slip away quietly before they swarmed him again, but his exit strategy would have to wait. Delicate pink plum petals began to flood the area, dancing on the wind. A magnetic voice silenced everyone with its sheer aura alone. Even though she knew she'd catch heat for being too greedy, the newcomer just couldn't help herself. Taking a small hit to her perfect reputation was a small price to pay for recruiting such an exceptional talent to her cause. The Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, the Sword Dragon herself, Osa Ragnar Plunis, had just joined the bidding war, shocking the entire crowd into silence. Ayan was the only one with the guts to demand what the clan head's first wife was even doing out here. Lady Osa confessed that she had arrived with the exact same goal as everyone else. She had come all this way just to see Theo Ragnar for herself. While Theo is trapped in this absolutely ridiculous situation, the salutatorian is de-stressing by beheading a few people. Calling Axion Ragnar a sore loser is the understatement of the century. This guy is straight up slaughtering his own men to blow off steam before he completely loses it. He weaved, spun, and carved his way through a group of young swordsmen, treating them like training dummies as he extinguished their lives, one by one. Axion Ragnar was thirsty for blood, and he was damn well going to get it. With every lunge and swing, he pictured Theo's smug face after leaving him a one-armed mess back at the Scaled Dragon Society banquet. The image of Theo unleashing that colossal draconic aura when he took the first swing in the trial was burned deep into Axion's twisted mind. Losing by mere inches made the defeat all the more infuriating. The only thing screaming in his head right now is the need to kill and gut Theo Ragnar. For now, murdering his own troops would have to suffice. By the end of his rampage, he had completely tossed his blade aside, in favor of a much more personal and brutal approach to venting his rage. By the time he cooled down, the training ground was littered with the corpses of young swordsmen who thought they were just in for a friendly spar with their young master. When another figure stepped into the arena, Axion's eyes darted toward the sound. Without even bothering to see who just arrived, he scooped his sword back up and went on the attack. He launched the entire blade with deadly accuracy, aiming straight for the intruder's head. But for someone like the Sky Dragon, stopping such a pathetic outburst is child's play. He simply snatched the sword's tip out of midair. Ed Troyven laid into his nephew, calling him pathetic. Taking his rage out on random foot soldiers wasn't going to change a single thing. When Axion got a good look at his uncle, he finally settled down a bit. The Sky Dragon advised that in moments like this, Axion needed to cool his head and strategize a real plan. Ed Troyven had already set things in motion, and all Axion had to do was follow his lead. The sinister uncle and nephew duo are hell-bent on turning the second stage of the awakening ceremony into Theo Ragnar's own personal funeral. Back in the snowy woods, the scouts parted for Lady Plum Blossom, a mixture of raw fear and respect on their faces. They knew that any offer they could possibly make would be totally meaningless with her in the running. Just as they were about to protest how unfair this was, The very space between Theo and Lady Osa was sliced off from the rest of the world, locking them both inside her personal domain. Ayan knew that setting up an isolation zone like this could only mean one thing. It looks like she's gearing up to personally pass on her teachings to the young Ragnar. Inside the swirling vortex of energy, the isolation zone was a whole different reality, stretching into an endless expanse that dwarfed its external appearance. Theo instantly recognizes this. It's one of Lady Plum Blossom's signature moves. She can conjure a perfectly sealed-off dimension on a whim, completely severed from the outside world. He'd only heard legends about this technique, and now he was standing right in the middle of it. The hype is real, and it's catching up to him. Lady Plum Blossom just smirked at his stunned expression. She knew the demon dragon would be absolutely livid once he discovered what she was plotting, but nobody was going to stop her from giving Theo a little gift if she felt like it. And by gift, there's only one thing that could mean. Her blade slid from its sheath with a whisper as she began describing the sheer intensity of the clan head's swordsmanship. It was like dragonfire descending from the heavens, a force of nature that obliterates and incinerates everything in its path. But Lady Plum Blossom's style? It's the polar opposite. She thrives on embracing countless variations within her blade. Theo glanced around, realizing the snowy trail from moments before had morphed into a serene field of vibrant, blooming plum trees. Her steps were a rhythmic dance, sending ripples across the glassy water at her feet with every single stride. This is the dragon she chases, a being of constant, infinite change. As the sword dragon began to glide forward, she started to swing her sword, coaxing the plum blossoms to bloom as a storm of petals gently drifted down. Her blade weaved softly through the falling petals. As they danced in sync with her steel, she moved with a bizarre, impossible flow, executing slashes, stabs, and chops with a strange, hypnotic tempo. As her demonstration concluded, she slowly lowered her sword, causing the petals to spiral around the blade before settling beautifully on the ground. It was pure cinematic art, an absolute feast for Theo's eyes. The insane part was that the entire sequence was performed in the span of a single breath. What he just witnessed was the celestial flower rain, the first full-bloom technique of the plum blossoms. Opening her eyes, the First Lady's profound gaze locked onto Theo. The young man was completely speechless, his heart pounding like a drum in his chest. He just saw something truly legendary. Within that one, seamless movement, he counted 120 distinct circles and variations. It gave serious weight to the rumors that when it comes to pure swordsmanship, she stands above even the clan head. If Theo could just absorb and apply a tiny fraction of what he just witnessed to his single flash technique, his power would absolutely skyrocket. He humbly asked if he was truly worthy of such a profound gift. She just laughed softly, assuring him it was no big deal as long as he enjoyed the show. And with that, Lady Plum Blossom dissolved the pocket dimension. The tranquil field of plum trees vanished, and the snowy woods snapped back into reality. She made it clear that if Theo ever wanted to see what comes after the first technique, he could find her anytime after his awakening ceremony. An offer that blatant left the scouts completely shook. The First Lady simply wants Theo to become a new storm in this desolate land. With her piece said, her body disintegrated into a cascade of beautiful plum petals that drifted away. Theo knew better than anyone that he had just been given something far too immense. Even for him, it would be impossible to act ungrateful after a gesture like that. But now he's caught in a complicated spot. He figured it'd be way too greedy to become Lady Plum Blossom's disciple, and also join the white-armored dragon cavalry. 3 days later, the second phase of the trial finally kicked off. The 87 remaining candidates assembled in the Winter Mountains, situated near the colossal northern Great Wall. A treacherous venue like this is the perfect stage for the challenge to come. The Winter Mountains stretch across an insanely vast distance, reaching from their home of winter all the way to the Demon Sea. In this very place, the Ragnars have been shielding humanity with everything they've got. For over a millennium, they've been locked in a brutal war with the cursed land beyond the Great Wall. This place is now called the Demon Sea, a hellscape where countless demonic fiends run rampant. The high-ranking swordsman and second-stage exam proctor, Jackie Ragnar, warned them all that this duty would one day fall to their generation. That's precisely why Winter Mountain is the ultimate testing ground. However, as mere apprentice swordsmen, the candidates are strictly forbidden from crossing over into the Demon Sea. The exam area is limited to the inner side of the Great Wall. Today's test is brutally simple. They have 15 days to hunt down the demonic monsters that infest the Winter Mountains and snatch the bells that have been fastened around their necks. There are 7 different colored bells scattered out there: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, the colors of the rainbow. And, of course, the point value for each bell increases in that same exact order. The bigger the points, the nastier the demonic fiend you'd have to face. Overseer Jackie made one thing crystal clear. The Violet Bell Fiends were on a whole other level. Those abominations were so powerful that no apprentice could even dream of scratching them, let alone beating them, but the points they offered were absolutely insane. When it came to hunting methods, it was a total free-for-all. The proctors didn't care what tactics the examinees decided to use. All that mattered was hauling the bells back for a final count before the clock ran out, and everyone immediately caught the vibe the overseer was putting down. Since any method was fair game, jumping someone for their kill or swiping their bells wasn't just allowed, it was practically encouraged. They were intentionally trying to make everyone turn on each other, which was just a perfect reflection of the Ragnar clan's brutal, law of the jungle philosophy. As one last tip, the overseer clued them in about the totems, planted throughout the mountains that repelled the fiends. Inside these safe zones, caches of supplies were buried close by, and everyone was told to make smart use of them. With that, Overseer Jackie gave the signal, officially launching the second trial. The instant he gave the word, dozens of candidates shot off like cannonballs, scattering in every direction without a moment's hesitation. The majority of them had the same exact thought as Sibel. Since this exam was going to drag on for 15 days, supplies were priority number one. The strategy was simple: secure those resources first, then execute their own game plans. The trial had barely kicked off, but Holka Slanka was living for every second of it. This chaos was his natural habitat. Meanwhile, Axion, burning with the need for revenge, entered this exam with one dark purpose. His Sky Dragon uncle had hammered it into his head that he had to follow the plan to the letter. All he needed to do was play his part, and Theo would be crushed. As Axion stormed ahead at a reckless speed, completely tunneled in on his goal, he was oblivious to the figure shadowing him from the rear. It was none other than the ever-mysterious Ray Ragnar. Seeing that everyone was making their move, Theo started walking towards the woods to get going himself. But before he got far, a familiar voice called out to him. Remy jogged up to his side, asking if Theo remembered their conversation about being friends. The Silver Lion had been wrestling with his thoughts for the past 3 days, and he'd come to a realization. He saw Theo as both a friend and a rival. And with that thought, a new fire was lit inside him, the desire to truly and completely surpass young Master Theo. The young dragon was taken aback for a moment, before a wide, knowing grin spread across his face. He understood that feeling all too well. From the moment their swords first clashed on that training field, a deep, mutual respect had been forged between them. Theo felt the exact same way. To him, the Silver Lion was a treasured friend and a worthy rival. Hearing this, Remy let out a hearty, relieved laugh, since he'd been stressing that the feeling was totally one-sided. With newfound purpose, Remy declared that he would do everything in his power to defeat Theo. Right here in the second stage, Theo genuinely wished him the best of luck. Without another precious second to waste, Remy exploded forward, a blur of speed heading deep into the Winter Mountain. Theo just stood there for a beat, soaking it all in. Someone as incredible as Remington had made him the goal, the person to overcome. It sent a jolt of excitement through him that he had never felt before. He was finally becoming someone genuinely strong, and the feeling was electric. Shaking off the sentimental moment for later, Theo opened his inventory. He pulled out the nest compass, officially kicking off his secret hunt for the dragon's nest. The needle wobbled, then pointed him in a clear direction, more than enough to get him started. Over on the side of a treacherous cliff face, the familiar, blue glow of the system was pouring out from a hidden cavern. The nest compass had guided Theo to the dangerous, untamed edges of the Winter Mountain, but when he got to the spot, he was totally baffled. There was absolutely nothing there that looked remotely special. The compass needle had swiveled to point directly at the ground. That had to mean something, right? Maybe he was supposed to start digging, until he struck gold. If that was the plan, he seriously should have brought a shovel, because using the legendary white moonlight blade to hack at frozen dirt felt like a massive insult to the weapon. As he was trying to figure out what to do, Theo's danger sense started screaming again. He smoothly unsheathed his sword and spun around on a dime, his eyes locked onto the unwelcome presence lurking nearby. Sometimes, if you want a job done right, you have to do it yourself. He unleashed a massive, sweeping attack, the sheer power of the slash, plowing down everything in its path. A clean line of trees was instantly vaporized, and the ground itself was torn to shreds, sending a clear wave of killing intent toward the figures, stalking him from the shadows. He commanded them in a low voice to come out. A few sleazy characters crept out from the woods, looking completely shocked that Theo had somehow spotted their perfectly hidden ambush. The instant Theo saw the leader's face, his heart stopped. It wasn't just one man. There were 3 of them. In Theo's past life, he knew these monsters by another name, the 3 scoundrels of Vuk Mountain Hide, Cow, and Rune. These scoundrels lived up to their name. They were the absolute scum of the earth, infamous for slaughtering civilians and passing it off as mission accidents. They were the cancerous growth that festered as a side effect of the Ragnar clan's strong eats the weak world. For Theo, the memory of what they did at Buck Village is seared into his mind, a nightmare from his time with Black Snow he can never escape. He was the one forced to clean up the carnage these bastards left behind. He knows their brand of horror intimately. He understands the absolute chaos these three are capable of unleashing on the world better than anyone. Officially, the incident's body count was clocked at 761, with an additional 220 souls simply gone. The truly twisted part? Not one of the corpses was identifiable, because these monsters had a signature move. They obliterated their targets' heads just for the thrill of it. Theo had already clocked their depraved nature as a future problem, figuring he'd have to eliminate them eventually, but he never dreamed they'd track him down this damn early. And with such skill, Theo cut straight to the point, asking if Axion sent them to take him out. One of the scumbags just lets out a condescending laugh. He clarifies that they don't take orders from children. No, they were hired by someone so far up the food chain, Theo couldn't possibly fathom it. But the young dragon's mind races, and in an instant, the list of suspects shrinks to a single person. The head counselor. The flicker in their eyes gives them away. Theo nailed their boss in a single guess. It wasn't exactly rocket science, not with all their talk about pure bloodlines and heritage. With no exam proctors in sight, it's obvious they're in on the conspiracy. Theo's sharp intellect is a massive problem, but these goons are still dripping with confidence, certain this job is a guaranteed win. The leader smirks, claiming nothing gets him going like crushing a handsome face just like Theo's. Bro is just hyping himself up. But the Flash Tiger is a statue, his gaze locked on the trio, refusing to give them an inch. He doesn't even let the loudmouth finish his childish trash talk. In a flash, Theo erupts. His energy explodes, summoning the spectral image of an ancient dragon. They haven't even closed the distance, and these killers are already staring death in the face. With flawless precision, Theo's blade carves the air 3 times in a blur. He unleashes his brand new technique, Triple Dragon's Claw, each phantom strike zeroing in on a different target. The young master never backs down from a fight, but he refuses to become a monster like them. This isn't murder, it's preemptive revenge. For a massacre they won't even commit for years to come. He'll deliver the perfect, ironic punishment. Only their heads will remain. The sheer force of the dragon's claw is so overwhelming that it can pulverize a human body into nothing but red mist, leaving the head completely untouched. He just put these thugs in their place, serving them the justice they so richly deserved. Theo is actually a little shocked at how quickly these infamous killers crumpled before his sword. Then again, in this timeline, they're still just kids. This new power was a gift, born from the celestial flower rain technique Lady Plum Blossom showed him. He spent the last 3 days deconstructing and rebuilding the style, and in the end, he discovered a method to chain 3 distinct flashes into a single, devastating sequence. Mastering the use of circles and arcs to create curved slashes was insanely difficult, but it unlocked a universe of new transformations and strategies. Of course, pulling off those transformations 120 times in a row like the First Lady? Yeah, he's nowhere near that level yet. Theo swiftly scoops up the severed heads, their faces frozen in a final mask of agony and disbelief. He casually tosses the grisly evidence over the cliff for the beasts below to fight over, his mind already shifting back to finding a way underground. But to his shock, he hears a dull thud just a few meters down. He peers over the edge and sees it. An invisible staircase, spiraling down the cliff face, now gruesomely stained with the blood of his would-be assassins. The hidden quest to find the unseen stairs and explore the blue cave has officially been triggered. A grin spreads across Theo's face as he leaps off the edge, ready to claim his prize. Far above, a strange bird watches his every move. Meanwhile, back at the palace, officials are reviewing the initial exam results from the first few hours. Unsurprisingly, Axion Ragnar is dominating first place with 41 demon bells, bulldozing through the exam with his 20-man entourage. Ray Ragnar holds the number 2 spot, but the real question on everyone's mind is, where is Theo Ragnar? The messenger has to flip to the very last page of the report to find Theo's progress. As of right now, the young man has collected a grand total of 0 demon bells. He's also completely alone. The assumption is that he's moving like a ghost, or setting up a massive ambush. It's a theory that would be easy to confirm if only the proctors were actually doing their jobs. Everyone at the table can feel Lady Plum Blossom's growing irritation. The head counselor smoothly argues that there's no rule, stating that a strong start in the first stage guarantees success in the second. He even has the audacity to suggest that the boy's heart might not be cut out for a real fight, making a pointed jab about him being a so-called natural child, not a pure-blooded Ragnar. The head counselor was practically glowing, assuming his hired thugs had already handled the situation with ruthless speed, exceeding all his expectations. But then, a psychic message from Ed Troyven sliced through the old councilman's thoughts. The question was sharp, accusatory. Did you pull a stunt behind my back? And the head counselor? He didn't even try to play dumb. Ed's a little salty, he couldn't give his crew a heads up, but it seems like everything is falling into place anyway. So, it's all good. Still, even the legendary Sky Dragon was stunned by the old man's sheer audacity, making a move on a so-called impure royal heir. Ed was absolutely livid that some power-hungry elitist geezer acted solo, without any approval or discussion. This rogue move could have torpedoed his entire operation. After Camellia was ripped from her family, the Sky Dragon had lobbied hard for a chance to claim the Rose Palace. The problem? The primordial dragon's relic was completely off the grid. This led Ed Troyven to a dangerous new hypothesis. His theory? Theo has to have some kind of clue about the Rose Palace's relic. The Sky Dragon feels it deep in his gut. That kid, Theo, is definitely carrying a lead to the relic. Recognizing the growing threat, Ed used his telepathy again, hijacking a guard's mind. His message was simple: get Axion moving. Now. Meanwhile, Lady Plum Blossom can see right through the head counselor and the intelligence director. They're cooking up a scheme, and their poker faces are garbage. This means the pro-Theo faction probably needs to start plotting some serious countermeasures of their own. It was a solid strategic move, but Julius Ragnar shot the entire idea down. The demon dragon holds an unshakable belief in Theo's power. He's convinced Theo isn't the type to break under a little pressure. Julius's intuition tells him Theo is perfectly fine, just caught up in some crazy, unforeseen situation. Besides, Julius is still low-key salty that Lady Plum Blossom had a secret meeting with Theo. The First Lady just dodged the accusation with a playful laugh. Deep within the Winter Mountain, Theo finally saw his destination at the top of the stairs. He stepped into a simple-looking cavern, but the entrance was crawling with hordes of chattering skeletons. They unleash a relentless and potent psychic assault, a trap woven into the very air. Most intruders would have a total mental collapse, but for Theo, who survived the White Moonlight Blade's hellish trials, these low-tier mind games are a complete joke. More importantly, the compass needle had led him true, and he finally discovered something that would reveal the whole situation. Theo pushed his senses outward, a wave of power so immense it sent every creature in the vicinity scrambling for cover. For moments like these, his special divinity skill is just way too OP. He can literally perceive threats hiding around every single corner, shaking off the thought. Theo was the first to face this trial. At last, he stood before the hatchling's lair. 3 years from this moment, the timeline would have been so different. In that future, Black Snow would slaughter the hatchling, stumble upon a legendary treasure, and venture deeper into this cavern. Theo offered a silent apology to the Black Snow of the future as he prepared to snatch one of their greatest discoveries. Beyond this gate lies the Amon Grimoire, a one-of-a-kind artifact that could rewrite the entire game. The second Theo stepped through the gate, he was flash-frozen on the spot, utterly staggered by the spectacle before him. He was staring at literal mountains of gold coins and piles of legendary tier weapons. Glistening gems and priceless artifacts were scattered across the floor like pebbles. One thing became crystal clear: this was no hatchling's nest. In the heart of the colossal chamber, a massive, draconic creature slumbered, nestled on a sea of gold coins. It was using the treasure hoard as the most ridiculously expensive bed in existence. Peering closer, he could see it was completely lost in a profound slumber, absolutely oblivious to the world. Theo wasn't stupid. He knew if that beast woke up and decided to attack, he could kiss the relic and all this loot goodbye, because his life would be over in a flash. Was the intelligence from Black Snow completely wrong? Why is there a fully mature dragon here instead of a baby? Maybe he was fed bad intel, or maybe he just showed up 3 years too early. No matter the reason, he had to figure out his next move, fast. Faced with this insane curveball, he strongly considered just bailing without touching a single coin. It was a painful thought, but he could always plan a return trip before Black Snow's fated arrival a few years down the line. But that option was just snatched away from him, because in that instant, the dragon's eyes snapped open. As Theo spun around, he found himself locked in a stare-down with one of the most ancient beings on the entire continent. And to his absolute astonishment, the ancient dragon, Roadbroke, spoke to him in a human voice. She called him the first selector to arrive in a very long time. The gargantuan beast was actually surprisingly chill. She even introduced herself without a single trace of aggression. Roadbroke mentioned that the Ragnar clan calls her their guardian dragon and the true master of Winter Mountain. Anyone raised in the clan was taught the name Roadbroke from birth. Trying desperately not to be disrespectful, Theo immediately dropped to his knees. He bowed his head, paying his respects to his ancestor. Roadbroke seemed genuinely intrigued that this young human would dare call her that. From everything Theo had been taught, the guardian dragon Roadbroke was the lifelong companion of the Ragnar clan's founder, Sigurd, and she was also the mother of Friedrich. The dragon confirmed it, calling Friedrich that little punk. People must have been running their mouths with some serious nonsense. While she and Sigurd were companions back in the day, She saw it as nothing more than professional respect for the contractor who literally sold his soul to dragons. There were absolutely no romantic vibes between them. It's not even possible for humans and dragons to get together in the first place. Looks like the humans in this world aren't that down bad. This revelation sparks a serious question in Theo's mind. Is his family's dragon bloodline the real deal? Or is it all just a massive PR stunt to hype up the Ragnar name? Roadbrook immediately shuts that down, explaining the claim is 100% legit thanks to a long-term pact. Through her contract with Siegfried, her dragon's blood was shared. But just as Theo is about to dive deeper with more questions about his family's insane history, Roadbrook cuts him short. The small talk is officially over. She's now shifting into her role as the guardian dragon for the candidates. From this moment on, Roadbrook is upholding the ancient covenant, established at the clan's founding, and will permit any candidate who conquers her trial to ask 3 questions. Theo can finally breathe a massive sigh of relief, thanking every god he can think of. This isn't a combat trial. His ultimate ambition is to climb to the very pinnacle of the clan, and uncovering his family's hidden lore through these 3 questions is absolutely vital. He has to squeeze every last drop of information out of this opportunity. Meanwhile, on the outside, the second phase of the awakening ceremony is popping off. Axion continues to completely dominate the leaderboard, annihilating every beast in the vicinity. His 1,000 dragons roar is so OP it one-shots most of his targets. As a white tiger beast crumples into the snow, a lifeless, bloody heap, Axion casually strolls toward it. His eyes are locked on the green bell dangling from the dead creature's neck, snagging another one that brings his confirmed kill count to 57. He's just racking up points like it's a game. But honestly, slaughtering these monsters was just a side quest. Axion was desperately hunting for Theo, but his scouts kept giving him the same frustrating report. Theo was completely off the grid. Again and again, one of Axion's bootlickers, Orion Gardner, smugly chimes in that Theo must be terrified now that he has to actually put his life on the line and battle some real monsters. Orion is absolutely committed to clinging to Axion's crew, no matter what it takes. He's terrified of the Psycho's power but also believes in it, but he definitely let his mouth run a little too far when he admitted that Theo got stronger but has been a complete idiot for way too long. The very next second, Orion is choking, tears welling in his eyes as Axion's hand tightens around his throat, slowly crushing his windpipe. Axion sneers that this worthless maggot must not grasp a simple concept because he's never known true strength. Having real power means you don't have to fear anything or anyone. The Dark Leopard is completely unhinged at this point, more cruel and paranoid than ever. Orion struggles to gasp out an apology, fighting for every breath. This little psycho moment would have kept going if a messenger hadn't shown up with a new message, this one from the director of the Central Intelligence Bureau, Ed Troy Venn. The note was just a simple nudge to get a move on and execute the plan. Axion flings the worthless follower away like a bag of trash and tells the messenger to shoot a text back to his uncle, telling him to get off his back. He doesn't need any reminders about the mission, because nobody in this world wants to end that punk. Theo more than his own psychotic half-brother. All the while, Theo is just chilling in the dragon's den, still brainstorming the perfect question that could unlock the most information. After a long moment, he finally lands on his first query. Roadbrook lets out a massive yawn, visibly glad the kid finally made up his mind. The sheer boredom was about to put her right back to sleep. So, the first question was this: why is the guardian dragon still here? He kept it short, sweet, and to the point. Roadbrook immediately picked up on his tactic, asking simple, fundamental questions to uncover massive amounts of hidden background lore. She had to give the kid props. The reason she's still posted up here is actually pretty terrifying. There is a monster that exists at the very edge of the world. Its body is so immense it stretches across the oceans. This entity is known as the Nameless Monarch. For the last 1,000 years or so, Roadbrook has been lying in wait inside her lair, burdened with a singular critical mission: to protect the entire world. This Winter Mountain and her dragon's den are nothing but a forward operating base. Theo is stunned into silence, processing the bombshell. His ancestor just dropped on him. He was absolutely certain he wasn't imagining it. For just a split second, he saw a flicker of what looked like pure fear in Roadbrook's eyes. Who would have guessed that a being who's basically a god, as powerful as an ancient dragon, could still feel terror? There's something out there so monstrous it can scare a deity who has ruled for over a millennium. This nameless monarch has to be one seriously freaky entity. Theo is dying to ask more, to dive deeper into this insane lore, but there are more urgent things he needs answers to first. So, for his second question, he asked, "What exactly are these ancient dragon relics I keep hearing about?" Roadbrook explains that there are 3 of these relics out there in the world. She doesn't have the full picture, but she can tell this young selector has been riding a serious wave of luck, The two she can name off the top of her head are the Camellia Palace Dungeon and the legendary White Moonlight Blade. But the third one? That's where things get wild. Roadbroke calls it the relic of the ancient dragon, Papnir. It's what happened when a great ancient dragon's soul shattered into 31 separate fragments, which were then gifted to select humans, tasking them with defending humanity against the sinister nameless monarch. And these relics? They don't have just one form. Some might be a physical item, others could manifest as a life-altering experience, and the absolute rarest could become intangible, bizarre phenomena. Hearing that last part is when it all clicks for Theo. The gears in his brain start spinning, and the picture becomes crystal clear. He's been carrying the final relic inside him this entire time. His whole life after being sent back in time flashes right before his eyes. Living for 20 years, only to be violently yanked back to the brink of death, has to be the single strangest phenomenon anyone could ever experience. His regression had to be another form of the ancient dragon's relic. This means Theo himself is the vessel. He was gifted a fragment of Papnir's soul. But wait, something is off. Every relic is supposed to have a dragon guardian, but there was nothing like that when he was sent back. As this dawns on him, Theo pieces together his third and final question. He locks eyes with Roadbrook, staring straight into her soul, and asks why he was chosen. Why would destiny pick a no-talent scrub like Ragnar's imbecile to battle a being as terrifying as the nameless monarch? Roadbrook's gaze never wavers. She decides to flip the script, answering his final question with one of her own. She asks him, "What makes you think you're the only one?" That simple response shatters Theo's entire worldview. He realizes he's been tunnel-visioned, never considering he might not be alone in this fight. The other heavy hitters chosen by these relics, Sky Dragon, Ed Troy, Ven, Demon Craftsman Curson, and even the notorious Black Dragon, they all knew about the relics. In fact, they actively hunt down and hoard these relics for themselves. The odds are they were also chosen, blessed with a piece of Papnir's soul. If that's the case, are they getting the same system messages he is? Did they also get sent back in time? This rabbit hole of questions brings Theo one step closer to uncovering the world's hidden truth, but it also blows the whole conspiracy wide open. So to recap, a nameless monarch is creeping in the shadows of the planet, a being so terrifying that even ancient dragons fear it. And there's a very real chance other regressors are out there, besides just Theo. Now that Roadbrook has answered his 3 questions, the quest is complete, and it's time to claim his reward. Our boy is so deep in thought, processing the insane implications of this new reality, that he almost forgets why he even came here, to snatch Amon's grimoire. But his world just got a whole lot bigger, and so have his ambitions. He needs something more, something way bigger. He wants a prize that no other item in this treasure trove could ever hope to match. As payment for the quest, he was granted one pick, anything at all, from the ancient dragon's vast treasury. Roadbrook flexes hard, boasting about the insane variety and sheer volume of her collection, with treasures gathered from every corner of the globe. We're talking priceless gems, legendary relics, potent elixirs, and forbidden skill books, god-tier armaments, you name it, she's got it. Whatever Theo chooses is guaranteed to be a fortune, far beyond his wildest dreams. Roadbrook urges him to choose wisely, promising she can deliver on any request. A slow, sly smirk creeps across Theo's face. When the ancient dragon prompts him to state his desire, Theo Ragnar proudly declares that the prize he wants is Roadbrook herself. That answer was completely off her radar. The ancient dragon queen assumes he's just cracking a joke and plays along for a moment. However, she's done with the games and tells the Ragnar kid to make his real choice. But Theo stands his ground. He declares that he just told her exactly what he wanted. The dragon pauses, and then asks if he is being dead serious. After he confirms it, her entire demeanor shifts. A menacing aura explodes from her, making the very ground tremble under his feet. Unleashing her terrifying dragon fear, the ancient dragon roars that his words are a grave insult and attacks him for crossing a sacred line. Feeling the crushing weight of the dragon fear slam into him, Theo struggles just to stay on his feet. That simple roar is powerful enough to force blood from every opening on his face. In response, he counters her roar with his own lesser drake's fear. It is, of course, a completely pathetic and pointless gesture. Even Roadbrook thinks he's an absolute fool for trying to challenge an ancient dragon's roar with such a weak imitation. Still determined, Theo screams his demand, reminding the guardian dragon of her own promise, that he could select any treasure from her nest. Absolutely nothing was stopping him from claiming the guardian dragon Lodbrok as his ultimate prize. He's talking a big game, but deep down, even Theo knows this is a massive gamble, one he's literally betting his life on. This legendary beast, the guardian dragon Lodbrok, is the very foundation of the Ragnar clan, thanks to the OG founder, Sigurd. Locking her in as his partner would be the ultimate proof that Theo is a legit warrior of the Ragnar clan. To prevent the horrors of a dark past from ever happening again, he's willing to throw his life away for this one shot. Theo stares her down and demands the guardian dragon to submit. Just as she promised, the warrior calls for her help with a strained voice. And in that moment, the guardian dragon catches a glimpse of the legendary Sigurd's shadow. Seeing his ghost trailing behind Theo, Lodbrok unleashes a deafening roar and accepts his insane proposal. Theo is completely floored when, just seconds later, the massive dragon morphs into a much smaller, humanoid form. Her piercing golden eyes stare him down. Lodbrok is impressed, you can tell, and she's willing to give this kid a chance. She materializes before him in all her majestic glory, leaving him totally speechless for a moment. Lodbrok snaps him out of it, reminding him she's over 2 millennia old, so he can just chill with those kinds of thoughts. Looking the guardian dragon in the eye, Theo points directly at her chest. No, he's not talking about that massive pair of assets you down bad viewers are thinking of. He's pointing to the hole, blasted through her in a battle 50 years ago. Lodbrok lost her actual heart, and she's been waiting for death ever since. She's only running on 3 more years of life before she's gone for good. It's also why she can't leave her sanctuary, which means she's not going to be helping him out in person. So, laying it all on the table, she asks if he's absolutely sure he wants to pick her as his treasure. This absolute mad lad just grins, confirming he hasn't changed his mind at all, and that he's locking her in, as his reward. You know, guys, in literally any other context, this would sound wild. The system confirms his choice. The guardian dragon is now his reward. Lodbrok thinks it's a monumentally foolish decision, but chalks it up to his main character energy. The system immediately slaps him with the title of the guardian dragon's significant other, along with the descendant of the clan progenitor. Vowing to get way stronger and reach a whole new level, Theo declares that he will hunt down the rest of the relics of the primordial dragon, Fafnir. A soul link instantly forges between the dragon and the warrior, as Theo swears he'll find something that can act as a substitute for Lodbrok's missing heart. I mean, come on. Among the treasures of an all-powerful primordial dragon, he's convinced there has to be some kind of miracle item to save her, and as a bonus, he gets a fat stack of experience points and levels up. Theo feels like it's the bare minimum he can do to truly earn the title of the guardian dragon's partner. Y'all see what's happening here, right? She shoots him a smirk, hoping her new partner will take good care of her. Yep, this is definitely going on Santa's naughty list. Lodbrok reminds him that she's still stuck inside her domain, so he's going to have to figure things out on his own until she goes into hibernation. But for now, she's got a little something for him, which turns out to be an ancient book. Lodbrok explains that, for his soul to properly sync with hers, he has to use this artifact to awaken something called a mind gate. Her best guess is that it'll take him about a month, and she recommends he take it slow. But while he's flipping through the pages, the system dings him about a bonus reward he just got. It's a grimoire called Amen. Peeking at its description, Theo is blown away to see that it's filled with magical principles that go back to the literal dawn of time. This is a special grade book containing the insane secrets of pretty much everything in the universe. Theo is hyped that he managed to snag this baby, but his biggest worry right now is the timeline she just threw out. He asks Lodbrok what she means by 1 month. The dragon says that's the usual time it takes to awaken a mind gate, and asks if he's got something more pressing on his schedule. Theo's heart sinks as he explains that he has to survive the second stage of the awakening ceremony, which is kicking off as they speak. Here's the problem. The entire exam is only 15 days long, which means he has less than half the time he needs to pull this off. Because of that, Theo wants to wait until the exam is over before he gets started. Eyeing him down, Lodbrok unfortunately tells him that, while that's possible, she is absolutely not letting that happen. After all, she can't have him running off so soon. So for this dude, her demand is simple. He has to open the mind gate before the second stage is even finished. And until he does, Lodbrok is going to make damn sure he stays right here. Now that is a bone-chilling threat. The total time left for the exam to end is 13 days, or roughly 310 hours, so he has to get it done by then. Now, let's rewind the tape a little bit. There were 3 days left before the second stage was even set to begin. Axion's uncle breaks down the science behind the totem's anti-fiend safe zones, and it all boils down to a creepy little item, the fiend summoning marble. Tucked away inside each totem is a small sphere, just pulsing with concentrated fiend energy. This intense energy is what keeps other fiends away. But to demonstrate what happens when it breaks, he crushes the marble, and a fiend instantly erupts into existence. The second that marble shatters, it triggers a summon anytime, any place. Suddenly, the man is swarmed by fiends, proving just how ridiculously effective these summoning marbles are. He obliterates them with his dragon spirit, then lays out the mission. The second stage of the exam is all about hunting fiends and stacking points. This forces Theo's hand. His only path forward is to hunt fiends, And for Axion, the pieces of his uncle's twisted strategy are finally clicking into place. They're going to use the marbles to lure Theo right into a trap, but that's just scratching the surface of the real plan. But his uncle quickly reminds him it's not going to be that simple. They're not just going to take Theo out with a basic ambush. No, they need to squeeze him for information on the relics of the Rose Palace. And Axion's deep-seated hatred for the guy is the perfect fuel. Axion is fantasizing about torturing Theo for information, but his uncle has to bring him crashing back down to Earth with a simple, brutal truth. The power level gap between him and Theo? It's not nearly as huge as Axion thinks, which means this whole thing won't be the easy win he's expecting. Yeah, the dude is straight up delusional. On top of that, his uncle points out Theo's fatal flaw, his compassion, which means his followers are the perfect leverage. Axion's uncle suggests targeting the dropouts hanging around the 4th training ground for the job. They're the perfect pawns to use as hostages. With them in danger, they can force Theo to cough up info about the artifact without having to risk a direct battle of strength. Axion is visibly pissed, but he swallows his pride and agrees. Cut back to the present, where their sinister plan is now in full swing. The Dark Leopard is still reeling, completely baffled by how Theo stayed off the grid until the final moments of the exam. I mean, with only 12 hours left on the clock for Stage 2, the Ragnar prodigy had been dominating the #1 spot. He'd racked up a staggering 860 points, so he thinks it's a damn shame that their entire scheme just imploded. One of his lackeys speculates that maybe those scumbags from the council managed to snag Theo first. It's pretty much the only logical explanation for his vanishing act. That's when Felix Ragnar, sitting in 7th place, decides to share his observation. But Axion immediately shuts him down, calling his theory borderline moronic. He throws some serious shade, taunting Felix by bringing up how Lady Plumblossom picked Theo over him. Felix is absolutely raging. He can't believe Axion is coming at him so hard when he was literally just trying to help. That low blow has Felix seeing red. But you think Axion gives a single damn about his feelings? Not a chance. He stands, a sinister grin plastered on his face as he makes a declaration. If Theo won't come out and play, then Axion will personally drag him into the light. He's got the full force of both the Scaled Dragon Society and the Plum Blossom Palace backing him up. And now, it's time to lead the charge and slaughter the failures from the 4th training ground. This absolute psycho plans to just keep on killing. He'll continue the massacre until Theo has no choice but to reveal himself. And listening in from the shadows is none other than Ray Ragnar, who's currently sitting in 3rd place. Cut to a frost lizard fiend getting absolutely wrecked by a group of warriors who are celebrating big time over taking down a yellow bell creature. You'd think they just slayed a dragon or something. These poor dudes have barely scraped together any points, and the clock is ticking with only 12 hours to go. They're starting to get worried about Theo, especially since they've got a whole stash of supplies waiting for him, guessing he must be off doing something more important. That's one guy's theory. Anyway, after all, just making it through alive is the lowest bar for this exam. Even though the rankings don't really matter, they were all hoping to see him dominate the leaderboard and become the valedictorian one more time. But as they're busy chatting away, some bastard runs one of them through from behind. The attacker is Orion Gardner, and he's just murdered Sybil in cold blood. Her friends are left reeling, demanding to know what the hell the Scaled Dragon Society is doing. Panic sinks in as they realize the horrifying truth. They're the targets for the day, nothing more than bait to lure Theo out of hiding. These poor souls are about to get absolutely destroyed for no reason other than knowing Theo. Meanwhile, we jump back to Lodbrok's lair, overflowing with gold and treasure. The Guardian Dragon is seriously impressed. Theo managed to open his mind's gate in less than half a month, a feat that is just staggering. The system even confirms his grasp on the fundamental magical principles, all thanks to some insider knowledge he picked up in his previous life before regressing. Turns out, the secret to mastering the Amon Grimoire comes down to 2 things: the sheer quantity and the refined quality of your magic power. And since Theo is packing both a Monahall and a Dragon Heart, the process is practically effortless for him, letting him learn at double the speed of any normal person. As a bonus, this also unlocks a lower-ranked skill for him called Hatchling Synchro, which lets him use psychokinesis to basically read the history of objects. Lodbrok is totally convinced now. Theo has officially proven himself worthy of being her partner. Now that he's nailed down the fundamentals, the rest will just come with more training, and she tells him they'll finish it when the time is right. As he grows stronger, her voice will begin to echo in his mind. Eventually, he'll unlock the ultimate power-up, the ability to wield Lodbrok's own formidable power, granting him the exact same skill set as the clan's legendary founder. But that future is a long way off. The Guardian Dragon has to recover first, and she's on a tight schedule with only 3 years to spare. Still, a hopeful, Theo is fired up to show her exactly what he's capable of. Impressed by his resolve, she formally seals their ancient pact. With a heavy heart, Lodbrok bids him farewell, hoping their paths will cross again soon. Finally, after all that time, our boy steps back out into the world. He's got the gear, which is great, but he's also got 0 points, with a mere 12 hours left on the clock. Even he admits he's basically playing life on nightmare difficulty. Theo weighs his options. If he tries grinding fiends the old-fashioned way, snagging first place in just 12 hours is a complete fantasy. That leaves only one high IQ strategy: hunting the other candidates and jacking their bells, just like he saw Axion do to win in his past life. He's banking on history repeating itself. All he has to do is eliminate his Ragnar rival and claim the top spot for himself. Of course, that's way easier said than done. From the shadows of the woods, a figure stumbles into view. They're grievously injured, barely standing, and they immediately snag our hero's full attention. It's Rey Ragnar, and she's in horrific shape, making Theo wonder if some ridiculously powerful fiend ambushed her. But even that doesn't make sense. He can't imagine Rey losing to a mere fiend. Then, his eyes lock onto a clean sword gash across her body. He realizes a person did this. "What happened?" he demands, his voice filled with dread. But Rey is too far gone to speak. She just desperately points him west before her strength gives out, and she collapses into his arms. Using his new ability to read the memories of objects, Theo touches her blade and is instantly flooded with visions. He sees Rey, cloaked in stealth, spying on a group that was hunting down his friends. The other failures from the training grounds were already captured, bound, and savagely beaten. Axion's crew was casually deciding whether to just execute them on the spot. Someone asked Orion why he bothered capturing 9 of them, when 2 or 3 hostages would have been more than enough. But before those monsters could murder the innocent students, Rey heroically burst from the shadows, revealing herself to Axion. The Dark Leopard coldly warned her that this was a private matter and that she should not get involved. But Rey refused to stand by and watch the slaughter, preparing to challenge Axion directly. Axion, disgusted that Rey had been swayed by Theo, readied himself to put her down. Their duel erupted in a chaotic flash of steel and power, but the memory abruptly ends with Rey taking that brutal slash to the chest. The rest is locked away, blocked by his low skill level. Theo snaps back to reality, reeling with fury and confusion. Why would Axion go so far as to kidnap his allies? Rey, meanwhile, is just in shock that he somehow figured out the entire story without her uttering a single word. He begs her for the truth, and with what little breath she has left, she explains that Axion's endgame was always to capture Theo. It was all about him from the very beginning. But, since Theo was completely off the grid, Axion forced the issue by taking his friends as bait. The words hit Theo like a physical blow, igniting a white-hot inferno of rage. He realizes the enemies from his past life have 0 intention of backing down this time around either. The only difference is, now he's more than strong enough to fight back. Theo demands to know where Axion is and what his real plan is. And speaking of the devil, one of Axion's scouts radios in, pinpointing Theo's location at the northern cliffside. The intel catches Axion by surprise, but his men are certain Theo has made contact with Rey, which means he'll be charging their way any minute now. A twisted grin spreads across Axion's face, already savoring the thought of cutting Theo down. But then he's sharply reminded that there's absolutely no rule saying he has to fight Theo in a fair one-on-one battle. His primary goal is to hunt for relic clues. His men can deal with Theo's little rescue mission. They suggest he activate summoning marbles to create a massive distraction and sow chaos in the area. Axion is totally on board with the plan and gives them the green light. Back with Rey, she's desperately pleading for him not to go. This isn't just Axion. Even the Central Intelligence Proctors are part of this massive conspiracy to take him down. This is a setup that's far beyond his current power level. She warns him that the exam has been turned into a slaughterhouse, a kill box designed specifically for him. That's why charging in alone is a complete suicide mission. He needs to find trustworthy proctors for help. But for Theo, there's simply no time. And while he's incredibly grateful for what she did, his conscience won't let him abandon his friends. That's why he's ready to move out the second she gives him Axion's location. At this point, Rey is convinced he's gone completely insane. The stakes couldn't be higher, and walking into that trap is a guaranteed death sentence. She begs him to play it smart, just this once. In response, Theo's voice cracks with rage as he roars that he has no intention of losing his precious, the people he cared about, a second time. After all, they swore they'd clear this second stage together. As she mourns the grim fate of the Ragnars, Rey reminds him that sacrifice is just part of the game. He fires back, calling out her own fierce resolve to defy Axion's tyranny, because even she couldn't just stand by and watch the nightmare unfold. The whole scene triggers a horrifying flashback to his first life, a world where everything he ever loved was engulfed in flames, and it was all because he was powerless in a clan that was supposed to forge the absolute strongest. Theo is so done with losing everyone and being played like some pawn. He grits his teeth, vowing he will not repeat the failures that haunt his past. Burning with raw fury and unbreakable will, Theo demands to know exactly where Axion is hiding. The scene cuts to Remington Narciso, who's just stumbled upon the supplies abandoned by Sybil and the crew. Fresh blood stains the snow, screaming that something went terribly wrong. He whips around to face two warriors in the distance, the Holkus Lankas, the one in 5th place, and his sister, Erica Lanka, who holds the 4th spot. And in a shocking reveal, Remington Narciso is hot on their heels, trailing right behind Axion as the number 2 contender. Back with Theo, he's locked in a battle with a massive snow fiend. He effortlessly sidesteps the first couple of lunges before ending the beast with a single, clean strike. He has way bigger problems to deal with. Theo sprints toward Axion's last known location, praying that his friends are somehow still breathing. He knows, without a doubt, that Ed is manipulating Axion, setting up a scenario where Theo can be eliminated without causing a huge uproar in the clan. The fact that the Intelligence Bureau proctors are clearly in Axion's pocket is all the proof he needs. Theo carves through the monsters with his triple dragon's claw, realizing the very proctors sent to kill him will probably be the ones to keep Axion from completely losing his mind. Still, he pushes his speed to the limit, knowing Axion is dangerously easy to provoke. The guy is all impulse and rage. Leaping into the air to deliver a death blow, Theo realizes he can work with that. He can absolutely twist that explosive temper to his own advantage. His sword plunges through the creature's skull, unleashing a torrent of blood. So, how's Ray holding up? She's trying to get her head straight, thinking about how Theo hasn't changed one bit, not since he was a kid. Battered and bruised, she steels herself, determined to help him this time around, while the hostages are getting absolutely brutalized. Pinned under Axion's boot, he's 1 second away from slicing them to pieces if they dare make another sound. The proctors warn him not to act on his own and start a war they don't need. So, Axion lowers his blade, forcing a twisted smile as he waits. He's been told that 4 elite swordsmen from the proctors are already on their way to silently take Theo out. His own uncle doesn't believe Axion is strong enough to handle Theo himself. A bitter pill for him to swallow, especially since he views Theo as nothing more than a bug. But against everyone's expectations, the devil himself arrives. Axion freezes, spotting him emerging from the blizzard, streaked with gore, like a god of war. Theo's eyes are locked on him, blazing with purpose. He takes in the sight of his broken friends scattered on the ground. Then his gaze flicks to the trash who did this, before finally landing back on Axion, the one who's been waiting for this moment. And then, his eyes find the bodies of his fallen comrades. His grip on his weapon tightens. Axion draws his sword, ready for blood, but his handlers once again tell him to stand down. So he sheathes his blade to hear the terms. Axion lays it out for Theo. Just spill everything you know about the artifacts if you want your friends to live. But in a savage twist, Theo just asks, "Are you afraid of me?" This is a pure power move, a calculated strike designed to weaponize Axion's own pride against him. Theo just relentlessly roasts him, calling him a coward who needs to stack the deck just to avoid getting completely wrecked. Axion is seeing red, but the epic trash talk just keeps coming. Theo claims that the only reason Axion surrounds himself with lackeys is to protect his fragile ego. And this whole hostage situation, to Theo, it's just a pathetic attempt to avoid taking an L, proving he's unworthy to be called one of the 4 hounds. Axion is officially tilted, which is exactly what Theo wanted as he keeps poking the bear. He challenges him to a one-on-one duel, the way a true Ragnar would settle things, unless he's the chicken Theo thinks he is. This, right here, is the final push, and Axion can't take it anymore. Theo lays down the terms. If he loses, Axion gets the intel and his life. But if he wins, he and his friends walk away free. The Black Leopard is lost to his rage, sneering as he reminds the Ragnar imbecile of his place. He lets out a maniacal laugh, his eyes burning with a murderous light, mocking Theo's failure to grasp the reality of the situation. The CBI agents try to step in, fully aware that Theo is just trying to bait Axion. They plead with him to stick to the plan, but this psycho is done playing their games. He accepts Theo's challenge and stalks forward to face him, exactly as our boy planned. The proctors watching from the shadows can only stare as their entire operation goes completely off the rails. They've got a contingency plan locked and loaded, ready to spring the trap the second it looks like Axion is about to be annihilated. The ferocious warrior commands his crew to stay back. This is a Ragnar duel, a sacred tradition of honor that must not be interrupted. Plus, he wants the hostages left completely unharmed. Without another word, the duel explodes into action. Theo surges forward, his opening slash a blur of steel that completely catches his rival off guard. The warm-up is over. Now, it's personal. Their swords scream as the 2 combatants clash, perfectly matched. Axion starts running his mouth, talking down to Theo, He unleashes a devastating flurry of attacks, determined to demonstrate the massive chasm between their levels of power. He does this by unleashing a deafening heaven dragon shout. The sheer force of the roar is so immense, even Theo feels a cold dread grip his soul. In a flash, he counters, charging his own blade with energy and unleashing the triple dragon's claw, a move that rips right through Axion's attack and leaves him absolutely stunned. Staring him down is a man radiating pure confidence, someone who can effortlessly shut down his ultimate move. Theo serves the trash talk right back. He fires back, asking if his opponent is even on his level to be running his mouth like that. Watching this insane showdown, Orion is practically having a panic attack. After witnessing Theo's last move, his initial doubts about the warrior's skills have vanished. Now, he's starting to see the terrifying truth behind the so-called imbecile's power. The entire atmosphere shifts suddenly. Axion is the one who looks like he's about to lose. Fear for his own skin creeps in, and Orion seriously considers if he should switch teams while he still has the chance. He knows one thing for sure. Axion completely and utterly underestimated his opponent. In the end, Orion backs down from betraying Axion, knowing the damn proctors from the Intelligence Bureau are watching their every move like hawks. He figures they'll probably crush Theo anyway. Barking orders to his men, Orion tells them to fan out and track down the other proctors. The last thing they need is to get caught in the crossfire of this monster-level battle. The scene shifts, plunging into Axion's past. From a young age, he was groomed to claim the throne of their clan. Both his mother and his uncle saw his ascent as their own key to prosperity. The Ragnar name was just a convenient facade. Deep down, they saw the boy for what he was, a Troyvan. Back in the present, Axion can't help but offer a sliver of praise for his opponent's skill. He lunges, aiming to finish Theo off, but his strike is effortlessly blocked. A confident smirk spreads across Axion's face. He's reacting exactly as Theo predicted. Cutting away from the duel, we're back at the council chambers, where the news of Theo's return and his clash with Axion is causing an uproar. His supporters are ecstatic that he made it out alive. Meanwhile, his haters are in total disbelief that the scoundrels failed to eliminate him. Axion's uncle feigns happiness at his survival, and while his true intentions are a mystery, he realizes he can squeeze Theo for information to advance his own secret agenda. He's just biding his time, waiting for the right intel to surface, before he unleashes his top swordsman to obliterate Theo for good. Abruptly, a messenger bursts in with a breaking update concerning the ongoing fight between Theo and Axion. As you can guess, the uncle is absolutely freaking out. This development completely screws up his master plan. We slam back to the fight. Theo unleashes his secret technique, Gestor's footwork, granting him unreal speed and evasion. Axion is desperately swinging his blade, but every single strike hits empty air. Through this exchange, he finally grasps the terrifying truth. Theo's power has grown exponentially. Axion's face turns deadly serious as he fires a piercing glare. He snarls that Theo isn't as fast as he thinks. Now that he's figured out his movement patterns, he hurls his sword with blinding speed, aiming to take our boy's head clean off. The technique jolts Theo, catching him completely off guard. A chilling memory from his past life flashes before his eyes. The last time he saw a sword thrown like that, he was impaled through the side by a razor-sharp blade. Axion taunts him, claiming that even with a secret technique, his movements are so predictable that it's easy to pinpoint his exact next location. Blood streams down the length of the blade, but it seems Theo survived, catching the deadly projectile with his bare hands. And with that, he has 100% confirmation of the assassin who struck him down in his first life. Axion was one of the traitors. He was part of the conspiracy that brought about the fall of the Ragnar clan. Consumed by a burning hatred, Theo is almost glad to finally confirm it. So he was the son of a bitch who took him out. On the day he died, he had no idea who was behind the attack. He didn't know who was responsible for the destruction of the Rose Palace. Powerless, he ran blindly until Randone finally removed his mask, and that's when he began to understand what was really happening. Evelyn's own investigation had already linked Randone with the Camellia Palace. The rest was just putting the pieces together. The masterminds behind the entire assault were none other than the members of the Troyvan clan. Among those bastards, the only one who could execute that incredibly rare sword-throwing technique is the sly traitor himself, Axion Ragnar. A man so arrogant he'd risk his own primary weapon for a flashy move. What had once been a nagging suspicion was now the undeniable truth, staring him right in the face. He clenches his fist around the sword, and with a surge of pure fury, shatters the steel with his bare hand. Theo is desperate to know what could possibly motivate them to go to such extreme lengths to kill him and his people. Seeing this raw display of power, Axion is rendered completely speechless. But unfortunately for his enemies, Theo isn't the same man they murdered in his past life. This time, he's putting his own survival above all else, not to mention his own comrades. Theo unleashes a projectile straight for Axion, who sidesteps it with ease, mocking his terrible aim, and calling his throwing technique a pathetic copy. But then, a sudden, crushing wave of bloodlust erupts from his opponent, a killing intent so raw, so monstrous, it unleashes an insane amount of mana. Axion's eyes blow wide open. He finally gets it. Theo's been sandbagging this entire time. In a flash, our hero completely vanishes from sight, only to reappear directly underneath Axion, delivering a devastating upward strike. The raw power of the blow launches Axion into the air. Suddenly on the defensive, he's scrambling to parry Theo's relentless assault, even catching a precision cut across his face. A smirk plays on Theo's lips as he taunts the hot-headed warrior, wondering out loud when Axion's gonna get serious and unleash his true power, just to twist the knife a little deeper. In a shocking reversal, Axion grabs Theo's arm and returns the favor, slicing his cheek. They're now clashing as total equals. Theo pulls his vanishing act again, reappearing with a slash so powerful, it sends Axion's sword spiraling through the air. He's completely disarmed, utterly defenseless. Theo mocks his opponent as he poises his blade to drive it straight through his gut. This is the kill shot, and at this range, not even Axion has a prayer of dodging it. Let's cut over to Remington's crew. He's analyzing a trail of blood, realizing it was made by someone dragging a wounded body. The only person who comes to mind is Axion, but it makes zero sense for him to act so recklessly, especially since he already locked in first place. Remington puts the pieces together. They plan to hunt Theo down during the exam's second phase. Hulkus is seething that they'd resort to such a cowardly ambush, but Erica just shrugs, saying that this kind of underhanded crap is basically business as usual during the clan's awakening ceremony. Remington knows, and he grits his teeth, saying that's precisely why he despises the entire Ragnar philosophy. They're obsessed with brute strength, and have absolutely no lines they won't cross. A triggered Erica spits back, telling him to watch his mouth. Remington couldn't care less. His only focus is on saving his friends, just like Theo would. He asks for their help, and Hulkus is ready to back up Erica, no questions asked, but she just turns her back on them. The only reason she came was to meet Theo, and he's nowhere in sight. She claims she has zero interest in bailing out weaklings, which makes her own brother ask if she's always this much of a jerk. Remington gets her fascination with Theo and pitches an idea. Helping him now could pay off big time for her down the road. The trio takes off, racing to find where the hostages are being held. Remington can only pray that they're all unharmed, until they can get there. But their path is suddenly blocked by a group of warriors from the Scaled Dragon Society. They're confronted out of nowhere. It's a betrayal. Orion sneers, annoyed that the white-haired punk bailed to join Theo's side and is now hanging out with a bunch of meatheads. Hulkus is majorly offended, while Remington just tells his old friend to make it easy on himself and get out of the way. But this guy is clearly looking for a fight and refuses to budge. With no other choice, he draws his sword. All three of them charge forward, ready to dismantle the Scaled Dragon Society. The scene cuts back to the hostages. One of them has managed to get his hands on the shattered blade Theo had thrown earlier. That throw wasn't a miss. It was a delivery, aimed to land right next to him. This is their one shot to break free, their only hope of escape. The man frantically saws at the ropes, binding him. Zooming back to the duel, we see that Axion was saved, in the nick of time by a high-ranking swordsman. The proctors have finally decided to intervene, after seeing how out of hand things got. This newcomer is Liam Troyven, and he's ready to face any punishment for stepping in. Liam forces the two apart and tells his men to see to Axion's wounds. Then, he unleashes a furious barrage on Theo. As the other proctors praise their young master's performance, they even hand him back his sword. Axion doesn't look angry, just disappointed. Meanwhile, Liam's ferocious assault is putting our hero through the ringer, and yet, Theo is somehow managing to hold his own, meeting every blow in a blistering exchange. Liam lunges with a powerful thrust, which Theo expertly parries. From this brief clash alone, the high-ranking swordsman is genuinely impressed by Theo's skill, holding his ground against both him and Axion. But despite that, it's painfully obvious he's no match for Liam's superior swordsmanship. With no other proctors around to witness, Liam sees his chance to eliminate this prodigy for good. For the glory of the Troyven clan, he leaps into the air for a final, deadly strike on Theo Ragnar. But in this one instant, the entire script gets flipped. It isn't Theo who gets run through, it's Liam. And the one holding the blade is none other than Axion, there to remind his subordinate of the one clear rule he gave them at the very beginning. Do not interfere. The battle is thrown into absolute chaos by Axion's shocking betrayal of his own people. The other swordsmen scream at their young master, demanding to know why he would lash out so senselessly. Axion just turns to face them, absolutely enraged that they dared to imagine his defeat. He saw their doubt as a direct insult to his heritage. Theo could see it in his eyes. The man had gone completely off the deep end. And as for Axion, he was finally forced to acknowledge his opponent's power. His uncle, Ragnar, had poisoned his mind since childhood, feeding him fantasies of ultimate power and whispering that the Ragnar throne was his for the taking. Axion shouts that even if Theo is powerful, he's still leagues below him. He bellows that he is the chosen one, the warrior destined to become the strongest and seize the throne, so the very idea of him losing here is a joke. In this battle, Axion is ready to obliterate anyone who dares to stand between him and his destiny. He explodes forward, his sword screaming through the air, but the blade only cuts through empty space as Theo skyrockets into the clouds. From above, Theo lands a shocking blow that actually connects with a stunned Axion, and plot twist. Liam is somehow still breathing. Though critically wounded, he bellows at his men to swarm Axion and provide support, whatever the sacrifice. They had to put Theo down while they had the numbers, but the elite swordsman hesitated, having just witnessed how that exact strategy got Liam wrecked. Liam doesn't care, ordering them to charge. If their young master falls, they're all dead men anyway. Axion is getting absolutely pummeled, his mind reeling from being so thoroughly outclassed. He can almost hear his uncle's words echoing. He'd warned him that the Ragnar clan was a chaotic battlefield where the underdog could flip the script in an instant. Denial is crashing over Axion as defeat looms. He had always dismissed this guy, calling him a worm, an insect, an idiot who didn't understand his own insignificance. But now he saw the truth. His uncle was right about the chasm between their abilities all along. Clinging to the fantasy of his own supremacy, a brutally injured Axion attacks with pure, blind rage. He's just screaming maniacal garbage about his destiny and fate. Theo, however, is completely unimpressed by such talk. He knows firsthand that such selfish ambition only leads to the death of everyone you care about. So if Axion refuses to yield, Theo will put him down for good. With that Kassin, Theo unleashes his aura, summoning the brilliant blue dragon for one final, devastating assault. He roars, Triple Dragon's Claw, declaring he'll gain the power to slaughter anyone who opposes him. His attack pierces cleanly through Axion. We're given a stunning, savage frame of Axion's body, literally ripping apart. As the smoke clears, a corpse thuds to the earth, its head completely severed. Axion's head tumbles from the sky, splattering into a paste on the ground. Blood pours out, but it's far too late. The victor of this grueling war is declared, Theo Ragnar, standing firm after finally claiming his vengeance. Nearby, Liam can only stare, dumbfounded at the sight of his master's headless corpse, a fitting end for such an arrogant fool. Realizing he'd be executed if the Sky Dragon learned of this catastrophe, Liam spurred his surviving men into action. Their one goal, kill Theo in retaliation. Shaking off their terror, the elite Troyvan protectors charged as one. Theo stood his ground, a grimly satisfied smile carved onto his face. He was in serious trouble. Even at peak condition, fending off a coordinated assault from 4 senior protectors would be nearly impossible. In his current, battered state, his chances were basically zero. His stamina was completely drained, and his mana reserves were bone dry from the final attack that killed Axion. The only play he had left was to stall for time with the last dregs of his energy. By his calculations, backup had to be close. The protectors closed the distance, preparing a final, vengeful strike for their fallen master. But in the absolute nick of time, the heroic Remington, Narciso, and the towering siblings arrived on the scene. They immediately surrounded Theo, creating an unbreakable wall of bodies to shield him from the protectors' assault. From Remington's point of view, it was the most obvious thing in the world. This is what comrades do. They show up when Theo's gaze fell upon the steadfast silver lion, and he could finally breathe again. Erica Lanka shot Theo a look, clearly impressed that the rising prodigy she'd heard so much about was also seriously handsome. Hulkus Lanka, on the other hand, was just hyped to see a warrior strong enough to take down Axion and hold his ground against elite swordsmen. Fired up by the arrival of reinforcements, Sibel Drea hauled himself to his feet, raising his sword to back up his young master. Remington pivoted, pointing his blade at the corrupt proctors, and began listing off their every crime. He was more than ready to deliver judgment on these scumbags for defiling a sacred rite. With the situation now a chaotic mess and more eyes on their dirty deeds, the proctors nervously glanced at Liam Troyvan, waiting for his next move. Let's be real. They were totally screwed no matter what happened next. They hadn't even managed to dig up any info on the Rose Palace artifacts, which was their entire mission. They completely failed to eliminate the biggest obstacle in their way, and now both Theo and the young master were dead on their watch. With this many witnesses and so much evidence of their screw-up, it was basically game over. But even then, the proctors held onto a sliver of hope that their Sir Liam could cook up a plan to escape this absolute disaster. And when a plan gets this messy, the best solution is usually the simplest one. Just kill everyone. Liam still had an ace up his sleeve, the marbles. They could spin the whole story by faking a monster outbreak that wiped out every candidate on site, framing their botched torture and assassination attempt as some kind of tragic accident. It would wipe the slate clean of the Troyven family's involvement. Fueled by sheer desperation, Liam unleashed 25 fifth-grade monster marbles onto the battlefield. If they could just stage the scene perfectly, they might actually get away with it. Faced with total annihilation, the Proctors still chose to prioritize their family's reputation above all else. But before the marbles could fully manifest, a searing pain erupted in Liam's gut. For the second time in one night, the poor guy got run through from behind. This time, the man wielding the sword was none other than the White Dragon clan supervisor, Silford Gardner, backed up by another supervisor, Aaron Bacchus. But that wasn't all. The Plum Blossom Palace and Daffodil Palace had also shown up, represented by their own supervisors, Natasha Capel and Sally Gardner. Liam, that scheming son of a gun, finally collapsed onto the cold, hard dirt. Supervisor Silford demanded the remaining traitors to surrender their weapons, unless they had a death wish. The Troyven Proctors were completely cornered. Behind them stood Ragnar's most electrifying new talent. In front of them were seasoned, battle-hardened veterans. The moment Theo knew they were truly safe, the last bit of his strength completely gave out. Catching him was the very woman who warned him not to come, Ray Ragnar. Before he blacked out completely, he managed to thank her for the warning. As the criminals were being hauled away, Remington finally dropped his stoic facade, rushing over to his friend, his face etched with worry. The Lanka siblings immediately jumped in. Erica was determined to make sure Theo wouldn't forget her, while Hulkus was already trying to lock in a rematch. Shoving past them, the other three boys from the training ground swarmed in, showering the young master with their heartfelt gratitude, all of them bawling their eyes out. Feeling the wave of support and genuine care from his people, Theo Ragnar cracked a smile. This feeling, this was the kind of strength he had been searching for, and Ray, of all people, seemed to get him completely. As his consciousness began to fade, Theo muttered a request for some bells just enough to secure first place would be fine. Just moments after the traitors were arrested, the news reached Ragnar headquarters. Unsurprisingly, Ed Troyven refused to believe what the messenger was telling him. The entire round table of Ragnar's top brass sat in stunned silence as the report was repeated. The news of Axion Ragnar's death hit the room like a lightning strike. Finding out his own nephew died during a test where he had secretly arranged another assassination attempt, it almost made the Sky Dragon completely lose it right then and there. While Uncle Ed was fighting the urge to go feral, the announcement for the second round's blooming ceremony began. The survivors of the brutal test gathered at the starting line, all of them looking completely drained. An old man stepped forward, commanding everyone's attention, and began praising them for their incredible effort. Declaring the official end of the ceremony was one of the legendary 9 dragons himself, the Zenith Dragon, Pharaoh Ragnar. Every single person in the family knew who the Zenith Dragon was, so the new generation was absolutely shook. The old man almost never shows his face at public events. Reading the results aloud, Pharaoh announced that 45 out of 87 candidates had passed. That number might sound low, but it was actually a higher than average survival rate for the ceremony. It just proved how stacked this year's talent pool was. This batch might go down as the greatest of all time. And even in a class this loaded with talent, one candidate shone brighter than all the rest. Take a wild guess who topped the charts. Word was out. Crushing the second trial meant an instant promotion from apprentice to a full-fledged entry-level inspector. At this moment, they had every right to feel on top of the world. Those who made the cut were now officially qualified to serve as Ragnar's inspectors under one of the powerful factions. To crank up the tension, the Zenith Dragon kicked off the score announcements. In first place, as everyone predicted, was Theo Ragnar, who absolutely demolished the competition with 1,121 points. Seriously, who would have guessed the guy with 0 points just minutes from the end would rocket straight to the top? Then again, knowing he's the one who took Axion's head, it all clicks into place. Snagging second place was Remington Narciso with a solid 926 points. Erico Lanky claimed third with 843 points. Ray Ragnar landed in fourth with 789 points, and Hulkus just barely secured fifth. The old man continued rattling off the results until the cutoff for passing at 45th place. These absolute units are basically guaranteed a fast track to prestigious careers, but the blooming ceremony was far from over. A third, secret round exists, one that only the absolute best of the best could even attempt. When the call went out for those who collected enough bells to enter the hidden ceremony to raise their hands, the usual suspects shot their arms up with pride. Only the top 4 proved to be monstrous enough to qualify for the final trial, the true hidden gem of the ceremony. It all revolves around the quality breathing method. After gathering a sufficient number of bells, A participant could decipher the inscriptions etched within them. That might sound easy on paper, but actually absorbing the insights, reading, and truly understanding those carvings demands an insane level of perception. The few who are skilled enough to master these secrets can literally add those visions to their combat arsenal, earning them a ticket to one final, ultimate assessment. In his past life, Theo got lucky and found a single bell, but he couldn't make heads or tails of the cryptic message. This time, however, he has hatchling synchronization, an OP ability that lets him peer into the very thoughts of objects. Essentially, it translated the encrypted text into vivid images and experiences inside his mind. He witnessed a flood of scenes, watching ancient heroes and legendary warriors perfect their techniques, which instantly fused Theo's mind with a deep understanding of the hidden truths in a ridiculously short amount of time. Usually, it's a miracle if even one person qualifies for this last test, but this year, they have 4 absolute beasts. As far as Theo remembered, Ray and Remington weren't even supposed to grasp the quality breathing method this night. It seems his actions have created a ripple effect, boosting their progress. With the icy stage now open, Old Man, Pharaoh challenged the top 4 to show him what they've got. Following the ranking, Theo Ragnar stepped into the spotlight, with Axion permanently out of the way. The game is about to change, and fast. But instead of dreading what was coming, Theo felt completely calm and centered. For the first time, he has all the pieces to forge a better future. As he strode to the center of the arena, tiny sparks began to crackle around his boots. Those sparks intensified, erupting into a full-blown storm of thunder. After sifting through a mountain of bells, he had finally awakened his true natural attribute. To demonstrate his mastery, he activated the first stage, imbuing his mana with the raw, roaring power of thunder. The second stage of comprehension is all about expression, physically manifesting that thunderous mana. Seeing their leader looking like a literal god of thunder, the boys from the training ground went absolutely wild. Normally, even the most exceptional candidates would stop right there and be celebrated as once-in-a-generation geniuses. But Theo Ragnar? He's just built different. People haven't even coined a term that can describe his level of talent. Tapping into the dragon heart, thrumming in his chest, he unleashed the third level of comprehension, complete and utter control. Out in the crowd, Erica Lanka was practically drooling over the sight of the most powerful man of her generation, while her brother looked on like a kid, watching his favorite anime hero. Even the Zenith Dragon confessed he never imagined seeing such a profound level of comprehension, achieved so damn quickly. Everyone assumed this had to be the climax. Control is the absolute peak for most prodigies at this level. But nope, Theo Ragnar was here to steal the entire show for himself. Just after flexing his perfect control, his thunderous mana surged to an even more terrifying level. The entire arena exploded in a blinding golden-yellow light, looking like a Super Saiyan was about to go legendary. His eyes snapped open as he drew his blade in one fluid motion. As wild bolts of lightning danced, he swung the sword, unleashing a devastating lightning strike shaped like a blade of wind. He finally had a long-range attack. The attack almost seemed to have a mind of its own, taking on the ferocious image of a ravenous thunder dragon. Among the 5 stages of comprehension, this was the 4th level, expansion. This time, the other candidates were completely silent. Every single one of their jaws was on the floor in pure shock. Theo Ragnar aimed his brand new technique straight at Old Man Pharaoh. Of course, the legendary warrior just let out an amused chuckle. He was thrilled to witness a generational talent showcase this incredible level of expansion. Before the thunder dragon could even reach him, the old man just casually raises a hand, conjuring shimmering dewdrops from nothing. These tiny spheres of water suddenly compress into a high-density shield and stop an entire thunder dragon in its tracks. And the Zenith Dragon? He isn't insulted, not at all, that a candidate had the guts to challenge him. He's actually thrilled to discover such a rare talent at this year's ceremony. The crowd is absolutely stunned. Is this dude for real on their level? Suddenly, in a much better mood, Old Man Pharaoh slaps an extra 1,000 points on Theo's score for that audacious show of skill. But of course, Theo had already calculated the old man's soft spot for exceptional challengers when he pulled that move. After that flex, Theo's score skyrockets to 2,221 points. 1,000 points is a score nobody else could even dream of hitting, and this guy just casually doubled it. Theo's display is on another level, comparable only to the legendary Lord Thorquil. Hyped up by Theo's audacity, the Zenith Dragon invites the last 3 contenders to step forward. First up is Remington Narcio, a water element user who hits the 3rd stage of comprehension, control, snagging himself a bonus 500 points. Ray Ragnar follows, reaching the 2nd stage, expression, and grabbing another 300 points. Her icy personality is a perfect match for her ice attribute. In the same vein, Erica Lanka also hits the expression level for a cool 300 points, and just like her explosive temper, She's wielding the fire attribute. The old man is absolutely stoked about this year's lineup of talent. Normally, just breaking the 1,000-point barrier would make you the #1 contender. Basically, there are 4 people in this group who could have easily been the champion any other year. But let's be real, the chasm between first and second place is massive. Theo Ragnar is playing in a league of his own, way beyond regular prodigies. With the exception of the third-round contestants, everyone is dismissed to get ready for the nomination ceremony, scheduled for next week. The top 4 stay behind, waiting for instructions on the next phase of their journey. And that's when, from the peak of a snowy mountain, a suffocating wave of killing intent blankets the entire area. The 4 finalists nearly buckle under the pressure, this hostile force crushing down on them. With a solemn look, the Zenith Dragon announces the true beginning of the next chapter of their lives. Even with all his knowledge of the future, Theo has never encountered anything like this. What's even more confusing is the familiar surge of power he feels, radiating from the mountain's summit, this crushing force trying to grind them into dust. It's Lord Brock's energy. It turns out the final stage of the blooming ceremony is a secret trial, one that only a chosen few ever experience. A direct meeting with the head of the family himself. Nobody ever speaks about what goes down in these meetings. Your fate rests entirely on the whims of the patriarch. It's here that a candidate can be chosen as a contender in the brutal succession battle for the throne. As it stands, all 5 of the current frontrunners to be the next family head went through this exact same final trial. Getting picked for the succession war is the ultimate sign of a powerful contender. This can only mean one thing. Kyle Ragnar is up there right now, waiting for this year's top dogs, on that very mountain peak. But that still doesn't explain why Theo can feel Lord Brock's energy emanating from the summit. And then a horrifying possibility crashes into his mind. What if the man who stole the ancient dragon's heart was his own father? Old Man Pharaoh gives the signal. The final 4 must now climb the mountain, push through the overwhelming fear, and face their lord. But that's way easier said than done when they're completely paralyzed, unable to move an inch. Seeing his fellow competitors struggling, Theo tells them to stop trying to brute force their way through the oppressive aura. Instead, he says, they need to sync up with the pressure's wavelength, using their own mana. Remington immediately grasps the concept. It's going to be tough, but if they can generate an anti-phase wave, they could cancel out the crushing pressure. At least, that's the theory. This test is pretty much designed to weed out anyone who lacks fine control over their magic. Erica's just standing there, completely lost as the 2 nerds talk shop. Remington is more than happy to explain, launching into a lecture about the vibrational properties of mana. Erica just gives him a blank stare, like he's speaking another language. Basically, they just need to project mana with the opposite properties of the pressure. Erica snaps at Remington, calling him a goody 2-shoes for making a simple solution sound so damn complicated. And while the others are busy bickering, Theo, eyes shut, is already finalizing his counter-strategy. Moments later, a dense, powerful aura erupts from his body, completely neutralizing the force that had kept him pinned down. When they ask how he figured it out so fast, he just smirks and says, "This kind of feat is exactly what you'd expect from the next clan head." His competitors are floored by his sheer audacity, but the Zenith Dragon's expression remains as unreadable as stone. Leaving everyone else in his wake, Theo bolts into the snowy forest. Old Man Pharaoh yells at the others to get a move on, reminding them that points for this round are based on who reaches the summit first. And with those words, the race is on. That little speech definitely lit a fire under every single one of them. As the final contender blasted off from the starting line, the Zenith Dragon fell into a deep, thoughtful silence. A low chuckle rumbled in his chest. Man, it had been ages since he'd felt this desperate to take a kid under his wing. Meanwhile, back at the Camellia Palace, a certain elf absolutely barrels through the gates, roaring with laughter as she frantically searches for her daughter, Cecilia. Cursum is slamming open every single door, hunting for Cecilia, and the maid's reactions say it all. This has become a regular occurrence. She's been pulling stunts like this daily ever since young Master Theo became the family's new rising star, even if it means crashing a critical meeting. At last, Cursum shoves the right door open and lets out a victorious cry. For the millionth time, Cecilia has to lecture her mother about showing some damn respect within the palace grounds. But Cursum could not care less about pointless formalities. She's about to be disgustingly, obscenely wealthy. After all, don't get it twisted, she was already loaded by any metric, but soon, her vaults will be overflowing with unimaginable riches. I gotta remind you, they call her the elf of capitalism incarnate for a reason. Ever since Theo started blowing up, her workshop has been absolutely flooded with commissions. Her brand has officially hit the big time. Naturally, Cecilia is over the moon for her mom. But even more than that, she never once doubted that her son was destined for greatness. That used to be enough. But now, seeing her little boy thrown into one deadly scenario after another, A mother's heart can't just switch off the anxiety. What if he gets seriously hurt? What if the crushing pressure and the constant spotlight finally break him? Cecilia feels completely useless, just stuck watching from the sidelines. Overwhelmed by her own helplessness, Cecilia throws herself into a low. The one thing she can do for her son, making sure his drip is always absolutely immaculate. All the while, Kersum won't stop yapping about her grand plans to expand her entire operation. She's moving beyond just weapons. Her workshop is about to dive into crafting and selling high-end accessories too. The cash from that expansion alone could multiply her revenue by tenfold. Hearing this, a light bulb goes off for Cecilia, who's been desperately looking for ways to give her son an edge. She turns to her mom with a serious proposition, a commission for a state-of-the-art prosthetic arm. Far away, on a snow-battered mountain peak, Kyle Ragnar is howling with laughter, having just heard his son's audacious declaration that he's aiming for the throne. The big boss turns to a little black bird, his confidant, promising the creature he isn't the kind of father who would ever get in the way of his child's ambitions. And besides, it's a crime to extinguish the blazing fire of youth. He was just like Theo in his own younger days, after all. In fact, the entire summit of this mountain, littered with masterless blades, this graveyard of swords, is a monument to that same undying ambition. All Kyle Ragnar has ever wanted is the prosperity of his clan, and to secure that future, he's more than willing to eliminate anything or anyone that gets in his way. In a boneyard that stretches as far as the eye can see, what's one more body? And yet, for some reason, the little blackbird seems worried about this year's lineup of challengers. But Kyle Ragnar just declares that his blade doesn't recognize blood ties when the big picture is on the line. After all, he is 100% aware that his own damn son is a regressor. That's right, the plot just got 1,000 times more complicated. The moment has finally come for father and son to meet at the summit. Kyle's eyes drift over Theo's ragged, battered state. His signature smirk instantly vanishes. The whole happy-go-lucky dad vibe is gone, replaced by the bone-chilling aura of a guardian of death itself, standing among the swords of all the enemies he's slain. It took Theo a grueling 4 hours to conquer the steep mountain, a climb that should have taken him just one. He was nearly crippled by that suffocating, immense pressure. Kyle beckons him forward and asks if he truly understands what the Graveyard of Blades symbolizes. Most kids in the Ragnar clan grow up on the stories of their father and the legend of this final resting place for warriors. This entire mountain embodies the brutal reality of being the head of the Ragnar family. It's a position where the leader must shoulder an infinite burden of threats and challenges, with absolutely no one to rely on but themselves. The throne only respects one thing: overwhelming power. A clan head must stand so far above every other mortal they can't even be seen. When Kyle asks if he truly possesses what it takes to seize such a lonely throne, Theo answers with a defiant, unwavering yes, but his father warns him not to give such a heavy answer so casually. On Kyle's own path to the top, he had to send thousands upon thousands of souls straight to the afterlife. Not everyone can carry the weight of all that resentment. For Kyle, this place is a constant reminder of his bloody history. He can still hear the curses of his victims, their whispered threats of revenge from beyond the grave. Despite this, Theo's resolve doesn't even waver. The kid knows exactly what he's fighting for. As for his true motivation, it all stems from his past life and his unquenchable thirst for vengeance. If he can take the throne, he can finally put an end to the cursed bloodshed that has plagued the clan for generations. That mission is his absolute priority. But of course, he can't exactly drop that truth bomb on his father. So, in true Ragnar fashion, he chooses to answer the loaded question with his sword. A wide, predatory grin spreads across Kyle Ragnar's face. His boy definitely knows the right way to have a conversation like this. And since he chose to speak with his blade, he'll no longer be treated as a son, but as a true challenger. Besides, Kyle is itching to see exactly what skills this little brat has picked up. That special someone. Theo's blood ran cold. He knew exactly who his dad was talking about, Lodbrok, and that horrifying realization confirmed everything. Kyle Ragnar had stolen the ancient dragon's heart. Theo's body instinctively braced for impact, but he was light years too slow. It took his father less than a nanosecond to carve him clean in half. By the time his brain caught up, the feeling in his lower body was just gone. For the second time in his life, Theo Ragnar felt the icy grip of death closing in. Sliced like a slab of meat, his hold on the living world was fading fast. Kyle Ragnar wasn't playing games. This was his dreaded heart sword technique. After striking down his own son, the patriarch pivoted towards the worried black bird. He told the feathered avatar there was no reason to panic. Over the young prodigy, the heart sword was a test. Only those with unbreakable will and absolute resolve could escape its illusion. It was a savage challenge to throw at a rookie during his awakening, no doubt. But if Theo truly had that fire in him, he would find his way back. If his conviction was even slightly half-baked, though, it was better for him to perish right then and there. The patriarch had no use for a regressor with a wavering soul who could become a liability to the clan. Theo's spirit was cast into a bottomless void, a shadowy realm on the edge of life and death. He recognized the chilling sensation of his very essence being ground into nothingness. He strangely made peace with it fast. I mean, who could possibly tank a direct hit from a demigod and walk away? Theo mentally listed the W's he'd stacked up this time around, trying to convince himself that he'd done enough. He'd ripped the Camellia Palace from the Trojans' grasp. He'd personally executed Rendon and that rabid dog Axion, the very monsters who butchered him in his past life. Everything after that was just a bonus, a cosmic stroke of luck compared to the train wreck of his first run. He'd lived a much happier life, even if it was shorter. Maybe it was okay to finally let go, to find peace for good. As his will to fight dissolved, accepting this grim finale, the last embers of his soul began to evaporate like morning dew. But just before the final trace of his being was wiped from existence, Griffin, the spirit dwelling within his sword, crashed the party. The colossal bird forced his consciousness into that infinite darkness with one mission: to roast his master. If this kid was really going to give up and die like a punk, Griffin was going to be monumentally pissed off. Hearing that sharp, sarcastic voice trashing him from beyond the veil, a spark reignited within Theo's soul. That one spark, fanned into a flame by the bird's savage words, was enough to jolt him out of that defeatist mindset. No, this was not going to be Theo Ragnar's grave. His soul roared back into existence, reforged from pure, stubborn will. He'd already quit once in his last life. He would be damned if he let his story end so pathetically. After piecing his spirit back together, Theo pushed himself beyond his limits, manifesting a blade capable of slicing through the endless void itself. A solemn vow he once made echoed in his mind. His body could be broken, his mind could be shattered, and his soul could be torn apart, but Theo Ragnar will never, ever yield. There, in that empty expanse of nothing, he brandished his sword with a desperate, primal refusal to pass on. The purest slash he had ever made proved sharp, and strong enough to tear a hole in the very possibility of his own demise. The illusion of death shattered like glass, and the light of life poured in, drenching his soul. Theo's eyes flew open. He was back on the mountaintop. He had successfully cut his way out of the Heart Sword's mental prison, thanks to a clutch assist from Griffin. He'd managed to stop himself from becoming an empty vessel, a body without a soul. Kyle Ragnar stood before him, his gaze sharp and discerning. The ruthless demigod let out a sneer, and gave his son a passing grade. It was a literal pass-or-die exam, and Theo had aced it. An entire week blitzed by. After the climax of the blooming ceremony, today was draft day at the clan headquarters. The Blanca siblings stood in the crowd, waiting for the call. Holkus hated being packed in with so many people, and his sister, Erica, relentlessly teased him for being a giant, anxious baby. But honestly, you couldn't really blame him. The commanders of every single unit, the legendary 9 dragons, the ex-clan head, and the current patriarch were all present. The pressure was suffocating. Still, Erica warned her brother to quit looking so terrified, or no faction would ever pick him. Besides, he failed to even get elemental breathing after gathering so many bells. Holkus was still incredibly salty about that. On top of it all, his sister was being super cagey about what reward she received from the clan head when she reached the summit. The big oaf argued that Theo would have been a cool dude and shared the secret if he'd just asked. A Blanca's life is sworn to be the sword of the Ragnar clan, and with that in mind, Holkus had already decided where his loyalty would lie. He was betting everything on the coolest and strongest guy of their generation, a man who had it all: power, character, and relentless ambition. Holkus was fully prepared to stake his life on the young master. Despite the fact they had never actually spoken to each other, he figured he could just slip into Theo's camp by sneakily joining the same unit his idol was assigned to. This was only possible because, for some bizarre reason, the patriarch wasn't immediately taking Theo into the main clan head's manor. That meant that scrubs like Holkus and the rest of Theo's fanbase could actually follow their hero into whatever faction he chose. The roar of the arena dies down as a single, ceremonial drumbeat thunders through the air, kicking off the nominations. And kicking things off, the batch's undisputed valedictorian, Theo Ragnar, is summoned to the stage to receive his honors. The stands are packed with everyone from commoners to swordsmen, all of them screaming for the same guy they once dragged through the mud. Theo soaks it all in with a smirk, standing before the Ragnar clan's top brass in the heart of the stadium. Evelyn Naraval watches with pride, silently cheering for the young master she helped raise. In a perfect world, she'd see him join the legendary white-armored dragon cavalry. But yeah, she knows that's just a personal fantasy of hers. As the top graduate, he didn't just meet expectations, he shattered them, excelling in every single discipline. He completely dominated every last one of his peers. But just as he's about to be asked to choose a faction, a figure from the section of the 9 dragons gets to his feet. It's Ed Troyven, the Sky Dragon. He's the director of the Central Intelligence Bureau, and without a single word, he commands the attention of the entire arena. The mood instantly sours. Everyone's thinking this madman is about to pull some stunt to get even for his nephew. A colossally stupid move, of course, with all the other heavy hitters present. The announcer tries to regain control, firmly telling the Sky Dragon to sit down. Theo figures the dude is still reeling from Axion's death, but he isn't exactly shaking in his boots, especially considering where he is. But in a move that shocks everyone, Ed Troyven flashes a brilliant, completely phony smile and invites Theo to join the Central Intelligence Bureau as its new deputy director. Bruh. Theo literally ended this guy's nephew, and he's getting a job offer out of it. Nailing the valedictorian spot in the Ragnar clan hits different. Theo clawed his way up from the absolute lowest rung of the succession ladder, and now, he's finally broken free and is ready to soar. The news of his massive glow-up spread like wildfire through the clan. All anyone could talk about was how he offed Axion and went toe-to-toe with a high-ranking proctor. His zero-to-hero story resonated deep in the hearts of countless apprentice swordsmen. Now, more people than ever see him as an icon. The public's opinion of him flipped from total disgust to pure awe. The Ragnar family failure is no more. What stands in his place is a generational prodigy with monstrous potential. As he stands there on center stage, a familiar notification chimes in his mind. The 3rd scenario quest has officially been cleared. His reward is something called an ether core. Theo's genuinely surprised. He's gone so long without a peep from the system that he practically forgot the quest was even active. Considering the insane grind it took to finish, this ether core better be something OP, right? He can't even enjoy his victory loot for a second before some two-faced snake dangles a deputy director position in one of the family's most powerful factions. Activating his observation skill on Ed Troyven, he confirms his suspicions. This clown wants to get Theo under his thumb and use him as a pawn to hunt down the secrets of the primordial dragon relics. I mean, he already knew that, but it's still nice to get the confirmation. The Sky Dragon probably has a hunch that Theo already possesses one of the relics. But unfortunately for Ed, Theo would rather die than ever bend the knee to a Troyven. It is his life's work to crush that entire cursed family with his own 2 hands. The demon dragon, Julius, immediately erupts over Ed's paper-thin scheme. Julius holds nothing back, calling the snake out for trying to twist this ceremony into a revenge plot. The Sky Dragon just lets out a mocking laugh, brushing off the accusation. He admits that, as an uncle, he's got some resentment, but as the central director, he's only focused on recruiting the most qualified person. Julius just clicks his tongue in disgust. Ed Troyven is a slippery snake, through and through. Even in this moment, he's laser-focused on pushing his hidden agenda. The announcer cuts in before things get uglier, and orders the 9 dragons to stop interrupting and let the official ceremony proceed. When asked if he's already decided on a faction, Theo says he hasn't made a choice just yet. He wants to hear what all the different factions are willing to put on the table. He's basically trying to start a bidding war for his talent. The first to jump at the chance is the Sword Dragon, Osa Ragnar Plunis, head of the Plum Blossom Palace. She vows to take Theo on as her direct disciple and make him a junior lord. Now, Lady Plum Blossom doesn't have any biological children, so becoming her direct disciple and junior lord is a fast track to inheriting an insane legacy. She is basically offering to adopt Theo and make him the successor to the Sword Dragon title. Just like that, 2 of the 9 dragons have made their play, exactly as you'd expect for a hotshot like Theo. With offers this massive being thrown around, most of the other commanders and directors don't stand a chance. But despite the insane recruitment battle heating up, another major player is about to throw their name in the ring. He makes one hell of an entrance, a thunderous crash as a figure plummets from the sky, completely wrapped and masked in bandages. And just when you thought the stakes couldn't get higher, Robert Ragnar, the mastermind behind Black Snow, also known as the Black Dragon, throws his hat into the ring for Theo. The crowd is absolutely stunned. This dude is basically a ghost. Most have never witnessed him in public before, but he'd been spectating the awakening ceremony from the very beginning. Robert had to admit, Kyle was right, the boy was definitely captivating. If Theo agrees to join forces with Black Snow, the Black Dragon is prepared to grant him the prestigious rank of Null Snow. Black Snow operates as a shadowy intelligence agency, its agents moving like phantoms. The only exception are the Null Snows, the absolute highest-ranking officers in the entire faction. They are permitted to have a public identity, to chase after fame and honor. In Theo's previous life, only 8 of these legendary figures existed in the organization. He had grinded his entire life trying to achieve that title, but it was always an impossible dream. Now, it's being offered to him right from the start. Snatching the spotlight from the Black Dragon, the Elder Pharaoh, the Zenith Dragon, speaks up. It seems Theo Ragnar made a massive impression on him during the third stage, and he wanted to make it known that the Zenith Academy would eagerly welcome the most phenomenal talent the family has witnessed in a generation. This brings the total to 4 out of 9 dragons personally laying their offers on the table. Of course, the demon dragon, Julius Ragnar, the formidable commander of the white-armored dragon cavalry, was bound to make a play for Theo as well. But while everyone else dangled insane perks, Julius stood his ground, refusing to offer Theo any kind of special treatment. His own troops were practically shouting at their commander that this was no time to be clinging to principles. But Evelyn had totally anticipated this from Julius. For him, honor is something you must prove you deserve. The white-armored dragon cavalry lives and breathes that creed. Julius, beaming with pride, guaranteed he would remain fair to all the other new recruits. He promised Theo would get every ounce of support needed for his development, along with the immense pride of being a dragoon. Theo completely understood the commander's position. In fact, he deeply respected it. Just as he was about to declare his choice, a smooth, captivating voice echoed directly inside his mind, and his mind alone. Former clan head Hilda Ragnar flat out asked him if he was a regressor. From her tone, it was clear she already knew the answer. Fighting to keep his composure, he shot back a telepathic reply, playing completely dumb. Hilda commended Theo's flawless acting, expressing curiosity about the life he led in his previous cycle. The moment she mentioned a cycle, it slammed into Theo that regression might not be a one-and-done deal. While he was spiraling into an existential crisis, everyone in the arena was still on the edge of their seats, waiting for his decision. So he stammered, asking for a bit more time to process everything. Hilda just smirked at his rattled state. She told him there was no point in hiding any longer. After all, she's a regressor just like him. But the number of cycles she was allowed to repeat had already been used up. This ridiculously powerful and gorgeous grandma of his is basically confessing that she's been through the regression loop multiple times. This was an avalanche of information to absorb all at once. Maybe asking Hilda for a straight explanation was the best move. But when he questioned her about what these cycles meant, Hilda was genuinely surprised he didn't know something so basic. She figured her son, Kyle, must have kept the poor kid in the dark about everything. Then again, it's hardly shocking, considering Kyle despises regressors with a burning passion. It's more bizarre that he allowed one to live, even if the kid was his own flesh and blood. Maybe that explains the vicious life-or-death trial Theo was forced to endure on the mountain peak. Hilda was delighted by the boy's hunger for knowledge, but they couldn't get into the specifics right then and there. If he truly wants to uncover the secrets of the Ragnar clan and the entire world, he'd need to track down his grandma later and finish their little chat. During the final phase of the ceremony, all his father had given him was the merciless heart sword. At least now he knows to be even more on guard around Kyle Ragnar, given his intense hatred for regressors. It's possible the patriarch seized Lodbrok's heart precisely because the ancient dragon was so open to helping regressors. A human taking down such a god-tier being sounds completely impossible, but there's a reason they call his father a demigod. Kyle Ragnar is always on a whole other level of intense. To unravel the secrets of regression, a long, serious talk with Grandma is absolutely essential. Besides all that, Theo Ragnar has finally come to a decision about which faction he'll join. Swelling his chest with pride, he declared his choice with unshakable resolve. But we're not going to spoil our boy's pick just yet. Remington Narciso, this batch's runner-up, chose the Zenith Academy, becoming the Zenith Dragon's direct disciple. It was a partnership destined for greatness, especially since they both master the art of water current breathing. In Theo's first life, Remington had returned to the Narciso clan and trained all on his own. He would eventually ignite a blood-soaked rebellion against the entire Ragnar clan. Making an enemy of the Silver Lion never ends well. But this time around, he decided against leaving the clan, a huge change triggered by Theo's influence. For these two rivals, it's a temporary goodbye. For now, they will go their separate ways to level up within their different factions. With a pact to meet again as legends, they parted ways not as friends, but as brothers forged in combat. Unsurprisingly, Rey Ragnar jetted back to the Daffodil Palace, the domain where her mother, the Ice Dragon, held absolute dominion. There's no other place more fitting for a queen like her. And, as expected, Sibel and the other scrubs from Training Ground 4 were desperate to trail their young master, but their stats simply weren't high enough to get accepted into his new squad. Saying goodbye to the crew stung, but growth is essential. Theo was hyped to watch his new friends carve out their own legacies on their individual journeys. Once everyone had cleared out, the Lanka siblings closed in on Theo. Hulkus tried to play it off like it was a total coincidence they landed in the same faction as Theo. Of course, he met them with a polite nod and shot them his thanks for their backup during the chaotic second stage. You know Erica is going to be holding that debt over his head for the foreseeable future. She's got a thing for powerful guys, and so does her hulking brother. Just then, one of the supervisors barked at the new recruits to lock it in. The commander was arriving. And you already know, Theo aimed for the most decorated unit in all of Ragnar, the ultimate launchpad for his career and his campaign to be the next clan head, the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. It was commanded by the notorious Demon Dragon. His chat with Grandma Hilda would have to be put on hold. For now, it was time for the fresh meat to make their declarations. Hulkus Lanka boomed that his goal was to become a legendary dragoon. Some were chasing clout, wanting their names known across the land. Erica declared she'd become the strongest of her generation. A tough goal, for sure. One kid just wanted to be recognized by the commander, which earned him a few weird stares. Finally, it was the Golden Boy's turn to roar his ambition into existence. With the Great War looming just 5 years out, he vowed to seize command of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry within that half-decade. Spitting that out in front of the current commander takes some serious nerve. But Julius didn't take the direct challenge, as a diss to his rank. In fact, he lived for hearing those massive dreams from the next generation. He told them whatever their reason for joining the cavalry, they had to burn one thing into their minds: every drop of blood and sweat they pour out. For this unit will be immortalized in the sagas. Today's agony becomes tomorrow's glory. The cavalry's shield does not yield, and its swords will never shatter. From this day forward, they are a brotherhood, sworn to watch each other's backs. Waiting at the end of that road paved with suffering is pure, unadulterated glory. With that epic speech finished, the Demon Dragon officially welcomed his rookies. As a flex, his terrifying partner made a ground-shaking entrance. The commander's ride is a flying dragon named Gula. This absolute unit is the living symbol of the Dragoons. After Gula's arrival, the sky went dark as the rest of the Draconic Squadron blotted out the sun with their wings, carrying the cavalry's senior members. Each rookie was assigned a personal handler for the day. The true admission test was about to kick off. This meant the new recruits would be diving headfirst into the wild to claim their own partners. The absolutely stunning and awe-inspiring sight of dragoons soaring in perfect formation was a vision straight out of a dream. Every child in the Ragnar clan fantasized about having their own flying dragon. The handler assigned to Theo was none other than Evelyn. He was totally shocked to see her out of Training Ground 4 and geared up for active service. He had to ask if she'd finally rejoined the ranks. She beamed, replying that she was taking up the sword once more. Thanks to a brand new prosthetic arm forged by the demon craftsman, Evelyn could finally get back to the life she was born for. Turns out, a few days prior, his mom, Cecilia, and Kirsten paid Evelyn a surprise visit to give her their thanks. She was in the middle of schooling some of the Training Ground boys when they showed up. As always, Evelyn deflected the praise, chalking Theo's achievements up to the young master's own raw talent. But Cecilia knew that Evelyn's faith and guidance were a massive catalyst for her son's triumphs. Knowing that Theo had such a fiercely dependable person in his corner, Cecilia was determined to express her gratitude. Evelyn kept on downplaying her own importance. Cecilia wasn't having it. That's when Kirsten commented that beacons that light the way through darkness are often unaware of their own brilliance. The elf saw that radiance in this one-armed swordswoman, and she wanted to help Evelyn's light burn even brighter for the entire world to see. Back in the present, her life as an elite dragoon for the cavalry had been reignited. Cecilia gave Theo all the credit, revealing to Evelyn that her son was the one who pulled the strings for this incredible favor. Thanks to him, Evelyn could once again feel the reins of her beloved dragon in her hand. Theo had absolutely no idea this was all going down behind his back. Even without him knowing, his mother is truly the GOAT. To repay this life-changing gift, Evelyn Naravel swore an oath to be the young master's unyielding sword. He immediately accepted her vow. As they soared into the dangerous heart of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry's territory, the nest of white dragons. This is no place for humans. The name's a total bait and switch, because this territory belongs to the Flying Wyverns. It's also the cavalry's ultimate trial grounds. The rules are savage. Bond with a wyvern, or you're out. No second chances. Almost everyone makes it through. So, Theo? He's chilling, not even breaking a sweat about his own chances. But those beastly Lanka siblings? Yeah, he's kinda worried for them. Evelyn lays it out. Picking your partner is all about the vibes, a gut feeling you can't ignore. She says you just know when you find the one. Their first stop on this tour? The hunting grounds of the fearsome Opterex. This massive, brown-scaled beast is a total tyrant of the skies. After that, they scope out the lair of the venomous Aviarii. Picture a snake's body on a dragon. They blast out clouds of violet poison, and their stingers are literal death sentences. You've also got the blade dragon, Sigia. Surprisingly, they're chill herbivores who'd rather just burrow and nest deep underground. But get on their bad side, and they'll ambush you from below. Meanwhile, ruling the skies are the speed dragons, Velociraptors. They're small, lightning fast, and wickedly smart. They operate in deadly packs and blast fire from their jaws. These 4 species are pretty much the main groups the cavalry manages. Problem is, Theo isn't vibing with any of them. Not a single one. That's when he dives deep into the memories of his past life, and a notorious wyvern surfaces in his mind. 6 years after the Great War ignited, a monstrous, mutated wyvern is destined to storm the nest of the White Dragons. An absolute massacre. It's going to slaughter hundreds of mounts that were painstakingly raised by the white-armored dragon cavalry. It earned a chilling name, the Evil Shadow Dragon. On that dark day, 8 villages were incinerated, and dozens of elite warriors were cut down. Totally panicked, the Ragnar clan officially labels the Evil Shadow Dragon a Class 2 calamity, a full-blown demonic fiend. In the end, it took the combined might of both the Demon Dragon and the Sword Dragon just to take the vile creature down. It got its infamous name from its terrifying ability to melt into the shadows. This isn't your kid-friendly How to Train Your Dragon. This version is written in blood. And Theo? He desperately wants to partner with that exact anomaly. From what he recalls, the beast had one super obvious, defining feature. After soaring through the skies for a while, his luck hits. He spots it, that unmistakable feature, all while the other rookies are scrambling to find any partner they can get. Meanwhile, the commander is just vibing on a deadly cliffside with Gullah, but his moment of peace gets shattered. The sword dragon has just trespassed into his domain. But he's not even mad about the interruption. Why would he be? He just landed the single most talented prospect in the clan's entire history. A prize he never even saw coming just fell right into his lap. And well, that's precisely why Osa has come calling. She's sharp. She knows Commander Julius is scheming to make Theo a cornerstone of the cavalry, and he's not planning on waiting around. Naturally, he plays it cool, neither confirming nor denying anything she says. A loose tongue has been the end of many powerful men, after all. But the sword dragon can read between the lines. She senses this man is orchestrating something far grander than she first imagined, even without him uttering a single revealing word. But look, Osa isn't here to start drama. Quite the opposite. She's here to pitch an idea, all for the sake of their golden boy. Julius cuts her off with a blunt reply. He's already got Theo locked down in his faction. The idea of him switching over to the Plum Blossom Palace is completely off the table. So what kind of deal could this woman possibly be cooking up? She doesn't beat around the bush for a second. She suggests a joint mentorship for the rising star, an idea that is completely unheard of. The clan's factions never cooperate or break tradition for one rookie, no matter how promising. But back to the main event. Theo and Evelyn are swooping in closer to a secluded corner. It's something he spotted from a distance. Down there, a pack of 4 bullies are ganging up on a lone wyvern with shimmering, bluish-white scales. Evelyn already knew the deal. This specific wyvern was constantly being targeted by the others. The cavalry had tried literally everything to fix it, but it was useless. The others completely shun him because he's not a pureblood. Turns out, the poor guy is the offspring of a female wyvern and a male viper. And get this, vipers are Class 1 demonic fiends that lurk in the depths of the demon sea. It's a total enigma how one could even mate with a wyvern. A union like that, let alone a successful birth, should have been completely impossible. Theo can hardly process the insane backstory he's hearing. Class 1 demonic fiends are an absolute plague on humanity. We're talking about living, breathing disasters whose only purpose is destruction. If a single one ever breached the Great Wall, the devastation would be unimaginable. Not to mention, they are ugly as sin. Vipers are basically ghost-type monsters that thrive in the shadows. And suddenly, it all clicks. This is how the evil shadow dragon got its insane, exclusive abilities. It has to be the viper blood flowing through its veins. The birth of this white wyvern ignited a massive controversy within the cavalry. There was serious pushback, but in the end, they agreed to let him into the nest, strictly for observation. But then the bullying began, with all the other wyverns refusing to accept a half-blood among them. Just locking him away wasn't a real solution, so the cavalry is completely stumped. Hearing everything this little guy has been through, being cast out just for being different, it hits way too close to home for Theo. The cavalry ended up naming him Umbra, which means shadow in the ancient tongue. A slow smile spreads across Theo's face. He just knows. He's finally found his partner. Then, without a single warning, Evelyn. Vaulting onto the saddle, he declared his choice, and before Evelyn could even think about landing, the absolute madman plunged straight off the flying beast. Zero preparation, no parachute. He was just that insanely hyped to finally meet Umbra. Evelyn's heart nearly hammered out of her chest as the young master just decided to skydive on a whim, all under her watch. Theo's determination was simply off the charts. He was granted a second chance to forge a new destiny. So why shouldn't this supposedly evil shadow dragon get the exact same shot at a fresh start? Igniting his mana, Theo slammed into the ground like a bolt of lightning ripped from the heavens. Caught completely off guard, Evelyn had no time to intervene in the young master's insane stunt. On his way down the cliffside, Theo materialized multiple blades from thin air, launching them at varying speeds. His eyes blazed as hatchling synchro activated, seizing control of the blades with raw psychokinesis. With this wild technique, he masterfully broke his fall, and then he used the floating blades as footholds in midair, making it look like he was sprinting straight down, spitting in the face of gravity. Look, learning psychokinesis is one thing, but weaponizing it with such slick ingenuity is a whole other level. Evelyn was completely floored. The young monster's growth curve was just plain broken. Down on the cliff, the wyvern's cornering Umbra hissed and shrieked with venomous aggression, but the bullied beast refused to back down, meeting their snarls with its own. Witnessing this injustice, Theo was shot back to his own dark days as the clan's resident loser. The memories of his peers sneering at him, branding him an incompetent failure, flooded back. Back then, all he could do was grit his teeth and absorb the insults. But he wasn't that person anymore now. He was the undisputed G-O-A-T of his generation. Blue sparks crackled around Theo as his thunder dragon breathing kicked in, bringing him into his effective range. He repurposed the blades for their true calling, sending them screaming towards the bullies. Supercharged with an ungodly amount of electricity, he flared his dragon mark. He could have easily annihilated those wyverns if he wanted to, but he just hit them with a warning shot to scare them off. As the bullies fled with their tails tucked between their legs, Theo Ragnar touched down, scorning the gang of wyverns. Just a pack of cowards hiding behind superior numbers. But when his gaze fell upon Umbra, his expression instantly softened with concern. The beast, threatened by this powerful newcomer, let out a wary growl, coiled and ready to explode at the slightest hint of aggression. The moment Theo stepped within range, Umbra took off, retreating to who knows where. Evelyn finally swooped in, explaining to the young master that the beast was completely on edge and that getting close was going to be a major challenge. When she advised him to take it slow, he shot the idea down. The most critical thing right now was for Umbra to know he had someone in his corner. Why else would he linger around a nest where he's constantly being attacked? Umbra was profoundly lonely. His emotional wounds were a far greater burden than any physical ones. Considering Umbra's injuries, he couldn't have flown far, so Evelyn and Theo got back on their mount, and they began searching for the poor guy. Just as predicted, Umbra quickly burned through his stamina and had to land on a nearby rocky peak. Even though he was utterly exhausted, he forced himself to his feet the second he sensed the humans approaching. Countless dragoons from the cavalry had attempted to tame this creature, and every single one had failed. He was incredibly distrustful of humans, and considering his fresh wounds, that wariness would be cranked up to the max. So, Theo asked Evelyn to fetch something to feed the poor guy. Meanwhile, he was going to try and understand Umbra on a deeper level. He began to stroll slowly towards the beast. It immediately unleashed its wyvern fear aura. He instantly countered with his own, lesser Drake's fear. Man and beast were locked in a battle of wills, a clash of pure presence. In the end, Theo's aura came out on top, steadily overpowering Umbra's defenses. The beast braced itself for a final blow, but was instead met with a strange sensation as Theo poured a healing potion over its wounds. As the potion worked its magic, Umbra felt his injuries rapidly mend and a surge of his stamina return. After tending to the worst of the gashes, Theo gently stroked the poor wyvern hybrid. Umbra was totally confused. For his entire life, his only constants had been pain, suffering, and isolation. Now, a human was standing right beside him and showing him kindness. Thanks to Theo's dragon heart, he could feel Umbra's emotions. Getting closer, he could sense Umbra's white-hot rage, a rage directed at the herd that had cast him out. But tangled with it was a conflicting sadness, a deep desire to be a part of that very same group. But what screamed the loudest was the long, agonizing loneliness buried deep in the wyvern's soul. What's more, Umbra's feelings about Theo were a total contradiction. He was terrified of this man, this stranger who appeared from nowhere offering warmth, yet he desperately hoped that warmth would stick around just a little longer, that this man wouldn't leave him too. So Theo made a solemn vow to Umbra, swearing he would never, ever, turn his back on him. To seal the pact, he brought out the gem he'd scored from his last mission, and he gifted it to his new friend. As Umbra stared at the gem, sparkling with a mesmerizing luster, he was completely captivated. Still, the wyvern was a total tsundere and tried to fight off the temptation, but there wasn't much he could do when Theo fastened the gem around his scaly neck. Theo promised that if Umbra would just follow him from this day forward, and this was just a down payment on a mountain of treasure. It was a deal so good it was practically a cheat code. To make the offer even more irresistible, Theo pitched the idea of crafting reins and a saddle absolutely dripping with priceless gems. The bling would be off the charts. Of course, they might have to mug a rich grandma to get the materials, and that particular grandma happens to be his own. Miles away in her workshop, Kersum gets a sudden, terrible feeling that her bank account is about to be annihilated. Umbra lets out a triumphant roar. It's official. Theo Ragnar has been accepted as the Viper Wyvern's true master. And with that, he unlocks a new skill, Wyvern Taming. The more his partner trusts him, the higher his mastery will soar. It also drops a 10% stat boost on both rider and mount. A few minutes later, Evelyn returns, casually dragging two bulls by the horns. While her own wyvern is still catching its breath, she sees the untamable beast that no one in the cavalry could even approach, now cuddling up to the young master. They serve the bulls to Umbra, who happily digs into his 5-star lunch. When Evelyn, completely floored, asks how in the world he did it, Theo just says that he tended to Umbra's wounded spirit. After that, the gifts just sealed the friendship. The once vicious outcast now acts like a giant, scaly puppy, even offering his master a piece of the bull. Evelyn has to admit it. Theo has main character levels of Riz, whether he's dealing with people or monsters. Seeing Umbra offer his neck and back as a sign of complete trust, Evelyn declares that the young master has officially aced the test. But then she realizes Theo isn't just planning a little ceremonial victory lap on his new friend's back. Panic mode activated. He has literally zero flight training, and riding a wyvern bareback is a one-way ticket to a very messy death. Theo just grins and reassures Lady Evelyn that he'll be fine, thanks to his new wyvern training skill. The skill will make up for his rookie riding abilities. And with that, the new partners blast off into the sky, leaving a stunned Evelyn on the ground. Umbra is practically vibrating with excitement to finally take flight, and Theo guesses he's dying to show his new master something special. For the first time in his bleak existence, Umbra looks genuinely happy, watching his partner soak in the flight with pure, childlike wonder. He couldn't wrap his head around how a creature this pure-hearted could possibly become the terrifying demon known as the evil shadow dragon. After they soar across the entire nest, they arrive at the edge of a massive, thundering waterfall. Umbra plunges right through the heavy curtain of water, charging into a secret cave completely hidden by the cascade. Theo thought he knew the Winter Mountains inside and out from his time with the Black Snow, but he never had a clue a hidden crystal cave was tucked away back here. Seeing how the whole place glitters, it suddenly makes perfect sense why Umbra is so attached to it. Looking around, Theo discovers the grim reason Umbra would eventually become the evil shadow dragon. He'd been eating the countless ghost spirit flowers. These things, growing all over the crystal cave, are only supposed to sprout in the deepest abyss of the demon sea. They feed on pure demonic energy. Dragon and demon auras are fundamentally opposed, so how Umbra even survived this diet is a complete mystery. Either way, these toxic flowers needed to be torched. Umbra protested, but Theo promised not to damage the crystals, which calmed him down. Deeper inside the cavern, another jaw-dropping sight reveals itself. A skeletal, rotting corpse chained directly to the wall. Theo estimates the body has been there for at least a decade, but it's barely decayed, which is deeply unsettling. The cave's cold temperature helped, but this is also a clear sign of immense magical power. This man must have been a top-tier warrior, in his prime. Anyway, Theo knew he'd have to return later for a proper deep-dive investigation. The moment he turns away from the corpse, its eyes snap open with a look of pure hatred as it starts screaming the current clan head's name, Kyle. Umbra reacts instantly, slamming the undead thing back into the wall and pinning it. He unleashes a threatening roar, a clear warning to the creature that showed hostility toward his master. The corpse keeps shrieking Kyle's name, and Theo senses his new friend is in mortal danger. The corpse lunges for Umbra's feet, but Theo shoves his own arm in the way to block the attack. The creature's decaying teeth clamp down and refuse to let go, all while screaming curses at Kyle and Robert Ragnar from beyond the grave. This means Theo's father and the Black Dragon are somehow connected to this random chained-up zombie. At that exact moment, Evelyn swoops in to save the day, unleashing a signature technique of the white-armored dragon cavalry, Blade Barrage. With a storm of countless stabs, she completely obliterates the corpse's head, and Theo is finally free. He stumbles to his knees, apologizing for the screw-up, his body trembling violently from the bite. An excruciating pain explodes through his system. The bite was laced with a toxin made of pure demonic energy. Without an antidote, Theo is looking at a guaranteed and incredibly agonizing death. Evelyn frantically tries to lift him to rush him back to HQ, but Umbra shoves her away, refusing to let her touch him. He keeps nudging Evelyn back from the young master, as if he's desperately trying to tell her something. Sensing what's happening, Theo asks his partner if he knows a solution. Without a shred of doubt, he puts his life completely in Umbra's claws. Theo cracks a weak smile, and gambled his very existence on the Viper Wyvern's plan. Evelyn instantly shot down the idea, calling it completely insane. A cocktail of corpse toxin and demonic energy is a one-way ticket to the grave if you don't act fast. From what Theo could tell, he had less than a 30% shot at survival. Even with the best healers, his odds were trash, so he was willing to bet it all on Umbra's crazy scheme. This beast after all, had evolved into a Class 2 demonic fiend by literally eating ghost spirit flowers. The logic was simple. It must have fought the corpse before and figured out how to neutralize its demonic energy and its deadly toxins. Right as his world went dark, he begged Evelyn to just trust Umbra's instincts. Scanning the cave, the viper wyvern moved like a blur, snatching up handfuls of ghost spirit flowers and cracking off crystal shards from the walls. It shoved the raw materials at Evelyn, urging her to grind them into a paste and force-feed it to the young master. She grit her teeth, deciding to honor Theo's last wish. Summoning her mana, Evelyn levitated the crystals and flowers into the air. With sheer force, she crushed and blended them into a dark purple sludge that she then dripped past Theo's lips. The loyal knight and the anxious beast held their breath, desperately waiting for the potion to work its magic. The second the mixture hit Theo's core, his dragon heart roared to life, thundering like an engine inside his chest. The effects were visible almost instantly. Mana began to pour out of his body in waves, crackling with his signature electric power. But then, something shifted. His brilliant lightning started to absorb the corpse poison, its color twisting into something sinister. It was turning pitch black. Once the transformation stabilized, the shadowy lightning surged back into his body. It was a full system reboot. A notification flashed. Body cleansing purification now active. Trait of the evil shadow dragon has been acquired. While our boy is literally in the middle of a life or death evolution, Commander Julius Ragnar is in his office getting some devastating news. The Black Snow intelligence unit had already vetted the intel, confirming the report with an 89% accuracy. His fury exploded. The demon dragon within him shattered his entire office desk with a single blow. He'd been riding a massive winning streak lately. He knew some bad news was bound to hit eventually and ruin the mood. Still, a catastrophe on this scale was completely beyond anything he could have imagined. Trainer Isvan, the captain of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry's 5th platoon, and 15 of his most elite soldiers had all been wiped out in battle. Now, this body-cleansing purification was a legendary secret art. It was a brutal technique that violently ripped every impurity from a person's body to supercharge their constitution for magic cultivation. To even attempt it usually required a whole team of S-class masters channeling their power non-stop for days. And even then, it was only ever confirmed to work on children younger than 5. For Theo to trigger this priceless phenomenon took a perfect storm of 1 in a billion coincidences. The lethal corpse toxin flooding his veins was packed with an insane amount of concentrated magic power, which was saturated with demonic essence from the ghost spirit flowers. Umbra's weird antidote then acted as the perfect catalyst. This whole chain of disastrous events created a freak balance, where instead of being annihilated or cured of the demon shadow toxin, his body absorbed all of its raw power. And just like that, Theo's eyes snapped open. Evelyn and Umbra were right there waiting. Feeling completely wiped out, the first thing he did was apologize for scaring them. His loyal soldier and his new scaly companion finally let out a massive sigh of relief. But when he pulled up his status window, imagine the absolute shock when Theo realized he'd just become the second incarnation of the evil shadow dragon. That cleansing process alone netted him an extra 85 status points. We're talking a colossal power-up. It all made sense now. The crystals in the cave were pure, condensed energy. That purity must have diluted the flower's toxicity, turning a deadly poison into a legendary elixir. He had never been more thankful that he'd bet his life on Umbra. Ragnar's body is already considered genetically perfect, but now, having gone through the body-cleansing purification and becoming the evil shadow dragon, he was on a one-way track to becoming an absolute god. The only real question left was who this corpse was, before it was just a monster. Looking around again, Evelyn noticed some incredible markings carved into the cave wall. Etched across the entire surface was a journal, left by what had to be a master-level martial artist. It documented how he hid out in this cave, after getting clapped by Kyle and Robert Ragnar. His grand scheme was to lay low and plot the perfect revenge. But his body betrayed him. Robert Ragnar had destroyed his mana hall, and his end was only sped up by the ghost spirit flowers that he was eating just to stay alive. In the end, his sanity crumbled long before he could ever get his payback. He was crushed by the reality that he would die there, filled with a hate that would never be satisfied. So the man chose to leave it all behind, by melting down his treasured emerald serpent sword, binding his will to the very cave itself, hoping someone would one day find this place and see his final wish through. The man had passed on his entire legacy. The very next section of text detailed the flying sword technique of the god of Tempest. This corpse, it had to be the legend himself. They said he was a master of the winds, a tragic hero who was defeated by Kyle Ragnar in the war for the throne 40 years ago. The Wind Baron, Hector Ragnar, his legend was supposed to have died in that final, bloody battle. But in truth, he survived, only to waste away, dying a miserable and lonely death in the back of some forgotten cave. Before the loyal sword of Ragnar, Evelyn Naravel dropped to her knees, her head bowed in absolute respect. Even though the Wind Baron lost to the head of the clan, he was still a Ragnar, a man with a legitimate claim to the throne a generation ago. As a sworn vassal, Evelyn had just attacked a potential successor, a crime punishable by immediate execution. She pleaded desperately, but Theo brushed her off. What she struck down wasn't a Ragnar, he declared, but a raving madman. And beyond that, she did exactly what was necessary to protect the current heir. Flexing his authority, Theo commanded Evelyn to wipe her memory clean of everything that just went down in this cave. But if her conscience was still screaming, he dropped an unbelievable proposal. She could inherit the secret techniques of the Wind Baron for herself. She was stunned, naturally, arguing that she was unworthy of a power that could rival the legendary techniques of the 9 dragons. But Theo's resolve was iron. He was determined to make Evelyn the one to carry on Hector Ragnar's legacy. He tells her there is no one more worthy of that power. Besides, this would grant the Wind Baron the peace he never had in life. And a legacy disciple, the heir to a grandmaster, can't be questioned for a crime committed in service of her new lord. It was the perfect move. Touched by the young master's words, Evelyn Naravel, an elite swordswoman of the Ragnar clan, bowed her head to Theo in complete reverence. She swore an oath of eternal loyalty as his faithful vassal, humbly asking him to accept her pledge. A smirk played on Theo's lips. This girl had always been so formal and by the book. He decided to indulge her and give her the ceremony she clearly craved. Theo drew his sword. With a single, graceful motion, he knighted Evelyn, accepting her oath of loyalty and searing it into his heart and soul. She was now the esteemed lord's first sword. With Umbra as the sole witness to their pact, the bond between master and vassal was forged in steel and sealed in shadow. By sunset, most of the rookies had made their way back to the White Armored Dragon cavalry headquarters. Holkus was feeling pretty good about himself, noticing he'd returned way before Theo. He and his bizarre frog-like mount were left completely speechless when the final rookie touched down, because Theo Ragnar had brought back the most insane partner anyone had ever seen. Some of the cavalry veterans recognized it immediately. Umbra, the disobedient beast that no one could tame, and seeing that Theo was the one who finally broke the unbreakable, they just shook their heads and chalked it up to him being the prodigy of the millennium. Poor Holkus felt his confidence get utterly shattered. Evelyn filed their formal report on the aptitude test, then asked for the commander's whereabouts. The other dragoons told her they just saw their boss bolt for his office moments before, clutching some kind of urgent message. And speak of the devil, the demon dragon himself and his menacing partner reappeared on the field. Touching down with a ground-shaking thud, Julius Ragnar apologized for being the bearer of bad news right after their brutal test. The bombshell drops. Every single person here, from the seasoned veterans to the fresh-faced rookies, will be deployed to Fort Blanky immediately. The news sent a wave of confusion and alarm through the headquarters, but Theo was the only one there who knew exactly what was about to unfold. The Cirrus Merchant Guild hostage situation at Fort Blanky is finally in motion. They are about to walk straight into a conspiracy, a complex plot to steal the Dragon Slayer sword, Balmung, for an upcoming coup, a scheme orchestrated by the detestable Sky Dragon, Ed Troyvan. One of the dragoons demanded more information. You can't just deploy a bunch of new recruits, who haven't even gone through proper training, but Julius gave it to them straight. Trainer Isvan, captain of the 5th platoon, and his entire unit have gone missing. The name hits hard. Everyone knew Captain Isvan. He's the oldest, most experienced knight in the White Armored Dragon cavalry. The man is a legend. He wouldn't go down easy. Theo feels a chill. This has to be another butterfly effect that he's responsible for. Black Snow calculates the probability of their deaths at a staggering 89%. And even if they lived, they'd be in no condition to complete their mission. Therefore, all currently available forces will temporarily operate under the 5th platoon's name and see the objective through. Evelyn Naravel was appointed acting captain. Deployment is in 3 days, meaning the rookies have 72 hours to cram all their basic training. Julius refuses to believe that old Isvan could have fallen so easily. Still, his eyes burned with a raw thirst for vengeance, and with that declaration, he made a powerful exit. This whole mess started with the Black Skull bandits abducting a Cirrus Guild merchant. The cavalry was supposed to intervene, a clean operation with no casualties. But that was just the cover story. The real objective was something else entirely. All of these dramatic events were just a smokescreen to conceal the theft and transportation of the Dragon Slayer sword, Balmung. The second, Ed Troyvan gets his hands on that legendary blade, the coup d'etat will begin. It's clear that events are starting to spin in a new direction, different from Theo's first life. And if this is his fault, he has to be on the front lines to see it through. The hidden quest to acquire the Dragon Slayer sword has officially kicked off. 3 grueling days of hellish training blew by. The air in the northern stronghold was bitingly cold. A bone-chilling cold gripped the night. High in the watchtower, a soul bandit's eyes went wide as a monstrous shadow began to eclipse the moon. His blood ran cold as he recognized the shapes. A whole battalion of wyverns, the infamous white-armored dragon cavalry, and before a single warning bell could toll, the watchtower erupted in a fiery blast. High above the chaos, Evelyn gave a single, ruthless command to rain down bombs on the fortress below. The wyverns moved like a World War II bombing squadron, executing a perfectly synchronized rain of destruction. Every explosion landed with surgical precision, sending bandits scrambling for the castle's inner sanctum to escape being atomized. It was no use. The dragoons had already hit the ground, a wave of steel sweeping through to cut down any stragglers caught in the open. Evelyn conducted the slaughter like a symphony of violence. This is the steep price you pay for pissing off the white armored dragon cavalry. Miles away, the man hired to smuggle a legendary sword was thanking every god he knew. He had slipped out of the stronghold just moments before the inferno began. If he can just deliver this blade, all that's left is to grab his massive payout, kick his feet up, and vanish into a life of unimaginable wealth. Sucks to be him though, because this entire gig was a setup. His fantasy of a rich future was cut short by a sudden, silent beheading, delivered by a cloaked figure. Now that Balmung had been successfully extracted from the stronghold, the real operation could begin. With their primary objective in hand, the shadowy figures proceeded to the next stage of their horrifying plan, rolling out massive long-range cannons. It was time to swat those wyvern-riding flies from the sky. Meanwhile, the cavalry was mopping up the last of the bandits, effortlessly crushing every last scumbag within the stronghold. The veteran soldiers were laughing, bragging about what an absolute cakewalk it was, but Theo felt a knot in his stomach. This was too easy. How could this pathetic crew have possibly annihilated the original 5th platoon? Activating his hatchling synchro, Theo jacked into a bandit's mind. The memories confirmed it. They stole Balmung, alright, but here's the kicker. Not a single grunt had ever actually laid eyes on the sword. Fine for pawns, but even the bandit leaders were operating in the dark. One of his seniors noticed his expression, asking what was wrong, while another just told him to chill out. They figured the Flash Tiger was just dealing with some first mission jitters. The vets were just eager to wrap this up and head home. It was at that moment an ice-cold premonition shot down Theo's spine. He instantly broke away from his seniors. Leaving them baffled, Theo wordlessly swung his blade, shattering what seemed to be a normal wall. Behind the crumbling bricks were stacks upon stacks of dangerously volatile explosives. This mission was a trap from the very beginning. Theo immediately took command. "Everyone out. Evacuate now," he roared. And then came the sound, a terrifying whistle, cutting through the air, getting closer and closer. Theo's warning cry was completely swallowed by the thunderous K-boom of the first impacts, a direct hit. From their hidden vantage point, the mysterious hooded figures began to reload. They continued to relentlessly hammer the explosive-rigged fortress with cannonballs from every conceivable angle. They had their orders. Wipe the new 5th platoon off the face of the earth. Not a single person was to be left breathing. Meanwhile, the mastermind who ordered the hit was sitting alone in a moon-drenched room. Lady Amal Ragnar, the former lady of the Camellia Palace. She was cradling the headless body of her psychotic son, Axion. The woman had completely snapped, and now she demands a Ragnar's head, whatever the cost. As explosions rocked the fortress, the captured bandits saw a chance to break free and escape. Evelyn wasn't having any of it. She gave the ice-cold command for an execution spree. As the stronghold burned to cinders, her dragoons went to work on the criminals. But even Evelyn was getting a suspicious vibe about the original 5th platoon's fate, seeing how laughably weak these bandits were. Another explosive round slammed down right next to her. Evelyn dove, narrowly avoiding being roasted alive. The second bombardment had begun. Evelyn put her troops' survival first and finally gave the command to pull out. Any bandits left behind were about to be turned into dust by the explosions anyway. Eventually, the rookie squad found their way to Evelyn's battalion. Now that the 5th platoon was reunited, they had to escape this crumbling hellscape. Theo suggested they push for the outer walls, away from the artillery fire. In that instant of extreme pressure, something inside his mind miraculously snapped open his mind gate. The limits on his brain shattered. His thoughts accelerated to light speed, his senses dialed up to 11. He glanced around the chaotic scene, and the very blueprints of the surrounding structures were downloaded directly into his awareness. The sheer flood of information was so intense it left him stunned. Evelyn had to physically shake him back to reality. She started pulling him toward their escape route, but Theo stopped her dead in her tracks. With chilling certainty in his voice, Theo declared, "We can't go to the exit. We have to go deeper inside the stronghold." Evelyn met his gaze, and, without a moment's hesitation, trusted her master's judgment, ordering the rest of the troops to follow. 21 lives were hanging in the balance. All of them were betting their lives on the Golden Boy to see them through. and with his heightened senses, he could see that the only thing waiting for them at the exit, this wasn't just random cannon fire, it was a perfectly choreographed ambush, the ultimate trap sprung from his newly awakened mind gate. Fused with hatchling synchro, the fortress itself starts whispering its secrets to Theo, revealing its entire history. My guy is literally jacked into the Matrix. His enemies are absolutely convinced the castle is a 100% death sentence. But with his god-tier view of the stronghold's blueprint, he can pinpoint the one way through the chaos. A hard left leads to a string of hidden explosives, while a glance to the right shows the incoming trajectory of a devastating artillery strike. The only viable path is a desperate plunge down the central staircase. With no other choice, Theo spearheaded the charge down the central stairs, his comrades scrambling for their lives right behind him. Evelyn anchored the rear, a fierce protector making damn sure no soldier was left to the wolves. Their sliver of hope vanished when they slammed into a dead end. Panic ignited, and every single eye shot to Theo, desperate for some kind of big-brain miracle play. Turning back was not an option, and to make things 1,000 times worse, the ceiling above them began to groan, finally caving from the relentless explosions. Massive chunks of rock and splintered wood rained down, threatening to bury the new 5th platoon right where they stood. Outside, the hooded Troyvan agents cackled at the inferno they'd created, having finally spent every last artillery shell in their arsenal. This was all payback for their young master, Axion. With blades drawn, the Troyvan assassins prepared to storm the wreckage. They were fully prepared to sift through blood and gore to piece Theo's corpse back together. They needed receipts for this kill. Yeah, that wasn't going to happen. The new 5th platoon cheated a team wipe as the roof and ceiling imploded around them, but so did the very floor they were standing on, thanks to a desperate, last-second slash from Theo's sword. The entire squad plunged into a secret underground cavern, only to be greeted by more hostile bandits. This was no accident. Theo had aimed them here. He'd spotted a hollow space far below the hallway. Peering past the new enemies, he saw it. A subterranean prison lined with cold steel bars. And trapped inside was none other than Captain Trainer Isvin. It goes without saying, Evelyn's troops absolutely dismantled the 2 remaining bandit jailers. In fact, Hulkus handled it himself. With the guards neutralized, Evelyn got the whole ugly story straight from Captain Isvin. And get this, the masterminds behind this entire conspiracy? Their own Central Intelligence Bureau. They freed the original 5th platoon from their chains, but the mood was grim. Every single one of them was missing limbs, including the old captain himself. Evelyn always had a gut feeling Troyvan was involved in this treachery, but she never imagined a betrayal on this scale from within their own ranks. These bastards actually raised their swords against their own brothers in arms. This was treason, and treason has a price. The ultimate price. Captain Ivan understood their fury, but warned them not to act rashly. These enemies aren't idiots, he warned. This was planned down to the last detail. Attacking them with our limited numbers would be a suicide run. For the moment, their top priority was to somehow contact the Black Snow unit stationed in the area. Theo dropped a cold truth bomb. The fact that no help had arrived meant the enemy had likely already taken out the hidden Black Snow agents. The situation seemed hopeless, but the Rising Star was already cooking up a plan. The Troyvan agents had tried to bury everyone in that bombardment, even their own disposable pawns. They were shooting for a perfect, flawless cover-up. That meant they would have to come down to personally confirm the kills. They'll be walking in, cocky and high on their victory, as they search the corpses. The cavalry could use that arrogance to flip the script and set an ambush. By hiding among the ruins upstairs, it was their only shot to turn the tables. Captain Isvin sized up the young man, his eyes sharp. He could tell that Theo had just recently unlocked his mind gate, an absolutely staggering achievement for a kid his age. It made Isvin feel every one of his years. He realized he'd almost given up, that he'd folded in the face of this crisis. It was a damn good thing the new generation had their heads screwed on straight. As if a fire had been reignited in his soul, Captain Isvin pushed himself onto his one remaining leg, his voice thundering with pure will as he rallied his soldiers. United as one, the original and new 5th platoons of the white-armored dragon cavalry would move forward with the insane plan Theo had laid out. An all-out deathmatch between 2 of Ragnar's own factions was about to kick off. The Troyvan agents swarmed into the stronghold. Searching for bodies, they began to methodically comb through the debris, turning over every shattered stone to identify their targets. Any survivors they found were dealt with inhumanely. A minute passed, then another. They hadn't found a single trace of the cavalry. The western side of the ruin was completely empty of their targets, and the eastern side was just as barren. The lookout team radioed in no sign of the dragoons making a break for the exit, either. All they found scattered across the smoldering, flattened stronghold were the mangled remains of Black Skull bandits. A knot of dread tightening in his stomach, the operations leader screamed for his men to stop the useless search, and that's when blood finally spilled. as the hidden cavalry erupted from the rubble in a perfectly timed ambush. The traitorous leader barely dodged as Evelyn's blade sliced the air where his head had been a split second before. The two captains were locked in a showdown. The Troyvan tried to play dirty, to throw her off with a cheap trick. But Evelyn was on another level, too skilled to fall for such petty maneuvers. She twisted away with fluid grace, resetting the fight. The Troyvan captain shrieked a warning to his men about the ambush, but he was way too late. He ordered them to change formation, but his men were already dead on their feet, cut down by the swift and silent dragoons. With this act of high treason exposed, Evelyn became the sole arbiter of Ragnar law. She hereby sentenced every last one of them to death. The Troyvan captain refused to go down easy. He threw himself at Evelyn, trading blow for furious blow, even launching some decent counterattacks. But inside, his mind was screaming, unable to process how these wyvern-riding bastards were still standing. Somehow survived the entire bombardment, but that split second of shock left him wide open, an invitation Evelyn gladly accepted. She lunged, her blade screaming for his head in a decapitating strike that missed by a razor's edge. But Evelyn stayed on him, relentlessly hounding the traitor. Every thrust and slash tore through his flesh, a brutal death by 1,000 cuts. She roared a warning to what was left of the Central Intelligence. Surrender now, it's over. And she was right. The moment their ambush hit, it was checkmate. Anyone who dropped their weapons would live to see a trial. But before his men could choose life, the Troyvan captain bellowed out a command, authorizing their forbidden technique. A wave of shock rippled through his own men. It was clear the Troyvans had one last, desperate gambit to play. One of the Troyvan agents went completely feral, launching himself at Theo. The power spike was massive and disturbingly unnatural. His offensive force skyrocketed. These absolute madmen were using the reverse blood surge technique, a forbidden power that torches the user's life force for a temporary, godlike boost. As powerful as Theo was, he was struggling to parry even one agent jacked up on forbidden tech. One was a nightmare. The rest of the bastards were swarming him, a rabid pack hungry to rip his head from his shoulders. Seeing him pinned down, a wounded officer from the old 5th platoon threw his own body in front of the crazed blades, absorbing a fatal blow meant for Theo. With his final breath, the officer just begged Theo to run. Witnessing a good man sacrifice everything for him ignited a primal rage deep inside Theo. He unleashed the most savage triple dragon's claw he had ever summoned, tearing into the lunatics, and he pushed himself even higher. The young master threw open his mind gate. The world snapped into super slow motion. He instantly clocked the position of every juiced-up fanatic and then unleashed a triple dragon's claw that dwarfed the last one. His blade became a storm of impossibly intricate strikes, weaving around his allies, while utterly annihilating their enemies. It was a spectacle of power so profound that it left even the combat veterans speechless. When the dust settled, the ground was scarred with the horrifying aftermath of his power. The only enemy left standing was the Troyvan captain. Realizing the thorn in his family's side was now a demigod of destruction, the captain became hell-bent on dragging Theo down to the grave with him, even if it meant extinguishing his own life. Pumping the reverse blood surge into his own veins, the captain shot forward like a cannonball. Meanwhile, Theo's platoon seniors were frozen, just gawking at the rookie. But Theo was in trouble, fighting to stay conscious after redlining his mind gate. Executing that level of intricate power was still far too taxing for him to handle, and to make matters 1,000 times worse, the last lunatic was descending on him like an enraged meteor, incinerating his own life force with every second. As a true Troyvan loyalist, he would drag the young master to hell if it was the last thing he did. Theo scrambled to form a defense, but his mana haul was a twisted wreck from his all-out attack. This fanatic's mana was going critical. He was about to go nuclear and take out the entire stronghold. But thankfully, Theo's official first sword was on the scene to protect her master. For the first time in her life, Evelyn unleashed the God of Tempest technique, blasting the suicide bomber into the stratosphere with a furious cyclone. After yeeting the rat into the clouds, Evelyn shot up after him. She focused the raw power of the wind into her fingertips and blasted out a concentrated maelstrom. Theo could only watch in stunned silence, as Evelyn's tornado coiled around the traitor's unstable mana haul, forcibly suffocating the self-destruct sequence. From there, slamming the Troyvan captain back to earth was child's play. With the last threat handled, the adrenaline crashed, and exhaustion finally slammed into Theo. Hulk, Erica, and his seniors sprinted towards him, their faces masks of awe and gratitude for the young master, who had just saved all of their lives. The sun finally broke the horizon, its morning light illuminating Theo's weary but triumphant smile. The MVPs of this battle were, without a doubt, Theo and Evelyn. They didn't just help, they carried the entire team to victory. On the back of their overwhelming power, a wave of relief washed over everyone as the grim atmosphere finally turned celebratory. The long, brutal night was over, and a brilliant new day had arrived, led by a dazzling new leader of the next generation. But far away, within the grim walls of the Rose Palace, Lady Amal Ragnar was having a complete and total meltdown. Ed Troyven had her in a chokehold, snarling curses into her face. It seems she went rogue, pulling some unsanctioned stunts during the Stronghold operation. The woman actually stole the Sky Dragon seal to forge a set of official orders. The extermination of the entire white armored dragon cavalry and the illegitimate Ragnar's son was never supposed to go down like this. Now, the Troyvans are in serious trouble. One crazy woman just incinerated decades of Ed Troyvan's meticulous planning. Lady Amal just growled that she did it all for her poor, dead Axion. She wants to tear Theo limb from limb and destroy everyone and everything connected to him. Also, her son could find peace. But to Ed, her grief was an unforgivable betrayal of her duty to the family. Forgetting all that for one dead kid, in a fit of absolute fury, he desecrated Axion's headless, rotting corpse with a vicious stomp. With that, they lost the Dragon Slayer's sword, the absolute linchpin of their entire strategy. Effective immediately, Emil was cast out, no longer considered a daughter of the Troyvan name. The look in her brother's eyes was the same condescending glare she always got from their tyrannical father. Before making his exit, the Sky Dragon commanded the palace guards to lock Emil away, to be forgotten by the world. There could be absolutely no loose ends, which meant the remaining pests had to be exterminated. The horrifying reality crashed down on Emil. She was about to be erased. She finally snapped back to her senses and began to plead for her life. But Ed Troyven, needing to vent his boiling frustration, effortlessly slaughtered every single attendant in the palace. His meticulously crafted coup was now a complete wreck. And if you really trace it all back, the root of all his recent failures is a single person, Theo Ragnar. The Sky Dragon is absolutely itching to get his hands dirty with that boy's insides. With his first mission in the bag, Theo finally gets a moment of downtime to inspect his new acquisitions. Amidst the bedlam, he'd snatched up the dragon, Slayer sword, Balmung, only to discover it was completely sealed. He gripped the hilt, trying to get a read on the legendary blade, but it instantly recoiled from his touch. A sharp, powerful jolt shot through his arm, forcing him to drop the weapon. It's not called a Dragon Slayer for kicks. Its very nature is the polar opposite of his Ragnar blood. But if he could somehow crack the Mystic's code, he might just be able to master its power. Mystics are ancient relics, legacies from a forgotten age of myths. They're like phantoms, rarely ever falling into mortal hands. But when they're found and their seals are broken, the owner gains, quite literally, a godlike power that mirrors the heroes of legend. These are world-altering items that can single-handedly rewrite history. In Theo's previous timeline, it was Ed Troyvan who eventually unlocked the secrets of the mystic Balmung. Piecing together Ed's movements from back then, Theo has a pretty solid theory as to where the Sky Dragon truly gained his power. Until he can get to that location and solve the puzzle himself, Balmung is just going to have to collect dust in his inventory. A knock on the door snapped Theo out of his thoughts. It was Evelyn. Even though it was the middle of the night, she carried an urgent summons. The commander wanted to see Theo immediately in Julius Ragnar's private office. The air in the room felt incredibly heavy, even with the polite greetings. Seated across from him was Captain Trainer Eisvin, who was talking about retirement. The old warrior was ashamed to even voice it, but losing not only his leg, but also his wyvern, Rocinante, in the last battle, felt like an undeniable sign that it was time to hang it up. He was getting old, and he just didn't have the same fire he once did. For the years he had left, he wanted to go back to his hometown, and finally mourn the countless brothers-in-arms he had outlived. Julius could see the unshakable resolve in the old man's eyes, so he officially approved Captain Eisvin's retirement. While taking a sip of tea, the old captain then brought up that brilliant new recruit, Theo Ragnar. He shared how the kid had already managed to open his mind gate. Julius was visibly thrilled to learn his rising star had already smashed through the wall that separates regular humans from superhumans. Eisvin was sure the boy wasn't one of those born gifted prodigies who start life with an open mind gate. All the evidence suggested that Theo had shattered that bottleneck through his own blood, sweat, and tears. This meant his internal vessel for power was on the verge of a colossal expansion, growing to a size that was likely beyond comprehension. Julius was hyped, already planning how to pump that bigger vessel full of power to supercharge Theo's meteoric rise. And that concluded Eisvin's final report, a parting word of wisdom from a veteran to his junior. The future of the cavalry and the entire clan was now for Julius to shape. That very night, the Demon Dragon met Theo on the HQ training field. Commander Julius lauded the boy for his incredible achievements during their last operation, and Theo humbly passed the credit to his comrades. The commander then switched topics, asking about the progress of his martial theory. Theo got it twisted, thinking he meant fighting ability, and answered from that perspective. Julius shut that down immediately. He wasn't talking about something as basic as combat skill. That's surface-level stuff. Martial theory is about the kind of world your blade itself brings into existence. When he put it like that, Theo was suddenly at a complete loss for words. His entire existence had been dedicated to chasing the clan head's sword style, which he'd witnessed with his own eyes. Julius totally saw that coming. Every swordsman starts that way. To completely shatter the boy's limited worldview, the demon dragon drew his own sword, preparing to reveal a whole new plane of existence within the art of the sword. With a mere flicker of his will, Julius Ragnar warped the entire training arena into the demon dragon's personal isolation zone, a horrifying hellscape sculpted from his own power. This was a universe away from the sword dragon's vibrant and beautiful domain. This was the world painted by the commander's martial theory. It was, no cap, a domain expansion. Julius Ragnar explained that his sword was inherently demonic. You could see it in its aura and feel it in its crushing spiritual pressure. The pressure was crushing Theo. Suddenly, the commander snapped into a combat stance, unleashing a fluid yet brutal sequence of attacks. We're talking heavyweight slashes, lethal spinning blades, and a whole arsenal of devastating stabs designed for one thing: to kill. Theo was frozen, caught between total awe and primal fear, just witnessing the commander's raw power and flawless technique. After building up an insane amount of momentum, Julius Ragnar literally shattered the reality around them, summoning a tidal wave of pure crimson energy. It crashed in, surrounding Theo, trapping him in a vortex of incomprehensible force that made him feel utterly powerless. As Julius finished his demonstration, as the crimson tide receded, he leveled his gaze at Theo and asked him what he just learned from the demon dragon's philosophy of combat. The only words that came to Theo's mind to describe that insane display were strength and destruction. And honestly, he wasn't wrong. In fact, my guy absolutely nailed it. Raw power and total annihilation are the core principles of demonics. The whole concept is brutally direct and simple. The blade doesn't care if it shatters. It just cuts in a straight, relentless line, starving to tear through anything that stands in its way. An explosion of catastrophic power, that's the entire foundation of the commander's swordsmanship. The man is literally a walking avatar of death. Then, flipping the script entirely, Julius asked what Theo saw in the Plum Blossom sword style. Theo called it flashy and beautiful, an answer Julius actually seemed to like, because Lady Plum Blossom's sword embodies the very essence of life. Her style mirrors the journey of a seed sprouting, growing, and blooming into a flower. It's the purest form of life itself. It moves slowly, gently, but with infinite possibilities. It twists, it yields, it adapts to any opponent. It never stops expanding its influence until it finally blossoms. In one afternoon, 2 of the legendary 9 dragons had shown Theo 2 wildly different paths to mastery. Noticing how deep in thought the kid was, Julius dropped a bomb of a question. Are life and death really 2 different things? With definitions that are complete polar opposites, you'd think the answer is obvious. But the commander's tone hinted that it's way more complicated than that. But, of course, it would be no fun if he just handed Theo the cheat codes to the universe. He dismissed the pocket dimension and started to walk off. Right before leaving, he casually tossed a book over his shoulder to Theo. Inside its pages was a massive, detailed debate between Commander Julius and Lady Osa, arguing over the very soul of the sword. This is insane, but it looks like Theo just accidentally became the one and only student of both the sword dragon and the demon dragon. And yeah, that debate was the real deal. The book itself was written on that crazy day they all met in the White Dragon's lair. The second Julius wrote the final word and slammed the book shut, he immediately started whining that he wouldn't get to hog all of Theo's insane potential for himself. But Lady Plumblossom just wants what's best for the kid, and even the commander couldn't argue with that. Theo Ragnar is now carrying expectations that rival the clan's top heirs. His talent is off the charts, and his growth rate is something no one has ever seen before. But that also means he's going to hit a massive progression wall, and he's going to hit it hard and fast. This book is the key to letting him shatter that wall in record time. Still, Julius has this dark, nagging feeling that Theo could one day become an enemy to the entire clan. Anyone at the top knows the story all too well. Prodigies who skyrocket this fast often end up meeting a tragic, ugly end, one way or another. If history decides to repeat itself, the very techniques they taught him might be used to spill Ragnar blood. After he voiced these fears, Lady Osa knew one thing for sure. Commander Julius was absolutely the right person to hold on to this book and to watch over Theo. Only when the day comes that Julius is 100% certain the boy won't be corrupted by greed can he finally pass on their ultimate teachings. That day came way sooner than anyone could have possibly imagined. The combined wisdom of the 2 greatest swordmasters in the world, the number 1 and number 2 swords of the clan, were now sitting in Theo's hands. He had to ask himself if he was even worthy of something this priceless. Julius had already judged his character, and he passed with flying colors, so with a grateful heart, he accepted the gift. Looking back, His crazy rise to power was only possible because a handful of people kept giving him unconditional support, pushing him all the way to the top. From the Randone incident until this very moment, Commander Julius had always looked out for him. For that alone, Theo swore he would repay this monumental debt someday. But actually, there was a way for him to start paying it back right now. And it was not going to be fun. The demon dragon was itching for a real fight. It had been a minute since he'd found himself such an interesting new toy. Oh sure, the book will help. But the real, agonizing lesson was about to begin. Evelyn, watching from the sidelines, had to look away, already feeling bad for her master. She made sure to lock the arena doors as she left. She even wrapped a heavy chain around the handles from the outside, whispering apologies over and over. The training session didn't end until the sun came up. When the chains finally dropped and the gate creaked open, Evelyn witnessed the carnage. Her usually vibrant young master looked like he'd survived an entire war in a single night. Yeah, the commander definitely took it a little too far this time. But more importantly, Evelyn had another mission to take care of. The next piece of the puzzle was waiting for her down in the underground prison. They have the captain of the defeated Troyvan squad, chained up and crippled down there. But he's not the kind of guy who talks easily. While they put him through every torture imaginable, leaving him to waste away, Theo was already engineering a completely different play. She leaned in close to Evelyn, laying out the cascade of events set to unfold over the next few days. Days later, Theo finally stepped onto the Plum Blossom Palace's training grounds, offering a respectful bow to the Lady of Plum Blossoms. Osa Ragnar Plunus had been anticipating his arrival. The book she'd given him, that generous gift of insight, had already been a game-changer for the young man. Eager to see the results, Lady Plum Blossom immediately summoned a practice sword into her grasp. The moment she held the blade, the very atmosphere of the training ground became saturated with the pure essence of her combat philosophy. She aimed to teach him the foundational elements of her art that so many overlook, the absolute root of what swordsmanship is. And at the end of their session, she hoped to explore a deeper concept with him, how a sword can be used to make life flourish. For the second time, she formally extended the offer for Theo to become her official disciple. But before giving his final answer, he had a crucial question of his own. He needed to know if she was asking as the Heaven Dragon Swordmaster. The question visibly shook Lady Osa. It was a secret title few people ever knew. The Heaven Dragon Sword is an ancient, clandestine school that pours all its knowledge into a single successor per generation. She is the sole heir to this incredible legacy, and she could see he was trying to understand her true angle. She confessed with total honesty that her offer came with no ulterior motives. From the art of the plum blossoms to the legacy of the Heaven Dragon Sword, she was ready to pass down her entire arsenal to Theo. A few minutes later, Theo emerged from the training ground, his decision finally set in stone. But while making his way through the stunning halls of the palace, he was cornered by some arrogant idiots from the Plum Blossom faction. Theo doesn't just roll over and take disrespect, and his sharp, blunt reply immediately triggered these clowns. They were running on the assumption that Theo had just been accepted as the lady's new disciple, and they started demanding he respect them as his seniors. Theo couldn't figure out what these dogs were yapping about, but it was clearly just a pathetic attempt to protect their fragile egos. Nothing new there. They weren't even in his direct chain of command, so their rank was completely irrelevant here. But these wannabes were desperate to flex on the clan's rising star for some clout, and they were dead wrong about one critical detail. He had been offered the position of Lady Plum Blossom's direct disciple, and he had rejected it. When presented with the chance to inherit two insanely valuable legacies, he was, of course, powerfully tempted to accept. But he couldn't understand why Lady Osa held him in such high regard when he had done nothing to earn it. She admitted there was no grand strategy or hidden plot. She wanted to help him because he was a mirror image of a young Kyle. His look, his attitude, it was exactly like the clan head in his prime, relentlessly chasing his dreams and ideals. And maybe, just maybe, that man is still dreaming and chasing to this very day, because he was never allowed the luxury of despair. He fought tooth and nail to overcome every trial and every challenge thrown his way, all on his own. Every single day was a brutal struggle. Through all of that, Kyle Ragnar never once bent his principles or yielded his ground. When Lady Osa looks at Theo, she sees the version of Kyle she fell in love with. So how could she possibly just stand by and do nothing? This stepmom is ready to risk it all. Now that she had laid her heart bare, it was up to Theo to respond. And despite how unbelievably tempting the offer was, he chose to decline. As he explained it, he already has too many teachers shaping his journey, and that list includes Lady Plum Blossom herself. Countless people have invested in him. The demon dragon himself has taken him under his wing. His senior dragoons, Evelyn, Selford, and Aaron, are constantly pushing him forward. Even his friends, his comrades Remington, Hulkus, Erica, and the crew from Training Ground 4 all helped forge him into who he is. Hell, he even added Axion and Ed Troyvan to his list of teachers, a statement that clearly shocked Lady Osa. Everyone knows the intense beef between Theo and the Troivans, but he recognized that the hell they put him through is what molded him and drove him to his current strength. His sword style has been influenced and transformed by everyone who has ever loved him and by everyone who has ever wronged him. Because of that, he felt he couldn't faithfully uphold the singular tradition of one school and pass it on. Lady Plum Blossom understood completely. Theo's way of the sword was untamable and constantly evolving, a truth that was both inspiring and a little sad to hear. But then he said, even if he couldn't be her disciple, he would gladly be her son, and that sentiment deeply moved her. After he was gone, Osa Ragnar Plunis returned to her quiet moment with a glass of wine, looking more radiant than ever before. Her attendant noticed the incredible shift in her spirit. The heavens had ruled that she would never bear a child of her own. And yet, a boy like Theo had just promised to be her son. How could she not be ecstatic? Seeing her master so happy was all the attendant needed, as Lady Osa silently vowed to thank Theo properly. Overcome with the joy of finally having a son, she immediately pens a letter to her husband, pushing to get Theo's promotion exam moved up. But her attendant urges caution, reminding her that Theo is a total rookie who just barely finished his awakening ceremony. Shoving him into the spotlight at such a young age would just paint a bigger target on his back, attracting even more predators. But that danger is the exact reason Lady Osa wants to accelerate his rise through the ranks. Theo absolutely must ascend. A great storm is gathering over Ragnar, and before it consumes everything, she is determined to give her new son every possible advantage. Meanwhile, deep in the cavalry's underground dungeon, their one and only prisoner's eyes snap open. The help he was expecting has finally shown up. This help is an assassin, sent by the Troivans to silence their last loose end for good, and the captain willingly offers his own neck. He's ready to accept death as his final act of loyalty to the family. But before the assassin's blade can taste blood, a furious blast of sword energy rips through the cell. Evelyn smashes through the ceiling from above to intercept the killer. She's been lying in wait for this exact moment. This entire situation was a trap, perfectly orchestrated by the young master from the start. Against Evelyn's devastating skill with a sword, a lone assassin stripped of the element of surprise stands zero chance. The Troivans never flagged her as a serious threat in their intel, a fatal miscalculation they're about to pay for. The assassin knows this is a disaster. Captain Cedra is still breathing, and if the cleaner gets captured, it's all over. He frantically searches for an escape plan, but Evelyn isn't about to let him just waltz out of this dungeon. Unleashing a secret art of the god of the tempest, she summons a whirling squall, trapping the assailant in a vortex of steel. In the cramped confines of the dungeon, there is nowhere to dodge, nowhere to run. He is completely and utterly cornered. As a last resort, the assassin tries to destroy the evidence himself by detonating his monocore, but Evelyn is just too good. She's not letting him pull that cheap trick. She's seen this stunt before. It didn't work then, and it's definitely not working now. She effortlessly shuts down and captures the Troivan family's cleaner. Miles away, tucked deep inside an unknown forest, a secret meeting is underway. Inside a hidden black site, key operatives are already discussing Evelyn's successful capture of the assassin from the dungeon. They've confirmed his identity. He belongs to Serpent Season, a shadowy offshoot of the Eastern elite clan. The key players are all here for the briefing: Theo, Evelyn, Commander Julius, and a high-ranking Black Snow operative. This incident proves their worst fears. There's a mole buried deep within the cavalry, which is why they're holding this meeting, out in the middle of nowhere, to prevent any more information from being leaked. According to Black Snow's intel, Serpent Season is currently holed up in an ancient castle in the Cow Helm region. The clock is ticking, they have 3 hours. After that, the enemy will call the mission a failure, torch every shred of evidence, and vanish. They have to ambush the base now. Their mission: round up every last member, and squeeze them for information and evidence. The Black Snow agent reporting this is named Cleve, a Null Snow agent. Theo is stunned. He never imagined he'd be meeting an operative of this level so soon. Just as the briefing is wrapping up, Commander Julius drops one last bombshell on the table. This high-stakes ambush mission will also serve as Theo Ragnar's promotion exam. Theo is sure he must have heard that wrong. He protests, saying he hasn't earned the qualifications for an exam yet. The commander looks him dead in the eye and agrees. For that very reason, the difficulty of his exam has been cranked up to an insane level. Promotion tests are supposed to get harder, but this is ridiculous. The higher-ups are assigning a mission that could spark an all-out civil war as a test for a mid-rank swordsman. The Demon Dragon is fully aware that Theo was the mastermind behind Evelyn's entire stakeout operation. It's only fair that he sees what he started through to the very end. Even for an heir, planning an operation behind the commander's back is a huge sign of disrespect. To pass, and to prove himself, he must execute this critical mission absolutely flawlessly. Julius makes it crystal clear. Becoming a mid-rank swordsman will finally grant Theo the authority to run missions solo. Like it or not, the young man is becoming the center of a political storm, And, as if he needed any more motivation, the system kicks off the fourth scenario quest, giving him a golden opportunity to clean up the dark, twisted connections from his past life. Theo is amped to find out what's really going on under the surface of this rotting clan. With cold conviction, he swears he will complete this mission, no matter what it takes. With that settled, Operation Snake Cleanup is officially a go. Due to the high probability of a mole in the cavalry, the mission team is being kept dangerously small. Just 3 people, Cleve, Theo, and Evelyn. In a straight-up fight, they should have the advantage against these assassins. But they are walking into a situation where they will be vastly outnumbered. Regardless, they have to adapt and make it happen. At that very moment, inside Serpent Season's HQ, the assassins are bundling up every document that links them directly to the Troyvans. As they prepare their contingency plan, a small, orb-like gadget suddenly rolls into the room. It was a classic smokescreen, the perfect setup for a nasty ambush. Before they could even react, heads were sent flying across the stone floor. Cleve is a null snow operative for a reason, after all. A single assassin survived the blitz, but he was a wreck, bleeding out from a gaping wound in his neck. Cleve wasn't about to let wounded prey escape, so she circled back to finish the job. And just like that, her sector was secured. Her and Evelyn's job was to scoop up the intel, while Theo was tasked with securing the basement. He was seriously impressed, getting to see a high-level operator in action like that. If the schematics from the briefing were on point, the stairs to the basement had to be close. But Theo got careless, focusing so much on speed, that his foot snagged a tripwire. A trap sprang to life, nearly taking his eyes out before his reflexes kicked in, and he dodged. He whipped out his sword, batting away a hidden swarm of stingers, while activating Hatchling Synchro to get a read on the area. Instantly, his vision lit up with a web of hidden tripwires and traps. And beyond the hardware, he spotted a bunch of guys lying in wait to jump him. To clear out these pests in one go, he summoned multiple blades and supercharged them with his black lightning. His Thunder Dragon breathing dragon mark had received a major upgrade, making it deadlier than ever before. The unlucky grunts waiting to ambush him were vaporized in a heartbeat. They were skewered and fried in the exact same instant. With the welcoming committee handled, Theo navigated the remaining traps with ease. The security down here was ridiculously tight. That could only mean something major was hidden in this basement. When he finally hit the bottom floor of the ancient castle, the sight and smell of a slaughterhouse assaulted his senses. A lone figure stood there, draped in a red robe and hat, rambling on about some sacred prayer time. The priest of blood was not thrilled about this interruption to his crimson ceremony. Theo immediately pegged this dude as a priest from the Holy Demon Church. This shady-ass church peddles a doctrine about a coming apocalypse that's supposed to swallow the world. They promise their flock that a savior will descend from the heavens. It's a cult that has the ignorant masses totally hooked on a bogus promise of salvation. In a few years, these are the guys who will ignite the great war that shatters the empire. With his guard jacked all the way up, Theo used Hatchling Synchro on the creepy priest. He saw a gruesome aura, fueled by a bizarre mana that breaks all the known rules of the world, pouring out of a fractured mind gate. This had to be the so-called grace that the blood priests were always on about. In the priest's eyes, Theo was a non-believer, and for that, he would be granted the high honor of becoming a sacrifice for their one and only god. The blood priest lunged, closing the distance with his blood-caked hands reaching out. Theo managed to parry the grab, but the priest's skin was unnaturally hard, like solid rock. They began to trade blows. Every one of Theo's attacks was completely useless. He could feel the crushing weight behind the priest's every move. One clean grab and it was game over. Finally, the priest caught his sword with a bare hand. A full power swing, stopped cold. With his blade neutralized, the priest blasted him backward, sending him careening into the basement walls. Blood priests were supposed to be the bottom-tier scrubs of the Holy Demon Church, so why was this one an absolute monster? Theo's options were dwindling. If he used Triple Dragon's Claw in this cramped space, he'd bring the whole place down on himself, but his mana-infused strikes weren't doing squat. What good was his sword right now? Time seemed to slow to a crawl as he recalled the Demon Dragon's lesson. Explosive, destructive power, the very personification of death. The Sword Dragon, however, had taught him the living heart of swordsmanship. Life and death weren't polar opposites. The Psycho Priest charged him again, ready to smash his skull in. Theo clumsily dodged at the last possible second, weaving through one death blow after another, which only seemed to piss the priest off more. It was in that frantic moment that he had a breakthrough. Life and death don't fight each other. They're a cycle. Death waits for life to end, and life blossoms from death's remains. They might seem like two different powers, but they are one and the same. Theo realized he'd been spreading his power out too much when he attacked. Condensing it into a single point of light would be way more focused and devastating. Utterly confident in his invincible skin, the priest charged Theo's next attack without an ounce of fear. Theo put his new theory into practice, and in that instant, he created the dragon flash. The priest let out a chuckle, not even bothered by the sharper sound his blade made, but his laughter died in his throat when the skin he was so proud of was ripped to absolute ribbons. The technique felt alive as it rampaged through the priest's body. Now it was Theo's turn to send the pale-faced bastard flying into the walls. The priest screeched that he was a seed of evil for achieving enlightenment through slaughter, an existence that couldn't be allowed to live. Theo couldn't care less about the priest's ominous ramblings. He's ready to brawl, his hand clamping down hard on the fanatic's face. He activates Hatchling Synchro, plunging directly into the lunatic's memories. This is his one shot to discover the origin of the freakish power wielded by the Holy Demon Church. Instantly, Theo's world dissolves into a vortex, his consciousness ripped into a different reality. The sensation is eerily familiar, his soul, adrift in a boundless, infinite void. But this feels completely different from his previous mind reads. His system suddenly flashes a corrupted warning, a nonsensical scramble of code, as if it's on the verge of crashing. It alerts him to an imminent encounter with an overwhelmingly superior foe. The system's urgent advice: get out, now. But where could he possibly go? There's nothing but suffocating darkness in every direction. A primordial voice then thunders through the void, shaking him to his core. It demands to know what kind of creature he is. As the perspective zooms out, the endless darkness reveals itself to be just a minuscule part of a single eye, belonging to a being far beyond human comprehension. Theo is toast. He just interrupted the deep slumber of this universe's endgame boss. The deity that the Holy Demon Church prays to is now aware of his presence. Growing impatient with his silence, the entity's demand for an answer intensifies. Faced with the so-called grace that the cultists are always hyping up, Theo finds himself completely frozen. As if peering into the very fabric of his soul, the god speaks his name, Theo Ragnar. It turns out, this cosmic horror has been hunting for him, viewing him as an anomaly, a cancer upon this plane of existence. The creature's infinitely vast body writhes and contorts, coiling around Theo's soul. It twists and warps into impossible, nightmarish shapes. Just as his soul is about to be consumed, a brilliant golden light erupts to shield him. An avatar of the ancient dragon, Lodbrok tears through the god's fleshy form, ripping him free from its grasp. Theo is in absolute awe, witnessing a clash between two beings on a completely different power scale. Lodbrok addresses him with shocking affection, calling him her significant other, before giving him a grave warning. This entity is not something he can fight yet, not even if he reaches the power of Sigurd Ragnar. Even then, victory would be a long shot. For now, Lodbrok declares she'll handle this cosmic menace, her tail smacking Theo's soul straight back to reality. He's left with a million questions, but is violently ejected back into the bloody basement. The young man is still trembling from the ancient horror that nearly devoured him. To think that Lodbrok has been fending off a monster like that, all alone, for countless ages. As he struggles to absorb the sheer terror of his experience, the blood priest is having a total meltdown. How could a non-believer like Theo be blessed by their Lord's divine presence, while he, a man who dedicated his entire life in pious service, has never once been acknowledged? Theo ends the man's crisis of faith permanently, separating the bald bastard's head from his shoulders. They might call that thing a god, but it sure as hell isn't his. More importantly, he's now dead certain the Holy Demon Church worships the nameless sovereign that Lodbrok had warned him about. She has been the world's shield against that presence for an eternity. Without her heart, Lodbrok will burn out in less than 3 years, and in 5 years, the Great War is destined to erupt. The death of the Guardian Dragon signals the beginning of the end, which will kickstart the rise of the Holy Demon cult, all of it masterminded by Ed Troyvan's rebellion. It's all connected. The puzzle pieces are finally clicking into place. Theo staggers, his mind still reeling from the intense out-of-body trip. Luckily, Evelyn is right there to catch him. Cleve, meanwhile, is seriously impressed, seeing that the young master neutralized a blood priest all by himself. A feat like that is more than enough proof that he's ready to pass the promotion exam. After mopping up the remaining hostiles in the castle, the team finally gets to look over the incriminating files. Unfortunately, all the written documents are just circumstantial evidence at best. There's no single piece that acts as a smoking gun for a conviction. So, Theo casually produces a familiar-looking box, claiming he stumbled upon it in the basement. Evelyn instantly knows what it is, the very same object she and Remington were assigned to retrieve before the awakening ceremony. Tucked inside are the secret trade ledgers between the Sierras, Merchants Guild, and the Troyvans. She's blown away by her master's incredible foresight, playing his hand. At the most opportune moment, Cleve quickly scans the logs and discovers official trade records with Ed Troyvan, each one stamped with official seals. This is it. This is the concrete proof of the Sky Dragon's treason, and the direct involvement of the Holy Demon Church. They finally have what they need to bring that scumbag Ed down. Their first move, launch an immediate assault on the Sierras Guild. It is finally time to rewrite history and utterly crush Ed Troyvan. When the Demon Dragon got the news about the Sky Dragon's treacherous schemes, he was absolutely furious. Even though the current evidence only paints Ed as a prime suspect, a much deeper investigation would be needed. Julius digested the full report delivered by the formidable Black Dragon. The second Robert Ragnar shows up, it's way past the point of just being a theory. With his kind of network, Robert absolutely knew about this shady business brewing, but he just let it all play out. To dodge the spotlight, the Black Dragon flips the script, gassing up Theo Ragnar for icing a blood priest. He argues that the kid's raw talent is completely wasted outside of the Black Snow. It's where he's destined to be. His perception is off the charts, and his logic is razor sharp. He can literally map out the entire conspiracy from the tiniest breadcrumbs. His whole vibe screams Black Snow operative, like he was molded by them from day one. Obviously, Julius wasn't about to let his star player get poached by the notorious Black Dragon. Osa already made a play for him, and now Big Bro Robert is circling like a shark. Hearing Julius call him Big Bro actually hits the Black Dragon with a wave of nostalgia. Long before they were legends, Kyle, Osa, Robert and Julius were a tight-knit crew, basically family. But Julius sees right through this scheming snake. He's just playing the nostalgia card to get his claws into Theo. Still, Robert doubles down on the act, playing the part of the caring older brother just looking out for his family. Before bouncing, he effortlessly snags a few of the commander's wine bottles and demands he have something even pricier to swipe on his next visit. Julius could only curse Robert Ragnar's name as the man literally skipped away into the darkness. The Black Dragon had also swung by to sniff out any potential rats in the cavalry. He's genuinely relieved to see this unit has stayed clean of the Sky Dragon's toxic influence. As he reaches the door, Robert's body just dissolves, turning to dust in the wind. He's seriously hyped to watch the Sierras Guild burn to the ground. And of all days for it to go down, the Crooked family is right in the middle of a wedding. All the top dogs were crammed into the Central Branch's wedding chapel. The groom, Navan Bacchus, formally presents himself as the second son of the Bacchus clan. The whole spectacle was arranged by Quadrax Saras, the head of the Saras Merchant Guild, to forge a bond between their houses. His fourth daughter, Lily Saras, is the pawn meant to unite two immense powers with this matrimonial contract. The Saras family and the Bacchus clan are now officially bound by blood. Quadrax Saras can hardly contain his disgusting, greedy glee. This marriage is his express ticket to finally claiming a prestigious noble title, and this is only phase one of his grand design. He's hell-bent on making the Ragnars pay for ever daring to look down on him. A vicious and bloody reckoning is coming. But while that swine Quadrax is living his best life, the patriarch of the Bacchus clan is absolutely raging. As one of Ragnar's 6 pillars, this alliance is a profound humiliation. But they're backed into a corner. They desperately need the wedding money to save their family from total financial collapse. So, as a petty power move, the bitter patriarch sent Navan, an illegitimate son, and the guy is finding this whole disaster absolutely hilarious. He can feel the seething anger rolling off the old geezers in his clan. He's not naive, though. He doubts for a second that these conniving merchants actually plan to help them. But the Saras store is on the table as collateral, and Navan is already cooking up his own scheme. He's planning to get rich off the inevitable chaos. He's just here to put on an award-winning performance while he waits for the perfect moment to watch this cursed family self-destruct. Navan lays it on thick, swearing to his bride that he'll treasure her with all his heart. To his utter shock, Lily tells him to prove it. He can tell she's got a favor to ask, so he plays along, ready to help out, with anything that doesn't cost him cash. Just to mess with the bald old patriarch, Navan even offers to hand over the Bacchus family seal. But Lily Saras couldn't care less about some crusty family heirloom. What she wants is the head of Theo Ragnar, the guy who left her with a gruesome stump where her arm used to be. Navan's first thought? This woman is completely unhinged. She's demanding a public hit on a major family heir. Quadrax freaking panics and tries to shut her up, but what Navan says next is even more insane. He agrees to get his young bride exactly what she asked for. He would be absolutely delighted to slice off Theo Ragnar's head and seal their new union. Just outside the chapel, every citizen in the Central Branch suddenly stares at the sky, now swarming with wyverns. Reaching their target, Theo, Evelyn, and Cleve ditch their mounts, pulling off a dramatic, high-impact landing, a stark contrast to their last stealth op. This mission is loud, public, and they are flying the Ragnar clan banner high for everyone to see. From this moment on, they are here to execute the clan's justice. Cleve's voice booms across the square, listing the Saras merchant group's crimes against the Ragnars, flashing a warrant to search the premises and root out any evidence of treason. Anyone who gets in their way will be executed on the spot. No questions asked. She offers the guilty a single chance to surrender peacefully and allow a full-scale investigation to begin. Quadrax knows the laundry list of his crimes is a mile long, but he decides to play it tough. Cleve starts a countdown for the criminals to exit the chapel, but Quadrax just scoffs, yelling that a piece of paper is easily forged and that his family will not bow. He claims this whole thing is a setup and that the authorities are the ones playing dirty. Quadrax holds his ground, proclaiming his family's unbreakable loyalty to Ragnar, and to fight back against these baseless accusations, he unleashes his soldiers. The endgame? To annihilate the enforcers. And this guy is out here playing the victim, trapped and looking totally guilty with his criminal crew. Patriarch Bacchus scrambled to wash his hands of the whole mess. Sensing disaster looming, he tried to torpedo the marriage alliance. But the pig-faced boss wasn't backing down, not after coming this far. It was way too late for second thoughts. The enforcers were already convinced the two families were a single, crime-loving unit. Quadra argued that if the cavalry had any real proof, they wouldn't have sent a measly 3 agents, they would have rolled up with an entire legion, an army that could swallow the sky. Banking on that theory, the pig plans to use the Bacchus clan soldiers to punch a hole through the blockade and make a run for it. Crashing the intense meeting between the two family heads, Navin coolly waltzes into the chaos. He views this whole explosive situation as nothing more than a perfect chance to deliver his personal wedding gift to the bride. Totally ignoring the patriarch's furious glare, Navin unsheathes his blade, free runs across the rooftops, and charges straight at the enforcers, ready to stir up some trouble. The instant that steel left its scabbard, House Bacchus was officially an accomplice to Sarah's crew, forced to play the hand Navin had dealt. Baldy, now trapped, commanded his soldiers to follow and back up Navin. Meanwhile, our heroic trio is completely pinned down by city guards, staring down a wall of spears. Cleve's face turned to stone as she gave the civilians one last chance to evacuate before she was forced to execute everyone in the blast zone for treason. Then, Navin dropped from the sky right into the middle of the trio, stealing the entire show. He scoffed at how the people of Ragnar are always so eager to threaten execution. At the very first opening, Theo and Evelyn were absolutely stunned. This guy was a walking red flag. With a single, devastating circular slash, he sent the 3 of them scattering, immediately forcing them onto the back foot. This was Navin's brutal greeting for Ragnar's team, and it was aimed right at young Master Theo. Our boy was completely frozen, his brain just blue-screened. He knew that face, Navin Bacchus. In the future, Theo remembers, everyone would know that name. During the Great War, he was a force of nature who unleashed pure chaos upon Ragnar. He married into the Sarah Merchant Guild and fought side by side with Ed Troy Venn on the front lines. His title was the Ghost Sword, Noven, and right now, he's dead set on taking Theo's head for some reason. Completely ignoring the women, the Ghost Sword focused all his killing intent on the Ragnar heir. Theo's mind was racing at 1,000,000 miles per hour. If he could leverage his future knowledge, this deadly showdown could become the ultimate power-up opportunity. So he declared he was taking Navin on alone, telling the ladies to push on with the mission, while he one-von the psychotic swordsman. Evelyn didn't want to leave him, but Cleve understood the strategy and backed Theo's decision. Those top-tier criminals were probably destroying evidence as they spoke. They had to put their faith in Theo's ability to stall a literal monster. Navin shot the young master a playful smirk, warning him that despite appearances, he was ridiculously strong. Theo hilariously matched his unhinged energy before their swords clashed again. The young master said he had one question, and Navin actually agreed to hear it. He asked if Navin was deliberately committing this massive act of treason just to shatter the Bacchus family and avenge his tormented mother. The ghost sword's grip on his blade tightened. Theo had just unearthed a deeply buried and agonizing memory. Now he had yet another reason to claim the young man's head. But instead of lashing out, Theo asked Navin to listen to a proposal. He wanted to offer his help to fast-track the complete and utter collapse of the rotten Bacchus family. The system pinged with a new objective, a hidden recruitment quest to make Ghost Sword Navin an ally. My guy seriously needed to use Naruto's Talk no Jutsu. Navin Bacchus was an enigma. Unofficially, he was his family's most lethal swordsman, yet he received zero recognition from his own blood. Even though his skills rivaled the legendary Thorkel Ragnar, it meant nothing, all because he was an illegitimate child conceived in a brothel. Instead of pride, his extraordinary talent only brought his mother a soul-crushing grief she couldn't bear. As a small child, Navin watched his mother end her own life. From that moment on, a seething hatred for his family became his sole reason to exist. Theo knows he can exploit this trauma to gain a priceless ally. Unfortunately, he completely misjudged the depth of Navin's rage. At the mere mention of his mom, he exploded, unleashing another lethal assault that nearly sent Theo into the next dimension. Navin sees absolutely no reason to accept a deal from a total stranger. He's convinced the Bacchus family is already spiraling toward ruin, even without some punk noble's help. That might be true, but if Navin just stands by and watches, he's going down with the very family he loathes. A useless worry, he claims. Navin has no regrets and no future to look forward to anyway. But Theo knows better. This isn't just dark pessimism. It's the ether fever talking. Navin is terminally ill. His body, young and frail, was never able to contain the sheer power of his own talent. The sickest part is, ether fever was entirely curable with aggressive treatment in its early stages. He's far beyond that critical window now and is living on borrowed time. His garbage family screwed him over from day one. At this moment, he has about 5 years of a miserable life left. To be honest, he's impressed some pampered noble managed to dig up so much of his past. But even after all that, Navin is still not convinced. The end of House Bacchus is already a certainty, and Navin was set to go down with the ship. But with a smug grin, Theo dangled an impossible lifeline. What if he had the cure? For the first time, a crack appeared in Navin's composure as he shot back that a cure for ether fever was completely impossible. And Navin wasn't technically wrong, but in the original timeline, the cure was discovered and made public in a sick twist of fate. It was found just days after the ghost sword tragically died. Right now, Theo is probably the only soul alive who even knows it exists. With absolute certainty, he promised Navin they could completely obliterate that nasty ether fever, 100% guaranteed. Look, the plan was always to burn his rotten family to the ground, but if Navin joined him, he could emerge from the ashes as a true powerhouse. He could rewrite his legacy, becoming a hero who helped the Ragnar family change the world. All it would take is a single leap of faith. Up ahead, near the chapel, city guards had thrown together some defensive lines, trying to slow down the advance of Evelyn and Agent Cleve. But let's be real, those flimsy mortal traps were a joke to fighters of their caliber. Swatting away arrows was more of a tedious chore than a real threat. From a distance, they noticed Theo and Navin had completely stopped their duel. Instead, they were deep in conversation. Cleve's patience was wearing thin. She was ready to end this. She just wanted to slaughter every hostile in sight. The only thing reining her in was her boss's direct order: prioritize analyzing. They needed to gauge Theo Ragnar's potential as a new recruit. The Black Dragon demanded more data on the kid's real power level. One of Black Snow's core missions is to properly scout the individuals who will shape Ragnar's future. As a Null Snow, Cleve had to remember her role in this operation. Before deploying, she had one question: at what point could she finally go all out? Since a demonic cult was now in the picture, Cleve was greenlit to be unleashed. The condition was if an enemy at the bishop level or higher showed up. Being a good soldier, Cleve obeyed and held back, even though it was killing her. Her biggest beef with this whole situation was the delay. If the mission dragged on, she'd be stuck working unpaid overtime. While she was zoned out thinking about her paycheck, Navin Bacchus suddenly leaped over to their side. Evelyn frantically scanned the area, fearing young Master Theo had been defeated, but she had it all wrong. After that quick heart-to-heart in the middle of a sword fight, Navin and Theo were basically besties now. Navin Bacchus had officially flipped sides, and having him as an ally instead of an enemy was a massive relief. The guy even apologized to the ladies for his earlier rudeness. After all, they were now fighting on the same team, and there was no room for bad blood between comrades. With that, Theo's secret objective was successfully completed. Navin immediately showed his value. Going full demon mode, he shrugged off the defenders' attacks and vaulted into the sky with one powerful jump. The clueless soldiers actually thought he'd be an easy target in midair. Utterly disgusted by their pathetic wooden contraptions, Navin effortlessly carved through rows of anti-siege weapons. Anyone foolish enough to be standing nearby was also served a gruesome end. While Navin unleashed his brutal assault, the bald patriarch started screaming at the illegitimate sword for daring to turn his blade against his own family. Hearing the word family from that monster's lips made Navin see red. It made his blood absolutely boil. He finally did what he had fantasized about for years, and sliced the rambling patriarch clean in half, cracking that bald head open like a watermelon. Evelyn was speechless. That man's reputation for being on par with young Lord Thorquil was no exaggeration. Theo yelled for the women to take advantage of Navin's onslaught and to charge forward. They now had a wide-open path to capture that pig, Quadrak Cirrus. And speak of the devil, Quadrak was absolutely spiraling as reports flooded in that his defenses had been completely crushed. He was finally getting around to the idea of destroying any documents that could incriminate his guild. One of his aides suggested he start by burning all the papers connected to the Troyvans. The pig absolutely lost it at the suggestion. Nobody was to lay a finger on those documents but him. His terrified attendant was just trying to be logical and prevent future casualties. But Quadrak wasn't interested in logic. If his link to the Troyvans went up in smoke, how would he ever recover the money he'd invested? He wasn't the kind of guy to let go of a single coin, even with justice breathing down his neck. Another voice in the room sneered at Quadrak, calling him a pathetic mortal, drowning in his own filthy greed. The pig's eyes widened with hope. The one person who could possibly save him from the advancing army had just arrived. Outside, the four-person wrecking crew was unstoppable, leaving a river of blood and bodies in their wake. But Theo skidded to a halt when he saw a new crowd emerging from the building. Led by a priest from the Holy Demon Church, hundreds of robed cultists poured out of the chapel, ready to put their dark god's teachings into practice. Quadrak was practically praying to the devils, and they answered by sending him a bishop from the demonic cult. Since these psychos also had ties to the Troivans, he figured they might be willing to help out. The bishop calmly agreed to lend a hand. Knowing the Troivan documents were his only leverage on Judgment Day, Quadrak completely clams up. His obsession with cash is about to derail the entire mission. A little persuasion was in order to fix his attitude. The bishop has zero patience for coddling some arrogant, foolish man, a disgusting non-believer at that. So, the bishop gives the kill order. They're done with his money anyway. As his throat was being crushed, the pig suddenly started singing a different tune, sputtering out a desperate apology and admitting he was way out of line. He desperately added that his death would only torch their connection to the Troivans. Quadrak may be a money-grubbing swine, but the man knows how to survive. The bishop grants him one final chance to incinerate the evidence, with a chilling warning that escape isn't an option. Their lord is watching his every move. Quadrak practically throws himself towards the basement door, terrified the bishop will have a sudden change of heart. Outside, a welcoming committee is forming for Theo's party, compliments of the Blood Bishop. The fanatics spread out across the square. It was time to unleash their holy war. The ghoulish bishop of the demonic cult ranted about the coming of their god, bathed in blood, as his brainwashed followers chanted his every insane proclamation. Theo's crew was just 4 people, himself included. They were facing down a literal army of cultists. They had a hunch the demonic cult was mixed up in this, but bumping into a bishop this early was a massive curveball. Gazing at the dead, vacant eyes staring from beneath those crimson hoods, Theo didn't hesitate for a second, igniting his power to carve a path through the horde. These lunatics had zero sense of self-preservation. They were all in on suicide attacks, trading their lives for a single blow. Even Evelyn and Navin, both battle-hardened veterans, were seriously freaked out by the sheer stampede of bodies. Cleve, however, was chilling on the flank, thanking her lucky stars that a bishop actually showed up. Things were about to get messy, but this meant she could finally go all out. She unsheathed her dual blades, absolutely dying to dance through legions of these demonic worshippers. Just as Theo was getting bogged down and losing momentum, Cleve erupted into the fight, with a vicious spectacle of her blade work. From this moment on, she was done analyzing. She was taking the lead. To deliver judgment to anyone who dared oppose Ragnar, she would tear this entire city apart with her bare hands if she had to. Before she could launch into a killing spree, Theo cuts in, reminding the Null Snow operative their mission was to secure the evidence before it gets torched. Cleve just scoffed at his tunnel vision. The demonic cult just had their big public coming out party. What more evidence could they possibly need? Theo begged to differ, arguing that they needed cold, hard proof now more than ever. If the demonic church cared enough to send a bishop, then there has to be something inside that chapel they can't stand to lose. Cleve conceded the point and asked what his next move was. Right now, their top priority was to punch a hole through this crimson mob, speedrun style. Theo's strategy to make that happen involves juicing up his lightning gate by linking it to hatchling synchro for a massive range boost. Simultaneously, he pushed his mind gate to the absolute limit and essentially map-hacked the entire battlefield. Cleve was intrigued by what he was cooking up, so she took a beat to watch. Seeing her slow down, a blood priest lunged from the crowd, going for a cheap shot. In a flash, Cleve spun around and turned the pathetic, muscle-bound fanatic into ground beef. Theo's going in to secure the package, while the rest of the crew runs interference. After charting the terrain, the young master found the most efficient route into the chapel. He started crowd surfing over the ocean of fanatics, feeling like their numbers were infinite. A tidal wave of these brainwashed zealots awaits, and it's directly clearing out the trash from his chosen path. It was Evelyn and Navin, working in perfect concert, to bulldoze the way forward. Hearing Navin simping for his lord totally ignited Evelyn's competitive spirit. Theo's advance never slowed. He's now flinging his lightning daggers, using his psychokinesis to turn them into footholds. He even dubbed the technique Lightning Dragon, Rapid Protection Dragon Gate. Theo knew exactly who was tasked with burying the evidence. The High Commander, Quadrak. It only took a quick scan of the chapel's walls to lock onto that pig's location. The 4th scenario quest was officially back on. Meanwhile, at the front of the battle, Evelyn and Navin were proving to be one hell of a deadly duo. With his usual swagger, the Ghost Sword announced himself as Lord Theo's new first sword. Based on her reaction, he could tell that Evelyn was seriously pissed he was claiming that title. He'd only accept being the second sword if that null snow girl was his rival. But against Evelyn, Nathan Backus was absolutely convinced he was on another level. To prove it, he masterfully intercepted a few cultists, trying to gank the distracted Evelyn. Since they were allies for now, there was no point in squabbling. They could just figure out who gets to be Theo's top sword later. When it came to a contest of who could rack up more kills, Evelyn, a stickler for the rules, scoffed at the idea of such a trivial competition. But the second, Navin branded her a coward who was scared to lose. She nearly lost her cool and snatched a kill right from the ghost sword's clutches. Her strike was savage and absolute. In that moment, Navin knew he'd messed with the wrong person. Wielding the power of the Tempest God's legacy, Evelyn was dead set on proving her claim as Theo Ragnar's #1 sword. Still, Navin was absolutely stoked to find a worthy challenger in the chaos of a blood-soaked battlefield. Deep inside the chapel, the pig known as Roderick was scurrying further and further down, descending to the very bottom floor. After grabbing some torches and smashing through a few locks, he found himself in the most fortified room in the entire structure, where a single chest sat in the center. This chest held documents powerful enough to shatter entire empires, but to Roderick, it was just paperwork that would line his pockets with Troyvan cash. If he burned the whole lot, he could probably avoid a treason charge, or at least lessen the sentence. Even so, his own avarice wouldn't let him drop the torch on such a massive potential payday. He'd already poured a fortune into the Sky Dragon schemes. He just couldn't bear the thought of all that income turning to ash. But then, the bishop's chilling threats came flooding back. He knew that Psycho was not messing around. Money's great, but staying alive is way better. Roderick let the torch fall. Moving like a bolt of dark lightning, Theo burst in at the perfect moment to save the priceless evidence from being destroyed. The moment Roderick saw Theo Ragnar, his face went through a kaleidoscope of pure terror. Looking like a true bringer of doom, Theo was here to collect a much higher price than just the arms of the pig's daughter. Instantly grasping his hopeless situation, the corrupt and cowardly businessman started groveling for his life. Theo wasn't listening to a single one of his pathetic pleas. A storm of electrical energy flooded the tiny chamber as Roderick was given his sentence, death, for daring to betray the Ragnar clan. With that fat slob permanently deleted, Theo's fourth scenario quest, titled Ties of Evil from a Past Life, was officially cleared. As he sifted through the papers, he couldn't wrap his head around why this collection of documents was important enough to mobilize a demonic cult and a bishop. The secret ledger he'd already given to Cleve was more than enough to put Ed Troyvan behind bars. But he knew the Sky Dragon was just a pawn, a tail the Troyvan clan would sever in a heartbeat, to ensure their own survival. No, Theo demanded total victory, armed with a mountain of evidence against that treacherous family. There was enough here to implicate the entire Troyvan line. It was impossible to tell which of the thousands of sheets was the smoking gun. But then, call it instinct, a single book snagged his attention. The cover read, The Rose Palace Investigation Report. Within its pages were meticulous notes and information focused entirely on the relics of the primordial dragon, all penned in Ed Troyvan's own hand. Theo's eyes scanned the text, learning that the Sky Dragon had already found 2 of the relics, and had figured out a third was hidden in the Rose Palace, Theo's childhood home. That's when it all slammed into place. The prejudice, the false charges, his entire miserable demise in his previous life. It was all by design. This book contained direct orders to remove Cecilia and Theo Ragnar from the board entirely, all for a relic that they only suspected might exist. The young dragon's burning hatred for Ed Troyvan had never blazed this intensely before. He ripped the pages that mentioned him and his mother, straight out of the disgusting volume. Theo had to physically restrain himself, forcing his rage down to refocus on the task before him. To execute his final checkmate, he needed 2 specific items from this secret collection that would cause the Troyvans unimaginable agony. Unbelievably, they were foolish enough to hide the very relics they fought so hard to obtain in this exact same location. Just like that, 2 more cube-shaped relics of the primordial dragon landed in Theo's possession. Back on the surface, Navin and Evelyn were still fending off the relentless swarm of blood cult zealots. In the heat of the fight, her mind drifted back 7 years to when she saw Navin claim second place in the blooming ceremony before he faded completely from public view. He was just flattered that she remembered him, but this really wasn't the time to get sentimental. Based on his kill count, he was currently in the lead. To claim the coveted title of Lord Theo's first sword, to wipe that arrogant smirk off his face, Evelyn unleashed hurricane force winds, born from her Wind Thunder God technique. With one sweeping attack, she instantly brought the score to a dead tie. But their little showdown was interrupted when the bishop's second-in-command ambushed Navin from behind. The guy was almost annihilated but managed to dive out of the way just in time. Gripping a menacing axe, the cultist screamed that no one would derail his god's great plan. Navin and Evelyn shared a look, A new deal was struck without a single word. Whoever takes this freak down is the undisputed winner. Channeling the power of the Wind Baron's legacy, Navin, the prodigy everyone forgot, surged forward, going for the throat. But before a champion could be decided, Selford and his wyvern partner made their grand entrance, crashing the party by smashing their target. Under the bone-crushing grip of the giant beast, the bishop's enforcer roared in agony, and Selford looked incredibly satisfied with his badass arrival. But instead of getting a thank you, all he got were death stares from Evelyn and Navin for stealing their kill. The two monstrosities absolutely lost it. Right on Selford's tail was the entire 5th platoon of the white-armored dragon, cavalry. They'd been tipped off about the unholy alliance between the demonic cult and the Ceres Merchant Guild, and had scrambled their forces immediately. The central plaza of Ceres territory exploded into a full-blown war zone, pitting dragoons against crazed cultists. But the moment the bloodthirsty wyverns descended from the sky, the fanatic's advantage in numbers became completely irrelevant. While his followers were being slaughtered by the dozens, the bishop was just praying for a new, blood-red sun to rise, and for the apocalypse to finally arrive. The psycho was preaching his demented gospel as Cleve sat nearby, just catching her breath. She totally earned a little break after going beast mode for once. The Null Snow operative had already completely shattered the bishop's mind. When no one was looking, pushing the madman over the edge right as the cavalry charged in. It only took a couple of hours to clean up the mess and bring peace back to the area. Now everyone, including a very annoyed Evelyn, was stuck doing mountains of paperwork for the citizens caught in the crossfire of the short-lived war. The dragoons, who were just heroically carving up cultists a second ago, would literally rather go back to fighting than be stuck with this soul-crushing desk job. Everyone felt like they were in a special kind of hell, except for Erica Lanka. She might look like a total savage, but she's surprisingly meticulous. Her brother Hulkus was also having a blast with his assignment, calculating compensation for everyone whose property got wrecked. Evelyn, however, is hitting her limit. Absolutely everyone kept running to her for help with their own tasks. It was making her lose her mind, and when she finally snapped, she launched her own people into the air, whipping up a furious storm. While the cavalry was drowning in administrative duty, Cleve and Theo met up to organize the metric ton of evidence they'd secured. From traces of Ragnar's artifacts to the cult's detailed plans for treason, they documented every last bit. For his critical role in the operation, Cleve was the first one to congratulate Theo on officially hitting the intermediate rank. She also said he was a natural, someone who would absolutely kill it in Black Snow. Theo awkwardly tried to swerve the conversation away from any talk of being recruited by the Black Dragon, but Cleve had one more piece of epic news. The operation to finally capture the Sky Dragon was a go. The ledger they'd found earlier was deemed solid enough proof to launch the hunt. That means Black Snow's elite arrest team has been activated and is already beelining it to the capital city. But before they could even celebrate this huge win, a messenger frantically burst into their camp with an urgent dispatch. The elite squad had just walked into a trap. Ed Troyvan has been hiding his true power level, and now he has zero reason to stay in the shadows. The Sky Dragon is finally going all out. He's fully aware that showing his entire hand right now isn't the smartest move, but by leaving a trail of bodies in his wake, he could deal a crippling blow to Black Snow. Ed Troyvan sent a twisted congratulations to Theo Ragnar for forcing his hand. The Camellia Palace, Axion, the Dragon Slayer sword, and now the Ceres Guild. Every single thing Ed had painstakingly put together was ruined because of that kid. Ed Troyvan is now hitting that full-on unhinged anime villain pose. His sanity is cracking after taking loss after loss. The man is a hater to his core. He'll let Theo have his little victory for now, but the Troyvan master plan is still very much in play. The Dragon Slayer sword might be gone, but Ed has already secured a powerful replacement. Now he's running back to his father to summon something that could completely turn the tables back in his favor. With the Ceres disaster finally handled, Theo gets to go back home to the Camellia Palace. The whole place was buzzing with frantic energy, swarming with nobles getting measured for new attire. Curson showed up and was just floored by the absolute chaos. A quick stroll through the palace felt more like marching across a battlefield. She would have been completely lost if her daughter hadn't found her smack in the middle of a swarm of garment cutters. An overjoyed Cecilia explained that she's launching a new business, a super high-end brand using the most luxurious fabrics and jewels. She started gushing about all the tiny details, and Curson just listened with a daze. The elf mother was way too mesmerized by her daughter's brilliant smile and pure excitement to absorb any of the actual information. That happiness made Cecilia shine brighter than any jewel on the estate. Curson was actually there to deliver a message in person. She'd heard some dark whispers coming from the Rose Palace. Cecilia's anxious mind immediately leaped to the absolute worst conclusion, asking if her son was okay. Seeing her daughter's mood plummet from pure joy to a panicked wreck shattered Curson's heart, so she quickly promised that she was there, with the exact opposite of bad news. Amal, that vile witch, was found dead along with her entire camp of cronies. Their heads were now mounted on the walls of the Rose Palace. Cecilia felt a colossal weight lift off her shoulders. She was beyond relieved to know that the nightmare was finally, truly over. She never let anyone see it, but for all this time, every single moment of her life had felt like walking on a tightrope made of knives. They framed her, they smeared her name, they sent assassins for her, all because of that disgusting Emil. But she was trapped, forced to stay silent, terrified her own son would be blamed for that rotten mistress's death. Your suffering has finally come to an end. While Theo Ragnar was out of commission, the entire global political scene had been brutally transformed. It was a new landscape forged in blood and chaos. Heads rolled, and fortresses were painted red. The Troyvan family blew off every summons and appeal from the Draker family, letting the deadline pass in silence. This was a straight-up declaration of war. That night, the Nine Dragons Council Chamber scrambled into an emergency meeting. They seriously underestimated Ed Troyvan's capacity for scheming. That man had been orchestrating this masterpiece for ages. They're betting that the suspicious maneuvering of the warlords dominating the northern continent has to be connected. Some of the more dinosaur members of the chamber wanted nothing to do with the Troyvan situation. They actually think the warlord gathering up north is